HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protests, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, by that we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Assault Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. That was an Orthodox version of Hens Hall. Yeah. Anyway, this is Macklemore is really techno. Okay, Macklemore. That's is too far. You're going too far. Like, sure, I clowned on the song yesterday a little bit, right? But like, that's not even a question. Anti-Semite of the week on the beat. Yeah. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. We got the Met Gala that we're going to be talking about, but today is a fucking Tuesday. That's right, lads. It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, and we're doing a fucking ice in it. All right. It's fucking Tuesday, May 7th, right? It's Tuesday, May 7th, right? 2024, yeah? And we're doing a fucking thing, yeah? We're doing it. We're doing it fucking live, yeah? We're doing it, mate. What we're doing on this fucking Tuesday is, we're protecting a fucking embassy, mate. Drake's got shot at, right? It's a fucking embassy thing, yeah? You already know, mate. Mackle, tackle them all. Anyway, my liege, will there perchance be a spot of gaming today? Yes, there will be. I think I'm gonna start doing Disco Elysium, yeah? It's a beautiful game. Disco Elysium, yeah? Probably gonna be covering a little bit of the fucking news, a spot of the news, yeah? And then playing a little bit of Disco Elysium.
But anyway, we'll get to all that. This is a part of the broadcast that was so motherfucking confusing. I hadn't heard the song yet, and the first time I do, it's in your voice. Yeah. Anyway, Macklemore niece, Drake's son, or Kanye daughter? Okay, these are hard questions to answer, and I will not be answering them right now. Okay, listen. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Biker. And let me tell you, folks, a lot has occurred. A lot has happened in the world in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Let me tell you right now, I finished Blue-Eyed Samurai, and goddamn, them white boys can make a fucking anime. I cannot believe it. I'm shocked. It's a Netflix CGI animated sequence, and honestly, it was a banger. And then after that, I took a brief gander into Solo Leveling, found out that it was Korean, which, you know, is fine. I've just never watched, like, I don't think I've ever watched Korean anime. I have watched a lot of anime made in Korea. People really like it. I didn't really get invested all too much in it because, like, it's too fantastical immediately. But let me tell you what I did get into very quickly. Holy shit. Kaiju number 8. Dude, Kaiju number 8 is hilarious. It's great. Kaiju number 8 is basically fucking One Punch Man, but with kaiju tropes. It's so good. And I had no idea. It kind of came out of nowhere for me, right? Because I don't really follow that sort of thing a lot. But goddamn, is it incredible. Also, can I just say, anime has gone too far. It's beautiful. It's natural. It's wonderful. I cannot believe that I now live in a world like where I basically feel like a Chinese person, right? Like I went from watching animated sequences, like the you know how like Chinese people in my age group have seen their country develop so dramatically over the course of like a couple decades. I feel like anime now makes me visually understand what that level of development would look like. What do I mean by this? Okay. What do I mean by this? Nowadays, I feel like modern anime is so insanely out of control with its visuals. It blows my fucking mind. Like, there are so many old animes that you watch and you give it a rewatch and you're like, oh, did it really look like that? You know what I mean? It is kind of crazy to see. It is kind of crazy to see how fucking like even mid-ass animes nowadays are just like bangers on the visual front. Dude, the camera angles, like the visuals, the movement, the choreography. It's out of control, dude. It's so crazy. It's so good. The music is really good in this too, by the way. Better than any other anime I can think of. With the exceptions of like... What's up with the audio? Are you guys hearing it like weird, or is that like, is my audio busted? What?
Macklemore is my favorite artist now.
Okay. Never mind. It's just this one is garbage. Anyway, that's weird. The video is weird. Drake's security guard got shot outside his mansion. Yeah, I know. Ninja Komuai, the theme is goated. Oh, is that the one? I know. I think I know what that is. I've never seen it, but I've only listened to the song. Is this what I... Oh, never mind. That's not what I'm thinking about. I did watch Ninja Komuai. I didn't like it that much. There's one theme song that's like insanely popping and it's a TikTok viral from an anime that I've never seen. I don't know which one it is, but I kind of want to hear it again. Now, I don't know. Mashal? Is it? Oh yeah. Dude, this shit is so... I've seen the guy like sing this. I love this song, is incredible. But I think this is like kind of corny. This is corny. I want to see the dude who like actually sings it and does all the voices. You know what I mean? Bling, blang, bong, born, singing. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. This shit will get you. This shit will fuck you up. When you see this, you're going to be like, okay, this guy's insane. Here. Why am I listening to so much music right now? What the fuck's going on, chat? What's happening to me? I'm kind of broken with the music. I'm kind of cracked with the music shit right now. Can't you go open me up? Yeah. They're both insane.
The fast take. 実力を発揮しきる前に相手の方がバックれてくらし明るけるハードルベリーハッピー明らかに弾頭ステップ開地
You've been Fantano pills? Yeah.
誰なら光もいらないお前のアイスよりアイス俺パッと見できないことばっかりだけどベリーハッピー呆れてる周り恵まれてる家族友達もう反則的立ち君な俺に任せとけばいい教科書にない問題書にない超バットなましない
This part is crazy.
No singing brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom tura next tura each bam way eight day ore no mama de iru takete cho flex
Bad Bunny, count your days.
eight day ore no mama de iru takete eight day dare mo kucha samasena
Bro, they got the bed. They got the bed frame sample, dude. It's crazy. I thought this shit was, this is, what is it? Kevin Gates. All right, we're done. Bro, what are you drinking? I really wonder. It always sounds like cough syrup or looks like cough syrup. It's just cold brew. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, personal news wise, I played basketball again this morning. Yeah, I watched a bunch of fucking animes that I really enjoyed. And then went to bed, woke up, played basketball. Kaya's fucking dead. She's dead. She has died. She's officially died. There was a massive Rottweiler at the park. 130 pounds with a goddamn muzzle on him. This thing was beautiful. He was like a horse. I wanted to like ride it off into the distance, you know what I mean? I wanted to just steal this dog, honestly. He loved me too. He like came up and would just like constantly get in between my legs and just like rub his head on my legs. He was like, come on, pet me. Dog was amazing. But yeah, Kaya was fucking around with him, and she's dead now. She fucking ran for hours and hours and hours. Anyway, Mashal, the premise of the anime that he's a muggle in a magical world and they're genociding his kind. Goated anime. Mashal, mashallah, mashuru. Disney Princess HasanAbi strikes again. Yeah, Kai the Conqueror has finally fallen. It's true. She's dead. She's done. I made a Twitch account because of you, fan from Morocco. Hell yeah, Morocco! Morocco. Shouts out to Morocco. Hey, yo. Did I hear that Trinity College in Dublin is divesting from Israel? I did not hear this, but it's not shocking to me, right? It's not shocking to me in the least bit, right? Dublin Uni Gaza camp welcomes partial victory. It makes a lot of sense to me. It makes a whole lot of sense to me, lad. Anyway, we'll talk about all the different you know, campus activism that's going around. Fan from Kuwait, what's up? Shouts out to Kuwait. When the Aussie boys are in town, you guys got to do more horror games. Certainly, definitely down to do that. Anyway, they're already playing Not Like Us for the NBA finals. Yeah, dude, Demetrius was so right. Demetrius was so fucking right. Wait, what was I saying? All right, we'll look at that in a second. We'll look at all that in a second. What am I doing? I'm already getting into the fucking news. Let me blast off real quick and then let's pop off. All right. Israel casts aside ceasefire talks. Hamas accepted and moves into Rafah anyway. Rafah crossing controlled by IOF. Campus activism on the rise. Hush money trial. We might do that. Henry Cuellar. Henry KKK indicted. There's been like 8 days where I've been meaning to talk about Henry Cuellar and I just never care about. To be fair, the crossing wasn't always controlled by Israel anyway. Yeah, I mean, it was Egypt that controlled it. But yeah, Macklemore makes Pro-Pal song. Joe Brandon dropped a diss reply to Macklemore. Call it topple the tower. Break. Dude, it's 11:30. X is defending Drake hard. Who's X? Like Twitter? We don't call Twitter X around these parts. We call it Twitter. Are you coming to TwitchCon EU? No, I'm not, mate. I'm not coming to TwitchCon EU, mate. Reports coming in, Baka's wounds might be fatal. What? It was Baka, not nice, that was shot? I thought it was a fucking bodyguard. Drake's house shot at. And more. Get in now. And disco. You know what? I'm not going to say Disco Elysium. Okay, I'm going to say it. Elysium. Disco Elysium? Question mark. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a blast off meme, chat? Do we have a blast off meme? We do. A blast off GIF, actually. Wow. Throw it back, Drake. Okay. Shake that ass, hope. Okay. That's a great GIF. Hands on your knees. Okay, did you happen to see Scott Galloway's recent TED Talk about the great transfer of wealth from young to old? I have not, but Scott Galloway is permanently burned into my mind, like into my retinas, basically, as the fucking dumbass that said, that like pro-Palestinian students are, I mean, he's like an Omega Zionist. And he thinks that pro-Palestinian students are just doing it because they're not getting fucked or something. And he's a disgusting little piece of shit gremlin. And I don't much care for anything he says now. Like, sometimes, look, listen. I am a take machine, right? And as a take machine, I understand that in a long enough timeline, every single one of us are capable of having a take that the other party is going to say, I don't really agree with that. Okay? I'm a professional take haver. This is what I do, literally. This is what puts fucking butter on my bread, a roof over my head, okay? A roof over Kaya's head. And as someone who is consistently and frequently dropping takes and is a bit of a yapper himself, I understand that sometimes people have stupid fucking opinions, right? And that should not cloud your judgment. That should not scar the way that you see this person permanently. However, sometimes you do hear an opinion so fucking unhinged and so goddamn stupid that you just turn around and you're like, I wrote this guy off. Many have done that for me for obviously idiotic reasons, as if I do say so myself. I am a little biased, but I do think that when people write me off, it's because they probably saw some fucking clip shit out of context, clip chip, whatever, right? But Scott Galloway's opinion on the student protest, like the reason why these kids are out here is not because of genocide, but like the real genocide is, you know, they're not, I can't fuck my TAs anymore as a college professor, is probably up there in one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard, that I wrote off everything else. I wrote off everything else. My dad called me a self-hating Jew. That's so, I mean, that's big L for his dad, considering that like his brother is also fucking anti-Zionist rabbi. So he doesn't have one in the tank. He's got two. You know what I mean? He fucked up twice at that point. I've been told this as well. Yeah, I mean, dude, it doesn't matter. Boys, listen. Let me tell you something, okay? Welcome to the big leagues. If you're a young American Jew and you are surrounded by people in your orbit that are closest to you that are now yelling at you because and saying some unhinged shit and taking away your Jewish status, okay? I feel you. I hear you. I understand what you're going through. You know, I don't deny the Armenian genocide. So that's like, like, you know, I get it. Trust me. Nowhere near as current and as important as it is with like being Jewish and anti-Zionist and being around like a lot of Zionist people, because that's like an ongoing thing, whereas the Armenian genocide denial is denial of the past. So it's a little bit different, but I get it. Trust me, I get it. Telltale's Batman is great. Got tips for anti-Zionist Jews in Israel? Yeah, dude. It's Survive, like the Halo mission. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew in Israel, the Survive button comes, like, it just says Survive up top. That's it. Yeah, don't die. Good luck. Because it's like, the fuck are you supposed to do? Anyway, Facts, Telltale, Fact Shatter, Telltale Batman is so good. Look at the quote retweet to that tweet. I do hate myself, but it has nothing to do with being Jewish. Anyway. One last thirst TikTok before serious news time.
I like that autistic man. And would I be wrong if I asked him at dinner, is you autistic? Because I like him. I like that autistic man. And would I be wrong if I asked him at dinner?
That's awesome. That time he took an online autism test and spent the entire time demanding clarification to all the questions. Okay, that's a perfectly normal thing to do, okay? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. Anime editors are cooking your girl.
Lover boys, certified pedophiles.
Oh no!
I'ma do my stuff.
I mean, that's
trolling like a bitch. Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a mine.
yo. That okay? That's fair. I mean, I guess that's like kind of fair. I don't know what the background there is. I don't. Is she like that? Is it like that? She's literally a horrible person. Why is anyone confused? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, Jujutsu Kaisen is one of the most confusing fucking shows of all time. Okay? And I'm sick and tired of hiding the truth about how fucking confusing it is. To me, it's an incredibly confusing mechanic system. It's an incredibly confusing fight system. I don't understand the fucking powers. I feel like I need a goddamn Bible next to me while watching every episode to be like, okay, so like this guy's got this power, this guy's got that power. How does that work? Mathematics. I'm like, nope. That's where I closed the book. Anyway, I mean, they're all hot, they're all strong, they're all sick, they're all very cool. Everyone wants to fuck them, so I get why it's like entertaining and watchable. The fight animations are out of control, you know what I mean? So I get why people like it. You know? It's called Lobotomy Kaizen for a reason. It's Hunter x Hunter system, but on crack. Gay is insane. There's a character coming up whose whole fighting style is a reference to a pachinko game and an anime opening. See, that's what I mean. It's like, what happened to the good old animes like My Hero Academia, where your power is just genes? And by that, I don't mean like genes like eugenics or like biology. I mean like pants. Okay? Why can't we just have a guy who puts pants on you? Okay, denim, the power of denim. Why can't we do that? What the fuck are we doing with all this shit? I don't want to learn math again to figure out what your power is, man. It's like, in order to, listen, you don't understand. It's in order to figure out what your power is, in order to figure out what this character's power and what his like fight system looks like, you need to literally crack the code at the Hadron Collider, okay? It's fine. You just need to get a PhD and it'll be okay. You will understand it. That's why I prefer Chainsaw Man, which is in the same vein in many respects, but is like much simpler and much more ruthless and much more horny in a disgusting way sometimes. And that's my preference. You can't yell at me over it. Wouldn't it have been nice to have HasanAbi on UCLA campus last week? Wait, what? I did go, didn't I? What the fuck are you talking about? It's got to be Bay, right? Anyway, Uncle, I need to ask. I know about your zero yogurt. Someone I know likes to keep yogurt for like 2 to 3 weeks. I tell them, wait, what? I tell them I don't want to eat it, but they get annoyed at me. The yogurt has like green flecks and dots in the yogurt. Is that okay to eat? What the fuck? I don't know anything about what? No, that seems nasty, bro. Don't fucking eat that. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't kill you probably, but I know if you got any mold on the bread, you got to throw it out. Fun fact. Or I guess not so fun fact. Many of you probably don't know this, but if you have any mold in your bread, you don't just like cut out the moldy part of the bread and then eat the rest of the bread. The entire bread is gone. Okay? I didn't know that. And for years and years, I was like, all right, well, this slice has mold on it. Throw the slice out. And then I would eat the rest of the fucking I would eat the rest of the bread. Don't do that. The entire bread is gone. Okay? Cheese too? Yeah, except cheese gets moldy for, I mean, I think cheese is a little different than the moldy bread, right? You can eat cheese mold. It's fucking blue cheese. I love blue cheese. I'm allergic to mold. That shit would kill me. You just made yourself stronger. Thank you. I know you'll never have the time, but I find it so funny if you took up Scar's $1,000 challenge and play I Want to Be the Boshi. No shot. It depends on the cheese. Soft cheese, no. Hard cheese, just cut it off. Some of us can't afford to do that. That's so anti-middle class of you. Okay, die then. Chatter's like, you don't understand. No, I'm too broke, which is why I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, then die, dude. What do you mean? It's like me being like, listen, bro, watch out for the scaffolding, okay? A piano fell like last week. They keep trucking pianos and you're like, excuse me, sir. I'm a middle class man. I have to walk through this. Some of us don't have enough money to get a taxi. I have to walk through the scaffolding right now. All right, well then die, Looney Tunes ass. What do you want me to say? Motherfucking Thomas and Gerald over here being like, no, I got to walk under the piano. That's the way to get to my work. Sorry, you don't understand this middle class lifestyle. Anyway. Yeah, you wouldn't get it, dude. I've been out here. Yeah, Thomas and Gerald. That's their adult names. How many people have died from moldy bread? I don't know. Maybe it's a conspiracy that they just want us to throw out the bread. Also, I got some bread that just like stays not moldy for years. I feel like not years, I'm exaggerating, but like for a very long time. And then other breads will get moldy like in 3 days. And I'm just like, how the fuck does this happen? Like, what the hell are they putting on the other bread? Like, there ain't no way that bread is good for me. I feel like I'm just eating straight PFAS, forever chemicals, eating straight plastic to the dome at that point, right? Like the amount of preservatives they put in that fucking bread has got to be out of control. Some of us have hyperfixations on mold and can't just throw out moldy bread like that. But okay, go off, I guess. Exactly how some of you motherfuckers sound like. Anyway, all right, let's get into it. Okay, let's do it. Why some bread gets stale instead of moldy? I don't know. As we've talked about already, of course, they're playing "They Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar on TNT.
Who have led by as many as 32, will take a 22-point lead into the fourth quarter with the NBA play.
Bro, it's DJ Mustard. Like, they're gonna play it at the playoffs. They're gonna play it at the finals. People are gonna be going certified lover boy, certified pedophile at the fucking NBA finals, bro. Okay? Drake can never show his face ever again. He just can't. He just cannot show his face at these events for at least some time. Imagine if Josh Giddey makes it to the finals. OKC got to go down. Yeah, that song is that song is about a lot more than just Drake at that point. Your GOAT Jokic is getting exposed right now. What's your perspective on the Timberwolves' historic defensive performance? I don't know. Anyway, they're playing it at the Dodgers Stadium. Jesus Christ. Kendrick Lamar is not like us. Officially, the pregame mix at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. Oh, no. But worse, Bro, they got Midas Touch. They got Midas Touch playing it.
I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him.
Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck 'em up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor. Donald Trump is a chump.
What does Tiffany have of Marla's?
She's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet.
He routinely spoke fawningly of Jeffrey. He admired Epstein's lifestyle.
Say Trump is... I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell.
Bro, that's okay. That's Pack Watch. I'm unironically reposting that. It's so great to see how this beef has turned HasanAbi into a music head. Don't worry, I listened to that Espresso song this morning and it made me into not wanting to listen to music ever again. So, like, the Macklemore song first got me out of it. The Macklemore song first got me out of it, and then I heard that Espresso song and I was like, oh God, what is happening in the world, dude? Oh my Lord. Oh yeah. Just stick to rap. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Are you serious? Espresso is a bot? No, I think I'm too much of a misogynistic, cisgender, heterosexual man. Like, I feel like it's like a dog whistle, you know what I mean? It's playing a song at an entirely different frequency that my fucking Neanderthal brain cannot comprehend. When I hear it, I'm like, and listen, I'm telling you this as someone who like loved the Madonna Ariana Grande song, the Ariana Grande like straight Madonna rip that she had. I unironically thought that song was a bop. I like that. I'm not very good with like recall on names and shit like that, so don't get mad at me. But I thought that song was great. I actually do kind of like Ariana Grande a lot, low key, high key. But anyway, regardless, my point is sometimes it's just like I hear something and I'm like, it doesn't hit for me at all. Like it just doesn't hit for me at all. And then I just like get mad. Which Ariana race do you like the most? Dude, I'm a fucking Ariana fan. I like them all. I think she's goated at all of the races. Like she's done a phenomenal job at every race. I guess the only one I don't like as much is like Italian Ariana Grande, like early stage. You know what I mean? But that's probably because like I never saw it while she was like, you know, a child actor. I didn't ever encounter it. So all I've seen is like as an adult, I've seen her as a child actor. And I'm like, obviously like she's a child. You know what I mean? It's, you know, when you grow up watching a show when you're a kid and they're also a kid and then you like can develop crushes on them. If you're an adult and you never had that experience, then like, obviously you're going to be like, this is a child. Also, I feel like there's this, well, unless you're Drake. Yeah. Drake is just, he's so good at seeing the potential. I heard you're a Kendrick D rider. I am, to be fair, I am definitely an advocate for short kings in general. And I also, you know, have some opinions about Drake in general. So that's it. Why do you hate Canadians? I don't. Because Kenny is worth riding. I just don't fuck with like the weird groomer shit. I think that's odd and weird and gross, and I don't like it. That's it. I find it to be not great, in my opinion. I find that like people who also end up defending stuff like that are always just like running around talking about fucking actually it's a phebophilia. It's like, okay, that's a different sauce of fucking minors. You know what I mean? Like you just basically told me like, listen, I don't want to fuck a baby. Okay. I still want to fuck minors, but I don't want to fuck a baby. It's like, that's still gross to me. That's weird. I don't know why you think that is like a defensible posture here. That's an odd thing. Okay. We are not in a court of law. This is not like going to be exculpatory, or it's not going to fucking lower your sentence. I don't want to have this conversation with you because it comes across to me like you're literally saying you want to fuck minors, but just like, you know, not all the minors. Like, it's not like, okay, dude, you don't want to fuck a baby. Congratulations. But you still want to fuck minors? Like, what the fuck? Does that make sense? It just like weirds me out when people do that shit. I like Kendrick's music, but I hate his dick riding fans. Same for Eminem. Fair. You're probably the most mellow critic of the culture vulture shit compared to Loss of the People. I mean, I don't listen to enough music and can never develop like a fandom for anything. So that's probably the reason why. Speak of creep, check the dude in the Sydney Sweeney Met Gala photo. Bro, don't act like you would not be looking exactly like this. Dude looks composed, okay? My man looks unimaginably composed in comparison to like what the average person would be doing in that situation. Okay? My fucking nose would be bleeding. My nose would start fucking gushing out like geysers. Okay? It would crank my head back. My fucking jaw would fall onto the goddamn floor. My goddamn tongue would be rolling out like the red carpet out of my mouth. Steam coming out of the fucking ears going, awooga, awooga. Okay? Homina, homina, homina. Eyes fucking, eyeballs popping out of my dome. Going in and out, in and out. Anyway. So, chill. Matt Owens is making Nico Robin Hispanic. New season Dude, I'm going to be hanging out with him later tonight, actually. We're going to go to dinner. Oh my God, that's pretty fire. We won. We won. Nico Robin Hispanic. We won. It's Brown Robin. Let's go, dude. It's Latina Robin. That's fire. Brown Robin is canon. Princess Vivi, female, 17 to 20, Middle Eastern, North African, or South Asian. Nico Robin, female, 20 to 39, Hispanic, Latino. Smoker, male, 25 to 35, white. All right, boys. That's it. I'm throwing my hat in the ring, dude. I'm going for Smoker. That's it. I love smoking. Tashigi, female, 20 to 29, Asian. Miss Valentine, female, 20 to 29, white. Mr. 5, male, 2029, black. Crocus, male, 65 to 79, open. Time for Hasan to lobby at that dinner? No, I would never do that. I would never do that. Ariana Grande's Met Gala look. She's serving. She's serving, dude. I mean, the dress is whatever. Leaves much to be desired, but she's still great. Okay. Where the fuck were we? All right, let's get to the goddamn news, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is such a fucking stupid ass gif. Asiana Grande, chill. What ethnicity is this even? Guys, you need to understand something. You need to understand something. Ariana Grande is literally like, she looked at the Rachel Dolezal situation and said, let's expand on it. Okay? Why stick to one race? Why only engage in blackfishing? Why don't we do every race? Okay? She picks and chooses, and I respect that. You guys are crazy. She's literally every step that she takes is another step towards the complete abolition of the socio-political construct of race as we understand it. Okay? She literally is saying, like, when one can be all races, then we should stop having these hang-ups, like associating people by the color of their skin. But instead of doing that, we should look at the content of their character. Ariana Grande in many ways is basically like MLK when you think about it. That's right. Let's move on. All right. Hamas says it has agreed to the ceasefire deal. Another concept that she's also destroying, obviously, other than the socio-political constructs surrounding race, is, the monogamous, traditional, single, one parent or two parent bonding. Obviously, she is eviscerating that. She's saying like poly for all. And a lot of you are not there. A lot of you are unserious. You're not there to witness it. You're not there to understand what she's doing. And I respect her for that as well. And yeah, that's it. I'm just ride or die, I guess. I'm just serious about it. Whereas a lot of you are unserious, unlike this subject matter that we're about to be covering, which is Hamas said it agreed to a ceasefire deal. Obviously, we're going to get into that, but you are going to be getting into the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. We'll do the Met Gala looks as well. Woo! At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. And you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Why does it seem online that a majority of Turks support Israel, like on r/Turkey? Bro, that's fucking Reddit. Are you dumb? If you looked at Reddit, you would think that like the entire world just wants all Muslims dead unconditionally. Like, Reddit is unimaginably pro-Israel. Reddit is just Reddit. It's so easy to fucking manipulate. It's so easy to brigade. You might as well throw it aside. You know what I mean? Finally, the opinion we've been waiting for. What is this? Haha, super Reddit chungus. This one surely will hashtag own the libs. Gold for you, kind stranger. I don't know what this is. What is this thing? Who is this person? Like, am I supposed to know who this person is? I mean, this is funny. This is a funny meme. Is he like a Reddit person? Is that what it is? He's one of your biggest haters? Bro wrote the problems with Palestine. Yeah. Okay. Sick. I do enjoy it when like, if he's a drama YouTuber, when drama YouTubers get into like serious political content coverage, like it's great. He's a 4chan Discord troll. Okay, I don't really care. Let's move on. Too many haters to remember. Yeah. All right. Let's get to it. Hamas says it agreed to a ceasefire deal.
To the latest on the push for a ceasefire in Gaza. Hamas has announced that it has agreed to a ceasefire proposal, but Israel says there is no deal yet as it ramps up attacks on Rafah. We'll get the reaction from the White House, but first, Marcus Moore is on the ground for us there in Israel. Good morning to you, Marcus.
Robin, good morning. We are at Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where memorials pay homage to those being held captive in the midst of this war. And while the IDF says their latest operation in Rafah overnight is limited in scale, the relatives of some of those held hostage fear what the outcome could mean for their loved ones.
Overnight, Israel launched a ground operation in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The IDF saying it killed 20 members of Hamas and found 3 operational tunnel shafts. And they have taken control of the...
Why is Hamas hiding behind civilians? Oh my God, bro. It's been 7 fucking months and these dudes are still hitting this fucking shit. Why is Hamas hiding behind civilians? Bro, they are not, okay? There is nowhere else for them to go. Also, they are currently engaging in what is known as a spontaneous militia uprising against an occupying force. So technically, you can't be fucking complaining about it right now. Because right now, what they're doing is actually just. Not only is it just, it is also permissible by international law. Not only is it just and permissible by international law, but I also consider it to be perfectly moral. Okay? You would want someone like Hamas, or anyone really, you can call it whatever the fuck you want, including the fucking Proud Boys, if someone else was occupying and blowing the shit up, everything, pancaking everything in the fucking Gaza Strip, everything that you know has been leveled into the goddamn ground by an occupying force that is unjustly and illegally occupying your land and also killing you and killing your family members. You wish you got a fucking Hamas up there, at least like lobbing some goddamn grenades back at these Merkava tanks that are like $30 million a pop. Suck my dick, okay? Why is Hamas hiding behind civilians? Anyway, the human shield propaganda obviously is only a justification in the minds of Hasbara bots that think that, this allows Israel to murk as many Palestinian civilians as possible and then try to shift the blame over to Hamas. It's like, yeah, dude, why aren't they out there fighting in a fucking open battle like it's the goddamn Roman legionnaires or some shit, okay? Why aren't they out there in a field so that the Israeli fucking Air Force can just like fucking line them up and then just laser them, dude? I can't believe it. Why are they out there fighting where Israel is blowing their shit up? I don't know. Perhaps the real question you should be asking yourself is like, if these guys are taking the civilians hostage, which they're not, if they are doing that, why the fuck are you shooting through the hostage? This is why I said time and time again, it doesn't even fucking matter. Like when people say like, oh, if Israel, if all of the Israeli Jews were actually like trapped in a school, would Israel blow it up? And I told you, like, yes, they would. That's why they've killed, almost 100 fucking hostages so far that are Israeli.
Critical Rafah crossing. This morning, videos show Israeli flags now flying on the Palestinian side of the border. This as Hamas says they are willing to accept a new ceasefire proposal. The deal, a different agreement than one proposed by Israel, includes a permanent end of military operations and the withdrawal of Israeli forces.
You're arguing with another Eurocuck? I know. Eurocucks are the funniest. This chatter is a dumbfuck 30 IQ Euro. Oh, that's awesome. This is a sick playlist, dude. I hope you get fucking shredded, my boy. I hope you get shredded, my boy, listening to Never Back Down 2. Remember the name, Fort Minor. Workout motivation music, Pump Up Trap 2018. That's my fucking king right there. Listen. I wish you the best, okay? I don't know what has happened to the mind of the average EU guy that comes in here and is like, listen, I don't even know which country he'd be from, EU cuck wise, but they come in here and they're like, Israel must be defended at all costs for free. I just don't get it. Nice stalker. Okay, brother. Okay, buddy. What's so funny about that? Space, fish, wet wish. What's so funny about that? Come on, bro. This is like This is hilarious. This is an awesome fucking playlist. No, the reason why he's a bunch of numbers is because he's trying to avoid M-HUD clapping his ass cheeks. Probably on there like multiple. Anyway. Let's continue. Real question is, why isn't the idea of meeting Hamas in the fields with the pike phalanx and cavalry like their ancestors would have? Yeah, because why would you do that when you have air superiority and also are not actually in it to like take out Hamas, but instead in it to do genocide? You know, that's probably the reason why they're not doing that, because their goal isn't just to kill Hamas militants. Their goal isn't to just kill anyone who is like resisting their occupation. Their goal is to kill a lot of people, okay? As many Palestinians as possible so that they can fucking wipe them off and overtake the Gaza Strip.
This is from areas adjacent to the border inside Gaza. Israel now reviewing the plan, but has yet to agree to these terms. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying Hamas's counteroffer is
like every single thing that Israel has said so far in why it's conducting its military operation since October 7 has been objectively and demonstrably a lie. I've been telling you that it's a lie, but obviously as far as like when tensions were high and people were very passionate and people saw the atrocities on October 7 and immediately were like, what the fuck are you saying? How dare you say such things? You are a conspiracy theorist. The problem was I was right, but too fucking early to the conversation. Okay? The only reason why so many people were shocked about the things that I was saying about how like Israel doesn't give a shit about the hostages. They are just simply in it to do ethnic cleansing. And Israel does not give a shit about like eradicating Hamas. They're just using that as a reason as to why they're doing ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. The reason as to why I was able to be so fucking so ahead of time. Like the reason why I was able to fucking be prophetic in that regard, and many other pro-Palestinian activists were prophetic in that regard, is because we know how Israel has operated for 75 fucking years. That's it. It's not like I was predicting the future. I was just looking at the past. But of course, people who personally were just tuning in on October 7 and thought the history started on October 7 would look at that kind of shit and go, the hostage posters are for propaganda purposes? That's disgusting. You're actually disgusting, Hasan. I can't believe you would say such a thing. These guys just simply care about the hostages. Really? Is that why the fucking hostage posters play a very different propagandizing role inside of Israel than it does in fucking Brooklyn? Where in Brooklyn, the people posting those are saying like bomb, bomb, bomb Gaza and kill them all. Whereas the people in Israel are fucking posting the posters to be like, hey, government, these are your fucking people that are trapped inside of Gaza. Get a ceasefire going so we can take them out. You know? Just remember that.
Is, quote, far from Israel's core demands, which included a 6-week ceasefire and releasing some Palestinian prisoners for up to 33 hostages. Despite the uncertainty, crowds in Gaza celebrating Hamas's announcement. While in Tel Aviv today, relatives of...
How is killing 30K people out of 9 million, including 7,000 Hamas fighters, ethnic cleansing? Sounds like a poor job. Yeah, dude, ethnic cleansing is only successful when you kill all of them. You know what I mean? Because Jewish people survived after the Holocaust, that technically wasn't real genocide. Is that your argument? You know? Like, what is it? Is there like a finite number that you think is permissible? When also 9 million, we're talking about 5 million, specifically 2.5 million, 30,000. And the numbers are probably higher than that, by the way. That's an underestimation. But 40,000 out of 2 million is a pretty fucking high population number. And also, you're talking about 7,000 Hamas fighters. There's double the number that you gave in fucking child deaths. What are you talking about? 2/3 of the fucking killed, 2/3 of the people killed by Israel are women and children. What are we talking about? How many more women and children does Israel have to murder until you go, that's not ethnic cleansing? Or what is the finite number? You think if it's like, if Israel kills 1 million Palestinians, will you consider that to be a genocide? Is that when you will say, oh, okay, that's ethnic cleansing now? It's so wild. Yeah, dude. Because Jewish people survived the Holocaust and Hitler couldn't kill all the Jews and then like that wasn't a real genocide is not an argument I would ever allow you to make on this fucking broadcast. Yeah. They're going to clip you so bad. Man, stop fucking complaining about the way I'm going to be clipped or whatever. If these people are so desperate to try and make me out to be a fucking Holocaust, then I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That's insane.
Of hostages demonstrated in front of the U.S. consulate, demanding the Israeli government accept the deal.
Do you worry that this operation in Rafah will affect the efforts to release the hostages?
Yes, I'm afraid that they will all be dead.
The family of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who's been held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, speaking with us this morning.
It's been 214 days. We need to be reunited with our loved ones. We're not going to solve everything in the Middle East right now today. Let's get our loved ones out. Let's bring a calm to the region.
It is apparent this morning that both Israel and Hamas are open to negotiating a prisoner exchange, but the exact details, how many people and when, is where the gaps have been. Now, delegations from all sides will head back to Cairo to continue talking soon. But George.
Yeah, ISIS is the Yazidi genocide, even though around 5,000 died. It's an internationally recognized genocide by everyone. Srebrenica was 8,000, I believe. That's also another internationally recognized genocide. Like, genocides and the genocide classification was specifically created so we stop a genocide before it gets to the fucking 6 million Jews point. Okay? A lot of people think like, no, we only litigate genocides after the fact. That's not how this goes, bro. There's no fucking like high score. The whole point is the reason for that classification to exist is specifically so we stop it from occurring, from finishing, rather. Okay, that's the whole issue here. You look at genocidal intent and you look at genocidal action. Israel has both of it. Okay? Yeah, Srebrenica. Sorry. Like, we're kind of, the whole point right now is to stop the ongoing genocide. You know? It's not about like looking back after the fact and being like, oopsie, I guess a genocide happened. Like that kind of fucking ruins the whole point, right? Why do we even look at history if we're not going to learn any lessons? You've chatted like 7 times in the past 2 days, and every single chat has been either rage bait or you being a dumb motherfucker. Any last words? Or Turkey's genocide of Armenians. The reason why I didn't bring up the Armenian genocide is because the numbers are actually much higher than the Yazidi one. And that's the reason why I didn't bring it up, because Turkey did hit a fucking high score in that one. So that's the reason why I didn't bring it up, dumb fuck. Not because I secretly deny it or some shit. God damn. Why are these people always like, yeah, bro, Hasan must be a genocide denier? By the way, that's the craziest part. Israel is the fucking nation that recognizes that if they actually full-blown recognize the Armenian genocide, then they will also be under the same criticisms. They will have to defend against the same exact criticisms that Turkey defends against, and that's the reason why they deny it and say it's not a real genocide. So that's precisely the reason why Israel itself doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide. So, you know. Let's continue.
Egyptian authorities are warning that the current operation in Rafah, they say, threatens the efforts to reach a ceasefire agreement.
That is a complication. Okay, Marcus, thanks very much. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, the White House in the thick of these negotiations.
They certainly are, George. Look, the Biden administration is heavily invested in these talks, which they see as the best way to ease the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza and also diffuse this crisis abroad, but also here at home as the president continues to face growing political pressure and these protests. Now, the talks for now continue. The White House clearly hopes that a deal here is still possible, but the back and forth of the last 24 hours certainly just goes to show how volatile and fluid this situation still is, and all of this coming as the U.S. continues to urgently warn Israel not to invade Rafah. The president reiterating that message directly in his 30-minute phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday. The White House deeply concerned that an operation like this would only exacerbate the humanitarian crisis. But so far, Netanyahu doesn't seem to be heeding Biden and the U.S.'s warning. So the big question then, what comes?
So shocking. Why is that the case? I don't
next?
understand.
How would this administration respond? I have asked the White House if they would limit or condition aid to Israel. Their response, George, let's see what happens.
Mary Bruce, thanks.
Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Samantha Simmons. We start in the Middle East, and the Israeli military says its forces have taken control of the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing, which borders Egypt and southern Gaza. These are the latest pictures that show the view at the crossing from on board an Israeli military vehicle. Aid organisations operating there say the flow of aid into the territory through the crossing has now stopped. Israel continued to bombard Rafah overnight after rejecting a ceasefire proposal which was put forward by international mediators and agreed by Hamas. Israel says the plan doesn't meet its core demands. Israel is, though, sending a delegation to indirect talks in Cairo. Well, we've had this update from our correspondent Fergal Keane in Jerusalem.
They haven't had reason to dance for a long time, but they haven't forgotten how. Even amid uncertainty about Israel's position, hope springs. Across Gaza, BBC journalists captured the reaction of those convinced, perhaps prematurely, that a ceasefire will happen.
The feeling is indescribable. We're so happy we're going back to our home in Gaza City.
We're refugees from the north and we fled here, this young man says. We're so happy there's a ceasefire. Israelis are still absorbing the news. It came late on one of this society's most important days, when across the country sirens bring the nation to a halt in memory of the dead of the Holocaust. A day of reflection in a country traumatized by the Hamas attack.
That's the craziest part about it, is that they literally fucking did this on the Shoah Remembrance Day. Is so wild. It's so fucking wild, dude. Straight up.
Last October. Tonight on the streets of Tel Aviv, those who believe healing that trauma can begin with a ceasefire deal and the release of Israel's hostages.
We expect from the Israeli government to take this deal to save all their...
Dumb fucks coming in. W Holocaust. Good one, dude. You did it. You got it. You got your little Nazi shit out of the way, dude. Fucking asshole. Such a fucking idiotic perspective to have, dude. The entire reason why I fucking hate Israel's actions is because they are engaging in an act of genocide. That doesn't mean one genocide is good. You, as a Nazi, are closer to a fucking fascist Israeli than you think, okay? You're anti-Semitic, and you think, oh, because they're Jewish, they're different than me. But that's not. You are literally like this, okay? As a Nazi, you are also a fucking little fascist, okay? You're a little fascist, and so is the average fucking ultra-Zionist, average defender of Israeli military actions. It's the same shit. It's the same mythos as well. It's great. It's wonderful stuff.
The remaining hostages was still alive.
But after 7 months of a war in which Israel's army pledged to destroy Hamas, a ceasefire deal that fails to accomplish that risks breaking Israel's wartime coalition government. Israel will send negotiators to talks but won't stop fighting yet.
We examine every proposal very seriously, and we review every possibility on the issue of negotiations and the return of the hostages to their homes as quickly as possible and as a central task. At the same time, we carry on with our operations in the Gaza Strip and will continue to do so.
The people of eastern Rafah woke to leaflets telling them to evacuate. Many have been displaced before, but still they were told to leave. Everyone, no matter how old, how young, or how vulnerable.
ومعنا صغارنا واطفالنا ومرتي وامي والعيله وكلنا والله ما احنا عارفين نروح مش عارفين وين نروح.
I don't get it. Just on crutches and in wheelchairs and on foot, take all of your belongings that you have stuffed into a fucking tent city for the past 7 months and move back into a separate area where there's rubble where you can create a new tent city. 12.9 miles, 20 kilometers to the north. Trail of Tears type shit. That's it. Like, these are people who have been blown up, okay? Half the time. Barely surviving. Limited food, limited aid, living inside of tents, braving the fucking elements out there. And now they have to walk for 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers into the goddamn north. Palestine hid bin Laden. Y'all American Muslims need to remember where you live and who's protecting y'all. What? What the fuck was... Dude, that's awesome. Thank you. Let him cook. 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 Give us more. Give us more. Give me more takes. Quick. Fire them off real quick. Bro thinks Palestine is Pakistan. That's awesome. I have yet to hear this new level of fire. Fire flames. Okay? This is amazing, dude. Brother, if Osama bin Laden was hiding inside of Palestine, that would 100% be conducted by the Mossad, okay? What are you talking about? Which, by the way, Pakistan also, ironically, another American intelligence operation regardless. That's sick. One of Israel's greatest allies in the region, Saudi Arabia, happens to be the same nationality that Osama bin Laden, the same country that Osama bin Laden is from, and his funders were in the Saudi royal family. So phenomenal that you are so on the opposite of the fucking actual truth of the matter. Can we keep him? Yeah, we're keeping him. He's incredible.
To Al-Mawasi, Israel says, and other desolate places beyond Rafah. The so-called humanitarian zones were to be expanded, but they've never been safe from sickness, hunger, or war. This is the aftermath of raids on Rafah last night. People hope these may have been some of the last airstrikes if the ceasefire can be made to work. News of the Hamas announcement was still hours away. Nisreen Raja, mother and refugee. For For 7 months, this has been the daily reality. Hani Ashtar, an orphan, grieved by his relative Reem. His family was killed during the war, she says. Even he was killed. So many here are grieving and exhausted. Late tonight, Israel attacked eastern Rafah,
Holy shit.
where they told people to leave. Celebration had turned to fear, and the hope that tomorrow might bring peace. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Let's show you the scene live in Rafah right now, where we can smoke rising into the air there. This comes after the Israeli Defense Forces said it does have operational control of the Gaza.
We do not have the credible numbers for how many militants have been actually killed, because while Israel does have the population registry of every single Palestinian, so they know exactly who, and obviously the health ministry has released the names of every single person when they existed and weren't completely destroyed by Israel, by the way. Israel could cross-reference those numbers and be like, that's a terrorist, that's Hamas, that's Al-Qassam, that's fucking Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and yet they refuse to do so. The reason why they refuse to do so, in my opinion, is partially because they know that the enemy combatant to civilian percentages are unimaginably bad for Israel. Unimaginably. How do I know this? Because even the numbers they have released make them look like fucking monsters. Dude, sorry, chill. Honest question. Don't know shit about it. These guys both hate each other to death. It's fucked up both ways. Poorly worded and looks bad, but no harm meant. God, I love people coming in here and just being like, listen, dude, I just don't really understand this whole genocide situation. Seems like both of these guys hate each other. Yeah. Bro, I don't get it. I saw the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and I thought like, man, these Jews sure hate the Nazis, huh? It's crazy. What's up with that? You said yesterday the UK are bigger Israel dick riders. I really don't think we are. I hardly meet anyone here that doesn't support Palestine. He said chill because I said I hope I see him in GeoGuessr ranked. That's crazy.
Side of the Rafah crossing, following the announcement that the IDF was having targeted strikes against Hamas in eastern Rafah. Well, in the past few hours, the military have said that their forces were scanning the area after launching this ground and air operation in parts of eastern Rafah on Monday. This is, as we know, diplomatic efforts are continuing to try and achieve a new truce. Well, let's speak to Louise Wateridge from UNRWA, who joins me now from Rafah. Louise, welcome to you. Tell us what the situation is there right now where you are.
Yeah, things are very tense here in Rafah. The last 24 hours have been a complete roller coaster of emotion. Even the last few days, there was so much hope for a ceasefire. Anybody you speak to here, the last week, the last few months, every day, all they want to know is when there is a ceasefire coming. And it's what everybody's been hoping for. So to wake up yesterday morning to the devastating news that leaflets had been dropped and an evacuation order was in place, it really spread.
Do they want to push their problem to Egypt, then get worse from there? I think that if inevitably they will say a humanitarian corridor has been created to go into Egypt and like march them into the fucking into the desert. But before then, they're going to circle them around and cycle them in and out of kill zones, killing a bunch in the process, which is what they've been doing. The whole purpose of the occupation is to make it like impossible to survive it with unimaginable cruelty to varying degrees. In the West Bank, you obviously have the apartheid making the lives of everyday Palestinians like impossible. You know, a normal destination that would take you 25 minutes to get to on foot turns into a 6-hour process. That is a deliberate mechanism of the apartheid, right? And on the Gaza side, they're just thinning the herd, or in the terminology that the Israeli officials have used in the past is mowing the lawn, which is also, you know, quite similar to cutting the tall grass or cutting the tall trees, which was obviously the code that the Hutu extremists used over the radio to start the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. It's time to cut down the tall trees.
A lot of fear across the community. I'm currently in Western Rafah, but across Eastern Rafah, people started to move. But even outside my window, I was able to see people starting to take down their makeshift shelters, start to pack up and start to leave Rafah. So there's a lot of fear spreading. Throughout the day, you could see more and more people starting to move, starting to leave. And then last night, you know, out of seemingly nowhere, you know, for myself, the first I heard of it was screaming and cheering out of the window. I was completely overcome with emotion. Everyone around, you know, you could see women and children hugging each other, crying.
Do you think it's good if Egypt accepted it for money? No, I don't think the completion of the ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign is a good thing. I think the good thing would be for Israel to stop fucking killing Palestinians. That's what I think the good thing would be.
Families coming together, just this outpour of relief that people have held for so long at the hope of a potential ceasefire. And then today, this morning, very subdued, very quiet. As the day has gone on, I've seen again more and more vehicles move out of the Rafah area as people are packing up their things and leaving. So there is a sense of fear and chaos now. Obviously, this is a minute by minute, hour by hour situation developing. But clearly people are hearing the situation at the Rafah border crossing and now deciding to...
Hamas has been pushing for a permanent ceasefire deal since they took the hostages, right? Yes. Israel's been refusing this whole time, right? Yes. I'm not crazy, right? Yes.
To leave once again.
Obviously, you wouldn't be equipped with that knowledge if you almost exclusively watch the mainstream media coverage, where you know, the mainstream media coverage of this is basically has been the exact opposite of what is actually happening.
And tell us what the aid situation is like, because more aid had been getting in the past few weeks, hadn't it? What's the aid situation there now?
So there is now no aid entering the Gaza Strip. The Rafah crossing is the biggest and the only entry that UNRWA, the largest humanitarian agency here in Gaza, has been using. And now there is no aid able to get in. And in addition to that, there is also no fuel. So fuel is really what the agencies need to run this massive humanitarian operation across the Gaza Strip. Fuel is what's needed to run the trucks to get the aid to the people who need it. Fuel is needed in the generators to run the hospitals and health clinics that are remaining and not damaged and destroyed. So without this fuel and without these aid supplies, the aid operation here is simply going to ground to a halt.
What is the aid operation like at the moment?
We continue to do everything we can. Our colleagues are providing services. UNRWA runs health centers across the Gaza Strip. Even in North Gaza, we have some very heroic colleagues who have maintained running these health services throughout the war. So we do our best to provide these services and provide what aid we have. But it's very concerning to know that this border crossing is closed and that there is no foreseeable aid entering anytime soon.
OK, thank you very much for telling us about the situation where you are. Louise Wateridge from UNRWA, who is in Rafah. Thank you. Well, let's get more on this with our correspondent in Jerusalem, Yolande, now. Yolande, welcome to you. What are the authorities there saying about why they've closed the crossing or taken control of this crossing between Egypt and Rafah, and about the IDF operation in Rafah?
So the Israeli army...
Arab states could help people like Europe open borders for Ukrainians is just sad. No, dude. That's ridiculous. Half of the fucking Arab states in that region are already mostly fucking Palestinian at this point. What are you talking about? Like, there's a couple different reasons why that argument is idiotic, okay? There's a couple different reasons why that argument is idiotic. One, This is not an uncontrollable state actor that is perpetrating the ethnic cleansing campaign in the way that Russia has invaded Ukraine. Okay? Russia is a foreign adversary completely outside of our sphere of influence. There are pressure points that you can engage Russia on, but beyond that, Russia and its actions are completely removed from Western influence. Israel is doing this shit with our weapons. We're funding them directly, man. We're giving them the weapons to do this, okay? Congress secured $26 billion in renewed aid commitments to Israel, lethal aid, weapons. It's ridiculous. Our tax dollars are specifically and directly going to kill Palestinian children, okay? Instead of, even from the most selfish point of view, even if you don't give a single shit about dead Muslim babies, okay? You're like, they're Muslim, I don't care. It's like, dude, those bombs, the money going to build those bombs, the baby destroyer bombs, could be going to the fucking roads, could be going to the goddamn infrastructure, could be going to like harden your infrastructure so like wildfires don't happen, could be going to healthcare, could be going to education so you have better schooling for our future generations. It could be going to help solve the homelessness crisis in the United States of America. We have fucking bridges collapsing every goddamn place in this country. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any fucking sense. That's why I'm saying it's like there is an argument to be made for every single American. There is a convincing argument here to cut this shit out with Israel for every single American. Every single one. Wouldn't that just achieve Israel's goal of removing the majority of Palestinians from the West Bank and elsewhere? Would be totally counterproductive and just assist them in pushing Palestinians out by offering an alternative that Israel can point to, as it already does with the refugees in Jordan and Lebanon? Exactly. That is precisely the reason why it's a ridiculous idea. Oh, dude, why don't they just like fuck off and leave? Well, many don't want to. And then they get called Hamas for staying behind because they want to fucking protect their homes. They want to make sure that they're already in Gaza because they're internally displaced refugees. Their villages are a couple miles down the fucking road on the other side of the borders. Okay? It's their fucking land. The idea that like the best possible solution here is a final solution where instead of Israel directly killing them, they get to go and live in the goddamn desert in Egypt is ridiculous.
Army has put out footage that shows these Israeli tanks rolling into this key crossing, the Rafah crossing between.
This is also besides the point because Israel so far has not even allowed people to leave, with the exception of 100,000 Palestinians that they've allowed to evacuate Gaza through the Rafah crossing.
Gaza and Egypt. It says it's taken operational control there, and it's dealing, it says, with Hamas terrorist infrastructure, to use its language, in that area. It says it's killed 20 Hamas terrorists overnight, and that it has also found 3 tunnel shafts, and it's linking operations around this part of Rafah to the rocket fire that it says came from this area fired by Hamas on Sunday, which killed 4 Israeli soldiers close to the Kerem Shalom crossing, leading to the closure of that important crossing in the south of the Gaza Strip as well. Now, at the moment, when we're taking briefings from the Israeli military, they're stressing that this is a very precise, it's a limited operation. They're not putting a time frame on it. They said, too, that they are working to reopen the Kerem Shalom crossing as security allows.
And tell us more about this potential ceasefire deal, which Hamas said it supports. Israel says it goes a long way from meeting its demands. We understand that unofficial talks are still going to take place today in Cairo. What more do we know about that?
Well, at the moment, this ceasefire deal is really hanging in the balance because of the different positions. We had, that declaration from Hamas that was quite dramatic, saying it agreed to what the mediators had proposed. Israel coming out quickly and denying that this was the proposal that it had signed up to, saying that there were differences from its core demands. But we also have had, confusingly, some officials coming out and saying, no, this is actually very similar to the proposal that was put forward by Israel itself at the end of last month. It does seem really that the fundamental difficulty for Israel is signing up to any kind of phased deal of a ceasefire and hostage release that will ultimately lead to.
The reason why they rarely ever detail what the conditions are that Hamas has agreed to, that Israel has not agreed to, is because if they were to detail such things, it would make Israel look really fucking bad. Okay? Because as is the case with the so-called peace process, the bullshit peace process, where Israel claimed for years and years, and American media also obviously defended Israel's false claims for years and years that they had no partner in peace amongst the Palestinian population, okay? They always are resistant to making deals that everyone would recognize as like just. It's much easier to just never really talk about the details of any of these peace negotiations or any of the ceasefire negotiations and simply just say, Hamas is saying no to it. And it's like, but what is Israel saying? Israel is saying, we don't really give a fuck about the peace process. We're just not going to stop killing you. Once we extract the hostages, we're going to keep bombing you anyway. As a matter of fact, we're going to keep bombing you with the hostages. We don't give a fuck about the hostages. Fuck the hostages. We just want to kill you. We want to kill you over and over again. That's what Israel keeps saying. And the media plays this song and dance. The media plays this song and dance, making it seem as though the situation on the ground and the Israeli opinions are something different than what they are openly communicating to everyone that is interested in hearing what their desires are. That's what's so crazy about it. American media is like, Israel is trying to put together favorable deals, favorable conditions for a ceasefire, and Hamas seemingly keeps throwing that aside, keeps casting it aside. State Department said Hamas made edits, so it wasn't the real agreement. I know. Ironic because the fucking CIA was involved in the deal-making process. But of course, as always, they turn around and say, no, actually, never mind. It was actually the Hamas guys that changed the terms and conditions of the agreement without ever talking about what the terms of the agreement are. It's ridiculous. It's always ridiculous, dude. You hear what Anthony Blinken says in public. Every time there's a camera on him, he openly will state that it is actually Israel that's bringing forward perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable conditions. What are those conditions? Give us the hostages and we're going to kill you. As a matter of fact, fuck the hostages. We're going to kill you anyway, and we'll kill the hostages. That's literally what Israel has been saying since October 7th. That's what Israel's been saying since October 7th, and that's what Israel's been doing since October 7th. Also, yeah, I can't wait for this. Mehdi Hasan went on Abby Phillips to fucking absolutely eviscerate Frankenstein's monster, John Kunkunkrius, my favorite demon, senior fellow at the FDD, by the way, obviously, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, one of the fucking most rabid think tanks out there. And also the former IDF spokesperson. I guess he unloaded too hard, so they fucking took him out. But before we do that, let's listen to President Biden's speech on anti-Semitism. Biden speaks on anti-Semitism at the Holocaust Remembrance Ceremony. Now, obviously, never miss a good opportunity to fucking defend Israel and say that all of Israel's haters are anti-Semites, even in memoriam of the fucking Holocaust, okay? Which is so goddamn gross. Straight up, I'll say it. It is so unimaginably gross, where the parallels do not benefit Israel in this argument, okay? The parallels do not benefit Israel in this argument at all, considering that Israel is infinitely closer to Nazi Germany, both in its nationalistic mythos, both in its nationalistic fervor, and its ethnic cleansing campaign, its deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign that it's currently conducting over a population that it has imprisoned in perpetuity. But of course, he's going to turn around and be like, well, the Holocaust happened, and the Holocaust would happen again if Israel didn't do its own version of the Holocaust to the fucking Palestinian population. Not to the same degree as the Holocaust, of course, but maybe one day, who knows?
Thank you, Zen. Please. Thank you, Stu Eisenstadt, for that introduction, for your leadership in the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
It's wild considering that there are so many Holocaust survivors in the United States of America that have openly put their fucking bodies on the line, both historically been critical of Israel's actions and are still doing that now, by the way. So honoring their legacy is something that Biden could do, but of course he won't do that because he's a fucking rabid Zionist.
True scholar and statesman and a dear friend. Speaker Johnson, Leader Jeffries, members of Congress, and especially the survivors of the Holocaust. My mother here, she looked at you and said, God love you all. God love you all. Abe Foxman and all other survivors who embody absolute courage and dignity and grace are here as well. During these sacred days of remembrance, we grieve, we give voice to the 6 million Jews who were systematically targeted and murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators during World War II. We honor the memory of victims, the pain of survivors, the bravery of heroes who stood up to Hitler's unspeakable evil, and we recommit to heading and heeding the lessons that one of the darkest chapters.
No, you didn't. You're not learning the lessons of the Holocaust at all. You are currently participating in your version of an ethnic cleansing campaign, and you have been funding and facilitating it and defending it and routinely egging it on and also offering political cover. So no, you didn't learn the lessons at all from the fucking Holocaust, dipshit. Jesus Christ, dude. The weaponization is so unimaginably cruel. It's so fucked up. It is so fucked up, dude. Nothing else to say about it.
In human history to revitalize and realize the responsibility of never again. Never again, simply translated for me, means never forget. Never forget.
Wait, what? Never again simply translates for me, never forget? No, dude. Never again means never again, as in no more genocide, okay, across the board. Never again doesn't mean only remember the Holocaust and also all of the other ethnic cleansing campaigns that are occurring around the world currently, and one, that Israel is doing themselves, is actually perfectly valid. Only remember the Holocaust. He mixed it up with 9/11.
Never forgetting means we must keep telling the story. We must keep teaching the truth. We must keep teaching our children and our grandchildren. And the truth is, we're at risk of people not knowing the truth. That's why growing up, my dad taught me and my siblings about the horrors of the Shoah at our family dinner table. That's why I visited Yad Vashem with my family as a senator, as vice president, as president. And that's why I took my grandchildren to Dachau so they could see and bear witness to the perils of indifference, the complicity of silence in the face of evil that they knew was happening. Germany, 1933. Hitler and his Nazi party rise to power by rekindling one of the world's oldest forms of prejudice and hate, anti-Semitism. His rule didn't begin with mass murder. It started slowly across economic.
I have a controversial take on this. I think that saying true things about the Holocaust in an effort to defend Israel now is almost fucking worse than Nazis who deliberately deny it. because then you are casting doubt on the minds of people who don't know that, like, that this shit is in their eyes only used as a weapon, to cynically defend Israel's current actions. It is so gross. It is so indefensible. And this is precisely how you create more anti-Semitism. It's so fucked up, dude. This is something I think Brace and Liz were talking about on their TrueAnon episode about the anti-Semitism bill and the IHRA definition, where Liz brought up a really good point, where she said, like, an entire generation, what will happen to an entire generation who now only learn about the Holocaust as and see it from the framework of, like, why Israel has to be doing a genocide right now? Like, what will happen? What will happen to those people? How will they learn? How will they see this as anything but a cynical way in which Israel is defending their own ethnic cleansing campaign? It is very dangerous. It's very dangerous to think of.
Political, social, and cultural life. Propaganda demonizing Jews. Boycotts of Jewish businesses. Synagogues defaced with swastikas. Harassment of Jews in the street. And the
Careful about this when reading it, but there are Palestinians that don't believe it happened because Israel lies about so much they think that it's just used to kill them. I mean, yeah, that's how you breed fucking anti-Semitism. That's how you develop anti-Semitism, by associating the actions of the Israeli state with Jews in general. This is, of course, not normal or permissible or good. I'm saying that it is objectively bad. That is my argument. My argument is that it is incredibly damaging. And I think that because we are so warped by short-term thinking and short-term goals, that we unironically never consider the long-term consequences of this. Okay?
Goals. Anti-Semitic demonstrations, pogroms, organized riots. With the indifference of the world, Hitler knew he could expand his reign of terror by eliminating Jews from Germany, to annihilate Jews across Europe through genocide, the Nazis called the final solution. Concentration camps.
Oh, wonderful. Tomorrow was supposed to be the deadline for the report on whether Israel has violated U.S. and international humanitarian law during the war in Gaza, and it's apparently been delayed indefinitely. Oh, that's cool, man. One could say that Zionism helps anti-Semitism more than it helps Jewish people. Of course. I mean, I have been saying that. I am the one who has been saying that. Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic because it fucking singles out Jewish people as monolithic and only allows discourse within the acceptable confines of Israel being a Jewish ethno-state. It literally does not allow any kind of criticism beyond that. If you say Israel cannot be a democracy as it maintains an ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state, okay, with demographic concerns that must maintain an apartheid regime on occupied territory, all of a sudden, that's completely outside of the boundaries of, like, permissible discourse, which is immediately declared anti-Semitic. Breaking. Biden admin will use Homeland Security as well as other federal agencies and local agencies and partnerships with schools to fight anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. That's awesome. That's great, man. Thank you. This definitely, this surely will not have horrifying repercussions. I like that we've substituted McCarthyism now and repackaged it in this way. Multiple journalists asked during the State Department briefing today about the report, and they said it could still come out tomorrow or have a slight delay. It's fucking gross.
Gas chambers, mass shootings. By the time the war ended, 6 million Jews, 1 out of every 3 Jews in the entire world, were murdered. This ancient hatred of Jews didn't begin with the Holocaust. It didn't end with the Holocaust either, or even after our victory in World War II. This hatred continues to lie deep in the hearts of too many people in the world, and requires our continued vigilance.
This is what it's like, why are you supporting anti-Semitism? No, I'm supporting the top of the hour ad break debates getting better, okay? That's what I'm supporting. I'm supporting the chat. Every moment that you send me the shittiest bait possible, I'm supporting the chat getting better. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and some of you think that you can bait me in this regard. And honestly, I support chat getting better. That's why I deflect away. That's why I parry. That's why I riposte. Okay? And that's why I serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, demanding that you get better. Better baits. Something that makes me go, God damn, you got me. Okay? I'm like Neo in the Matrix, dude, the way I'm fucking dodging those goddamn ad break debates that come at the top of every hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, by the way, like I said, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And outspokenness. That hatred was brought to life on October 7th in 2023.
Worth noting that for those who don't know, the Second Lebanon War on August 11, 2006, hours after the UNSC unanimously passed Resolution 1701, calling for an immediate ceasefire, which Hezbollah accepted, Israel launched a broad offensive trying to push Hezbollah out of the south. It was a massive failure on all fronts, and 2 days later, Israel accepted the resolution ending the war. Definitely not saying the same will happen here, but you can see the parallels. Yeah, like, even what Israel did with Iran is like a fucking petulant child. You know what I mean? Trying to get the last word. Like, you demand your kid in the back seat stop kicking the fucking seat, and then he just like, he stops, but he still does like one little baby kick right before he stops in tears. It's so like, it's so stupid. It's just an entire nation brain broken by constantly trying to posture as a mighty force. That like it sometimes does operate like a child having a temper tantrum. It's so crazy.
On a sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people, babies.
Without understanding, what would you do if you were born Israeli? Brother, it's super simple. Like we are all obviously genuinely brain broken by the consistent propaganda that we're fed. Okay? Americans have white supremacy to contend with. Americans have our own version of the indigenous genocide and chattel slavery and its consistent defense to deal with. What I do here is basically try to, rewrite people's programming to the best of my ability on all of those fronts. And it's the same for the Jews living in Israel that have learned about Zionism being an epic myth that they need to carry on. Israel has to be strong. Israel's in a bad neighborhood. You just have to look at all of the cruelty and try to address it and try to understand that it is, being done to women and children, men, all of these people that have the exact same interest that you do, right? If you are a Jewish person growing up in Israel, you have so many different ways of meeting this reality. You have so many different ways of seeing it. I mean, there's anti-Zionist Jews in here that are in Israel that could probably speak to that a little bit better. I don't know what they're like, what their understanding and how their understanding changed over the course of many years. But ultimately, you know, if you can unlearn transphobia and racism, then yes, Israelis can also unlearn their rabid support for Zionism and the way that they see the Palestinians as like a blight that must be removed, and move away from that and recognize that they are also human beings with dreams, with goals, that deserve a life of dignity, that yearn for emancipation, just like we all do. The United States plays a bigger role in perpetuating Zionism than Israelis subject to endless propaganda. No, United States plays a bigger role in perpetuating Zionism globally, and they are the most important power player here. But obviously, Zionist propaganda is the starting point and the end point in Israel. There's nothing else. Like, it's baked into the nation state's development.
Parents, grandparents, slaughtered in their kibbutz, massacred at a music festival, brutally raped, mutilated, and sexually assaulted. Thousands more.
Dude, bringing October 7 up during the fucking remembrance of the Shoah is just so nutty, especially considering that like the atrocities that occurred on October 7 did not happen in a fucking vacuum, and there is a parallel that you can literally draw to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Like, this is not exactly a controversial opinion either, by the way. What's his name? Amichai Alom, the former Shin Bet, the former head of Shin Bet, Israel's interior security guy, openly has said, alongside many other former Israeli and current Israeli leaders that are in positions of power, that like they too, Ami Ayalon, Ami Ayalon said that of course they would join Hamas. If they were on the other side of that fucking border wall, they would be participating in October 7th. Of course, they're like, yeah, well, why the fuck wouldn't we? Are you kidding me? Yeah, of course. I want freedom. I want emancipation. No matter the cost. October 7 itself is already an act of desperation. Ehud Barak once said, yeah, if I were a Palestinian of the right age, I would join at some point one of the terrorist groups. Yep. The reason why I always factor in the second part of this equation, because like the number one motivator, obviously, the number one motivator for people getting on board with the Israeli ethnic cleansing project is Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment, right? They're enemies. They're truly evil. They're scary. However, there's another sentiment oftentimes expressed by those in positions of power in Israel, and that is might is right politics. They literally see it as like game recognized game. It's like distorted and fucked up. But they actually see it as like, yeah, no, we are doing this to them because they would do it to us if they had the power. So it's perfectly righteous for us to do this to them. Now, obviously, there's no proof that they would do the same things to Israel if they had the capabilities, right? No proof whatsoever. But that's where that might is right attitude comes from. And that's why you hear so many people, including Ehud Barak, including Ami Ayalon, openly state that they would join Hamas or one of the many different resistance groups if they were on the other side of the fucking border wall.
Carrying wounds, bullets and shrapnel from the memory of that terrible day they endured. Hundreds taken hostage, including survivors of the Shoah. Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later, and people are already forgetting. They're already forgetting.
Dude, you can't think like this. I mean, you can't be saying this shit unless you literally just think that, like, only Jews are human in that region. Like, anyone who's not Jewish is just not human and deserves whatever the fuck Israel is doing. Like, the only people that Biden sees as real human beings is Israelis, okay? Sometimes the Bedouin, but like mostly just Israeli Jews for the most part. That's it. Like, what do you mean people are forgetting? No, dog, people aren't forgetting. People never had an opportunity to grieve, okay? There are anti-Zionist Jews, both in Israel and also all around the fucking world, who lost friends, family members, people that they love that are fucking captured and stuck in Gaza. They didn't have a moment to breathe. They didn't have a moment to grieve. Why? Because Israel immediately was like, oh, hell yeah, let's fucking go, dog. Oh, we were waiting for this goddamn moment, and immediately started doing an October 7 pretty much every fucking day for the past 7 months. It's fucking bullshit. The idea that, like, people forgot about October 7, they need to be reminded every fucking day, is so ridiculous. What Israel's doing on October 7 every fucking day since October 7. Jesus Christ, dude. It's been 7.5 fucking months of nonstop bombing and ethnic cleansing, and this fucking wrinkled ballsack is still over here talking about October 7. Remember October 7, though? Remember October 7? You cannot personally fucking believe that this is a valid thing to say here unless you just legitimately don't think that Palestinians are human beings. You just don't think that they're human beings at all. You think that they are deserving of the ethnic cleansing. It's crazy. And most people don't feel that way. Even Islamophobic people don't feel that way because they look and they go, okay, dude, like, I was with it until we hit the 15,000 child murder mark. You know what I mean? And now I feel like it's a little bridge too far. Many people go, I was with it when you killed 200 humanitarian aid workers, but when you killed 7 white humanitarian aid workers that are from my neighborhood or from my country, then I was like, okay, it's a bridge too far. Perhaps that's the reason why people have forgotten about October 7, despite your obvious attempts to consistently weaponize it alongside the fucking Holocaust to justify Israel's actions. Holy fuck. Mathematically, I don't think that's true, but I get what you're trying to say. Yes, I don't think, yes, Israel has not killed 1,200 people every day since October 7. Obviously.
That Hamas unleashed this terror.
I gotta pee.
It was Hamas that brutalized Israelis. It was Hamas who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you, and we will not forget. And as Jews around the world still cope with the atrocities and trauma of that day and its aftermath, we've seen a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. Vicious propaganda on social media. Jews forced to keep their hide, their keepers under baseball hats, tuck their Jewish stars into their shirts. On college campuses, Jewish students blocked, harassed, attacked while walking to class. Anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic posters, slogans calling for the annihilation of Israel, the world's only Jewish state. Too many people denying, downplaying, rationalizing, ignoring the horrors of the Holocaust. And October 7th, including Hamas's appalling use of sexual violence to torture and terrorize Jews. It's absolutely despicable, and it must stop. Silence. Silence and denial can hide much, but it can erase nothing. Some injustices are so heinous, so horrific, so grievous, they cannot be buried, no matter how hard people try. In my view, a major lesson of the Holocaust is, as mentioned earlier, was not inevitable. We know hate never goes away, it only hides. And given a little oxygen, it comes out from under the rocks. But we also know what stops hate. One thing, all of us. The late Rabbi Jonathan Sachs described anti-Semitism as a virus that has survived and mutated over time. Together, we cannot continue to let that happen. We have to remember our basic principles as a nation. We have an obligation. We have an obligation to learn the lessons of history so we don't surrender our future to the horrors of the past. We must give hate no safe harbor against anyone. Anyone. From the very founding, our very founding, Jewish Americans, who represent only about 2% of the U.S. population, have helped lead the cause of freedom for everyone in our nation. From that experience, we know scapegoating and demonizing any minority is a threat to every minority and the very foundation of our democracy. So in moments like this, we have to put these principles that we're talking about into action. I understand people have strong beliefs and deep convictions about the world. In America, we respect and protect the fundamental right to free speech, to debate and disagree, to protest peacefully and make our voices heard. I understand that's America, but there is no place on any campus in America, any place in America, for anti-Semitism or hate speech or threats of violence of any kind.
That's awesome. Yeah, you can protest. It's just not against Israel. Okay, you understand? We've decided arbitrarily that saying Israel's doing a genocide is anti-Semitic. We've decided arbitrarily in the most anti-Semitic way possible that like Israel represents the international Jewry and its opinion across the board and its best interests across the board. We've decided arbitrarily that all Jews defend Israel unconditionally across the board, and therefore any criticism of Israel is actually akin to criticizing Jewish people. Not even criticizing Jewish people, but instead actually just saying anti-Semitic shit. You said Israel isn't doing it on October 7th every day, but I ran the numbers based on Israel and Gaza's populations. 40K killed in the last 213 days. Israel is doing 78% of an October 7 every day per capita. Jesus. Yeah. Turning the whole dual loyalty trope on his head, fucking libs, man. It's ironic because he's more fucking loyal to Israel than American Jews are. There's a shit ton of American Jews that are getting arrested by this fucking asshole right now. That's the funniest part. Well, I guess not that funny, but it is hilarious in a very dark way that like he has a higher level of loyalty to Israel than almost every single Jewish person under the age of 35, okay? Like 100%. It's insane. He's literally over here advocating to fucking arrest young Jews. Having a fucking dude having a Catholic dipshit that's 800 fucking years old talk about the Holocaust on these conditions and on these terms, while simultaneously demanding that like young Jews on college campuses that dared defy American interests in the region and speak out against Israel be arrested violently is insane. You got Holocaust survivors that fucking protest this shit. That's right, Jack. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. And if you don't love Israel, then you're not a Jew. I'm the real black guy here, all right? And just like I'm the real Jew. Joe Biden. Damn, Time Without an OEO got clapped. To be honest, I don't know how you can deprogram Israelis. I can't help but think there's a long conversation I had with my centrist dad years ago. For 2 hours or so, I explained to him down to the minutiae, the ethnic cleansing and apartheid in the West Bank. At the end, he just said, okay, sure. But then maybe they shouldn't be there, question mark. Endless layers of mythology let you avoid questioning Zionism, but beneath it all, it's still there nonetheless. Listen, fat. I don't know why I can't untime you out. Oh, never mind. You are untimed out. Okay. Biden said never again means I'll buy the next round. Yeah. Do you think Bernie was the closest possibility to at least a decent president? I mean, it doesn't matter. This is... I don't think that there is like a actual way to remove American interest in American imperialism. Like there's just, I don't know. The least you can do is try to do your very best and just hope it inevitably succumbs under its own weight of its own contradictions. There's like, I don't think there's a singular force that can like single-handedly destroy American empire.
Whether against Jews or anyone else. Violent attacks.
Well, not Palestinians, though. They had it coming.
Destroying property is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. And we are not a lawless country. We're a civil society. We uphold the rule of law. And no one should have to hide or be brave just to be themselves. To the Jewish community, I want you to know, I see your fear, your hurt, and your pain. Let me reassure you, as your president, you're not alone. You belong. You always have and you always will. And my commitment to the safety of the Jewish people, the security...
I mean, you literally said a couple months ago that if Israel didn't exist, no Jew would be safe around the world. As the president of a country that has historically defended Jewish people, well, sometimes did some really fucked up shit to Jewish people as well, especially like telling a bunch of Jewish refugees to fuck off and send their asses back to the Holocaust, you know. But at least now, a country where almost as many Jews as Israel live in, you are the president of said nation, the largest Jewish diaspora, the largest Jewish nation, okay? The nation with the highest population of Jewish people in it, and you're over here being like, yeah, they are not safe. I can't keep them safe. I can't keep you safe. I'll try my best, but I can't do it. Only Israel. Just such an insane fucking thing to say.
Of Israel and its right to exist as an independent Jewish state is ironclad, even when we disagree. My administration is working around the clock to free remaining hostages.
Second thought is a one.
Just so we have freed hostages already.
Wait, really? Are you? Because it seems to me like Netanyahu is not in any way, shape, or form interested in that.
And will not rest until we bring them all home. My administration, with our second gentleman's leadership, has launched our nation's first national strategy to counter anti-Semitism that's mobilizing the full force of the federal government to protect Jewish communities. But we know this is not the work of government alone or Jews alone. That's why I'm calling on all Americans to stand united against anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms. My dear friend, and he became a friend, the late Elie Wiesel said, quote, "One person of integrity can make a difference." We have to remember that, now more than ever. Here in Emancipation Hall, the U.S. Capitol, among the towering statues of history, is a bronze bust of Raoul Wallenberg. Born in Sweden as a Lutheran, he was a businessman and a diplomat. While stationed in Hungary during World War II, he used diplomatic cover to hide and rescue about 100,000 Jews over a 6-month period. Among them was a 16-year-old Jewish boy who escaped a Nazi labor camp. After the war ended, that boy received a scholarship from the Hillel Foundation to study in America. He came to New York City penniless, but determined to turn his pain into purpose, along with his wife, also a Holocaust survivor.
The Elie Wiesel, the Elie Wiesel mention here is important because Elie Wiesel does not give a shit about Palestinians, as far as I understand. Yeah. That's why the Elie Wiesel mention is like there's plenty of Holocaust survivors who are important, who are scholars, doctors, leaders that he could pick from that would not have had the same attitude. Üçte. Sadece şey ama Çin.
Survivor. He became a renowned economist and foreign policy thinker, eventually making his way to this very Capitol on the staff of a first-term senator. That Jewish refugee was Tom Lantos, and that senator was me. Tom and his wife Annette and their family became dear friends to me and my family. Tom would go on to become the only Holocaust survivor ever elected to Congress.
Take the example of the Nakba. For us, a clear conclusion of Zionism is ethno-nationalism. For Israelis, well, they were actually all economic immigrants from Egypt. No. Well, they were told to leave by Arab countries. No. Well, they left on their own. See how you avoid questioning Zionism? Even if you deprogram all of that, you'll usually just come out with an Israeli who acknowledges ethnic cleansing and thinks it's good. It's a struggle. Yeah, the Benny Morris conundrum. Having the full knowledge of like the Nakba and all of the actions that took place and then saying we had no other option and it was actually good. Yeah. You literally describe Benny Morris at that point, who still unironically says shit like, well, you know, the conniving nature of the Arab. Remember the Lex Fridman conversation between Norm Finkelstein, Bonarelli, and Benny Morris, where Benny Morris literally said that the UN official that was questioning Israel was a Syrian. Like, he thought that was a solid fucking counter. He said Syrians cannot be trusted. That is like an academic. That's straight up. I think it's a perfect demonstration of what happens when you are whipped up in a frenzy by nationalistic fervor. You know what I mean? Where obviously your value system is broken because nationalism is so powerful inside of your mind that you just openly say unacademic things, like things that you should normally be against. The idea that like a Syrian cannot be trusted in a position of power. And to be fair, I've spoken to some of the Israeli chatters here who you turned into anti-Zionists, and that made me really happy, but it's so difficult for the vast majority of Israelis. That's crazy that I've been able to change Israeli chatters' minds. That actually is wild.
Or became a leading voice on civil rights and human rights around the world.
Bro, don't repeat that. They're going to fucking come storm my house like the Al Jazeera facilities. You know what I mean? Like American Jewish chatters, I get. I can understand how I would be able to change their perspective. But, you know, Israeli chatters, that's crazy.
World. Tom never met Raoul, who was taken prisoner by the Soviets, never to be heard from again. But through Tom's efforts, Raoul's bust is here in the Capitol. He was also given honorary U.S. citizenship, only the second person ever after Winston Churchill. The Holocaust Museum here in Washington is located in the Raoul.
Bro, I love that this chatter just said, I love that this other chatter, our Israeli chatter just said, you've actually changed. I've spoken to a lot of Israeli Jews whose mind you've changed and convinced into anti-Zionism. And this guy went, stop giving airtime to these idiots and take action that could potentially make a difference. What's his attitude on this? Get your chat to share Macklemore Hins Hall music video. I'm begging you. Less talk, more action. Hey, Hasan, I know you're currently covering the at least hypocrisy in the American argument of tying the actions of Israel to the Holocaust, tying the actions of Israel to Judaism as a whole and how anti-Semitic that is, and doing that, right? I know that you're doing that currently, but you should instead share this Macklemore music video. He's not trolling. This is a 45-year-old man. Your heart is in the right place, but no, I think that sharing the Macklemore music video is not going to be as important as like covering this issue for the past 7.5 fucking months and tackling every avenue. Why he is not boycotting? I don't know what you're talking about. He's wholesome in a funny way. I know. I'm not yelling at them.
A road in Raoul's name. The story of the...
Why are you hating on the song so much? Because a lot of no need to try and attack me for saying something. No, I'm just laughing, man. I think it's cute that your heart is in the right place, as we acknowledged. It's just funny to think that like me addressing Joe Biden's like utilization, cynical weaponization of the Holocaust to defend Israel's current genocidal actions is less important than fucking sharing Macklemore's already viral pro-Palestinian song. And no, he's not cashing on some easy dollars. That's actually fucked up. He literally is donating all the proceedings of the song to UNRWA. So that's not true either. I think Macklemore is a good person. I think Macklemore is doing a good thing. I think that it's great that he made a song. I just think it's kind of cringe. That's it. He's just cringe. That's it. That's all it is. That's all my my gripe with this situation is. It's cringe. Is it? Like a lot of activist rap in that regard oftentimes becomes cringe. Kendrick Lamar actually is surprisingly not in that category, despite talking on intergenerational black trauma and many other issues that pertain to the black community and whatnot. Is it cringe because it's Macklemore, or is it just the song? A bit of both.
Power of a single person to put aside our differences, to see our common humanity, to stand up to hate and its ancient story of resilience from immense pain, persecution, to find hope, purpose, and meaning in life. We try to live and...
Come on, bro. You cannot compare Fortunate Son to Hind Hall. That's insane. Like, that is insane. Fortunate Son being an anti-war song, anti-Vietnam War song. Like, Fortunate Son's a fucking bop. It is a classic. It is a phenomenal work of art. It's not like, leftist Lin-Manuel Miranda. But like I said, it's good. It's good overall. I have no issues with it. It's wonderful. It's great. Fortunate Son sucks. I don't care. That's crazy. Okay, there's a lot of terrible takes flying in the chat. I don't want to come across like I'm antagonistic to Macklemore. I'm not. I think it's wonderful that he made a pro-Palestinian song. I really do. I think it's awesome. And plenty of people already love it. It's like popping off on TikTok. People are sharing it. People love it. People enjoy it. And it's great. I'm glad that they are. Let's continue.
Share with one another. That story endures. Let me close with this. I know these days of remembrance fall on difficult times. We all do well to remember. These days also fall during the month we celebrate Jewish American heritage. A heritage that stretches from our earliest days to enrich every single part of American life today. Great American, great Jewish American, named Tom Lantos used the phrase, "The veneer of civilization is paper thin." We are its guardians, and we can never rest. My fellow Americans, we must be those guardians. We must never rest. We must rise against hate, meet across the divide, see our common humanity, and God bless the victims and survivors of Shoah. May the resilient hearts, the courageous spirit, and the eternal flame of faith of the Jewish people forever shine their light on America and around the world. Pray God. Thank you all.
President Biden delivering a major speech on anti-Semitism, talking about the lessons of history that those...
Yeah. Do you think Joe's foreign policy of Israel gives him what? Points or seals the deal for re-election? No, I think it actually hurts. I think this is a tide shift. This is a overall tide shift in American politics where we're just completely dropping anyone under the age of 35 and their prospects of ever voting. Like, we're just literally saying, yeah, listen, the boomers are still maintaining the majority of wealth in this country. They have the majority of power in this country. So we only care about what they have to say in terms of voting. if you are literally fucking 40 years old, if you're an elderly millennial, like maybe we'll give somewhat of a shit about Gen Xers, but if you're a fucking elderly millennial and you know, below, you're cooked. You might as well eat shit and fucking die. We don't give a shit. We will never do anything that actually is beneficial to you. We do not care about your votes. Eat shit and die. Fucking die. Literally, I don't care. No matter what happens to you, I do not give a fuck. Like, he just cares about the suburbs. The suburbs gave him the victory over Donald Trump last time. And I think it's a severe miscalculation. And I think it spells trouble for the future of this country and the future of politics in this country. And that's where we're at right now. Why you are not boycotting? What am I boycotting? Why he is not boycotting? Why he is not boycotting though? Why you are not boycotting? What am I boycotting? What the fuck are you saying?
Those who are forgetting the lessons of the Holocaust, but of more recent history. Those who may be forgetting the lessons of October 7th and talking about Hamas as the aggressor in that attack. Also, the president talking about what we've seen on college campuses, the free speech, but also those who would utter threatening or harassing language toward Jewish students in some of those instances. We want to go straight to our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, how long has this speech been coming?
Hi there, Lester. Well, what stuck out to me is what you mentioned, that the president really trying to draw the parallels here between the atrocities of the Holocaust and the horrors that unfolded.
America has now zero soft power in the Middle East. That's not true at all. An entire generation of Arabs have been severely radicalized. The American empire is slowly dying worldwide. I don't think that America has zero soft power in the Middle East. America still has all the fucking power in the Middle East. They literally could have personally just said, Israel, shut the fuck up. Stop it. Right now. Israel, stop it tomorrow on October 8th. And they would have shut this shit down. Okay? As far as the way it seems to the rest of the world, though, you're not wrong. It does seem like America can't rein in its fucking rabid attack dog. Anyway, yeah, it was phenomenal stuff. Biden says Hamas is motivated by ancient desires to eliminate Jews, talks about a ferocious surge of anti-Semitism, links to the college campuses, says Jews are being forced to hide their kippahs and Jewish stars, repeats the mass sexual violence hoax directed by Hamas. Biden claims the protests are anti-Semitic and using hate speech and violence, and says property destruction is not peaceful protest, even though fucking property destruction did not actually happen in the hands of the student protesters, but instead of those who came after. Nazla the Savior, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. This being the president always fucks me up. How is the most immoral and incapable people leading the most powerful nation? Yeah, all morning Joe talking points. Surprising. It's not. Also, apparently, a Zionist driver tried to run down peaceful pro-Palestine demonstration in Manhattan Street. Columbia University students picketed outside the trustee homes in protest of Columbia's complicity in genocide. 19th Precinct NYPD CO Neil W. Zuber immediately arrested and started screaming at one of the picketers who was next to the car. Kahane on the other. Wait, what? Kahane? Oh my God. Wait, this is some JDL shit. This is Jewish Defense League. That's like, wait, what? Whoa, hold on. That's a fucking terrorist, dude. Yes, they are related. Oh my God. Brother, are you fucking serious? Update, attacker is Reuven Kahane. Kahan. He circled on foot multiple times before getting in his car and driving into them on purpose, per the witness. That if that last name sounds familiar, it's because Kahanism, a racist, extremist, supremacist ideology. Unclear if this Kahan is related. Bro. Political violence on our own soil for another country. Wow, good shit. To be fair, Mayor Kahan is an American psychopath, an American freak, and did terrorism on Israeli soil while on Palestinian soil. So, you know, apple doesn't fall too far from that fucking tree. That inbred fucking tree, piece of shit. I mean, these guys, for the record, these guys literally just like the most extreme version of Jewish Nazism, okay? Straight up. They are literal terrorists, okay? Like designated, when I say terrorists, I mean like designated as Jewish supremacist terrorists by the American State Department and the Israeli one, okay? Like, imagine how fucking unhinged you have to be that even the government doing ethnic cleansing is like, yeah, that's a bridge too far for us. Yeah, Alex Ode, a Palestinian Christian, was also killed by the JDL in California too, and the murder is still unsolved. Per witnesses, Kahan drove up to the picketers as they were marching from one of the trustees' house and asked for a flyer from his vehicle, a Volvo. When someone reached out to give him one, he grabbed their arm. He then circled the block, veered towards the sidewalk before driving into the march. A de-escalator who was providing safety support to the student picketers at the back of the march put her hands up to indicate Kahan to wait. He drove into her. Another de-escalator sat in front of the vehicle to force it to stop. Students moved onto the sidewalk. More extreme than Ben-Gvir. Brother, Ben-Gvir literally was not allowed to serve in the IDF because of his Kahanist beliefs. He also had a photo of not Mayor Kahan, but who's like he's a rabid follower of Kahanist. It was Baruch Goldstein that he had a photo of. Yeah, Baruch Goldstein, who was a Kahanist American who went to fucking Israel to do terrorism. I did not know that. Thank you for the info. Yes. And yeah, he was a part of the cock party when he was young. Dude, all of this shit does not get a fucking fraction of the media coverage. Palestinian students, Palestinian American students will get shot. Palestinian babies will get stabbed to fucking death by their psychopathic landlords. Pro-Palestinian protesters get fucking, they withstand acts of terrorism, and it doesn't get a fraction of the fucking coverage that New York Post delivers and Barry Weiss delivers to one Zionist freak who claimed that she got stabbed in the fucking eye. Baba? Bana bir şey mi dedin? Oh, okay. The best response to this crap is a 10-minute John Oliver segment on student protests from this week. Does anyone have the rip on it? I want to watch it before. I want to watch that before we move away from this. Oh, that's great. The White House thinks that the Israeli operation to capture the Rafah crossing doesn't cross President Biden's red line. That could lead to a shift in U.S. policy towards the Gaza war. But this could change if the operation broadens, 2 U.S. officials told me. Yeah, of course it doesn't cross his red line. He has no red lines. How worried do we have to be in Canada and North America if this won't start happening in the U.S.? Wait, what?
German University.
Olur. Okay, nereye gidiyorsun?
Universities like
Speaker Johnson addressing today's Holocaust Remembrance ceremony at the U.S. Capitol compares the U.S. college campuses to Nazi Germany. He says if you close your eyes, you can hear screams coming from the gas chambers. He says this is why Congress just passed $24 billion for Israel. Freak, dude. fucking rabid Christian Zionist freaks.
German universities like those at Strasbourg were at the heart of Renaissance and intellectual life. But it was at those same...
Bro, miss me with this shit. Miss me with this bullshit. You cannot be a Republican who literally on every other day does the Frankfurt School conspiracies and then simultaneously be like, Jews were at the heart of the Renaissance. Excuse me. It's like, bitch, you think that's moral degeneracy that is disrupting the supremacist Western world. Western civilization is being destroyed by these Jews who were at the heart of Renaissance. And then simultaneously you're like, actually, it was phenomenal. Their achievements were phenomenal. Yeah, I thought it was just, pervertry and moral degeneracy that they were promoting at those fucking schools. Fuck you mean? What happened? All Christians are bad? Did I ever say that? No, I didn't. That's why you had to fucking shove those words into my mouth, because you think that's a really good way to fucking counter protest here. Oh, what? Don't talk when you don't know about Liam Doherty? What the fuck? What? Ariel Urbina denounced it? What? The fuck is Liam Doherty? What is Liam Doherty?
Police are broken up.
Yeah, we'll watch the full thing, or to the best of our ability if we can find it. How do I get banned here forever? What? Can I get a refund on my shirts? I joke. Really though, thanks for the good times, Hasan. Please, peace and love. Hoscourt is for real pushing me out of this whole ass community. What the fuck are you chirping about, dude? Yok, hi. Sadece tavuk. Sorry, can I be let back into Hoscourt? Ban me. If no, it's fine. Brother, you need to fucking calm down, okay? You need to calm down. You need to cool your goddamn jets. I don't know what to tell you. It's just Discord, okay? Ignore Tuga. He's memeing. He's an offliner. Don't ban him. Four-part John Oliver. Okay. We'll watch it in a second. Let me finish
Same
this.
elite centers of learning, where Jewish faculty and students were suddenly expelled, where anti-Jewish courses were introduced, and where professors...
Dog, you're the one advocating to expel Jewish faculty and students right now. What the fuck? You are the one who is advocating to expel Jewish faculty and students for the crime of saying mean things about Israel's genocide. Okay? It's so weird.
Performed horrific pseudoscience experiments on Jewish people, brought from...
Oh my God. We have Nazis cynically talking about the American eugenics movement like we don't know what their perspective is. Like we don't know how fucking Nazi adjacent they are. I'm losing my mind.
Nearby concentration camps. We remember what happened then, and now today, we are witnessing American universities quickly becoming hostile.
It's so crazy that as a modern Republican, you are like almost one-to-one identical to Hitlerian politics, with the exception of picking and choosing which Jews you think are good, okay? As long as they are in support of Israel, they're good Jews. If they're not, they're bad Jews. If you're George Soros, you're the worst Jew, okay? The puppet master, right? Like controlling the media, doing all this stuff. That is at the heart of the Republican Party's politics, which is so wild because everything outside of that, everything outside of the Jewish question is literally verbatim 1-to-1. Mass expulsion of trans people, criminalization of trans existence, criminalization, if they had their way, of bodily autonomy of women. Obviously, they already have made leeway on that front, like banning miscegenation, all of this shit. Hitler himself modeled a lot of the principles in Nazi Germany from Jim Crow era Southern fucking principles. He used the gas chambers method from the Bracero program. It's not like Hitler literally looked to America and was like, damn, y'all do some really sick shit. We should bring that here. Okay? The American eugenicist movement is at the forefront of the Nazi eugenics experiments. That's where they got that shit from. Oh. They keep doing. The Republican Party is pretty broad scope, dude. Do you think Democrats are somehow less pro-Israel? Do I fucking ever talk about the Democratic Party being pro-Palestinian? I don't, because they're not. They're just this fucking rabid. Because Israel is not about defending Jews at all. Israel is simply about defending American foreign interest in the region. That is precisely why, just like with every other issue that comes down to finding bipartisan support, okay, American politicians always have bipartisan support for American foreign policy. That's it. I spent the last hour shitting on Genocide Joe.
Hostile places for Jewish students and faculty. The very campuses which were once the envy of the international.
It's always America bad with you, bro. It's actually crazy. No, it's actually crazy that you think this is an effective way to bait me at the top of the fucking hour, Corso 117. Literally a 46-month subscriber. You think that I am going to eat that bait from you at the top of the fucking hour nonetheless? Like, you think I'm not going to look at that and deflect and parry again? You must be crazy if you think that a 46-month subscriber is going to be like, it's always America bad. Bitch, you've been giving me money for 46 months specifically because I'm saying America bad. Of course. Yeah, look, but it's not crazier than the top of the hour ad break. That's bad bait, brother. Get better. I want you all to get better. I want you to get better bait. This is bad bait. Okay? The two-parters are so ass. Don't do it. I will try harder, King. Good. I did make you turn off your face cam once. Don't sleep. With a jibate. Gogol is my name. Thank you for the 25 tier 1 gifted subs. Allowing 25 people to walk you through the ads at the top of the hour. You too can avoid the ads if you are lucky enough to get gifted a sub, or if you make your own luck by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Girl, the decorum. Sorry. Shitting on chatters for two-parters and hallway markers. Yep.
National Academy have succumbed to an anti-Semitic virus. Students who were known for producing academic papers are now known for stabbing their Jewish peers in the eyes with Palestinian flags.
That did not happen! I can't I want a video game, dude. I want a video game sometimes. That literally did not happen, you fucking animal. That did not happen. That literally did not happen. He doesn't give a fuck, though. Even if it literally, even if he doesn't know that it didn't happen, even if he personally saw the follow-up or saw the fucking video, he doesn't give a shit. God, I hate him so much. What a fucking ghoul he is. Michael Penis, you fucking piece of shit. Go watch porn with your son, you fucking freak. You animal. I can smell the fucking freak off of him, dude. I know he has such ominous fucking vibes, dude. I'm telling you. What kind of weird insults are that? Perhaps if you hear me say something like very directed, you should investigate it further to understand the joke that I'm actually making, which is not a joke at all, but in fact a reference to the reality that Michael Johnson, okay, Mike Johnson, Mike Penis, and his son have a porn app on their phones, and they're basically like AA style porn buddies. An application that warns his son throughout his day if he's actually watching pornography. This way they keep each other accountable. Mike Johnson admits he and his son monitor each other's porn intake in resurface video. What the fuck? Just enjoy some phone titty? What's so bad about that? Don't even get me started on this shit. The flagging that I think is crazy because it's the one story they referenced and is made up, but somehow there's widespread violence. That's just only one example. And it's fucking fake. Why did all the Muslim countries declare war in 1948 instead of living in peace side by side? All the Muslim countries. Bro, this is a wonderful fucking wonderful take. Like, yeah. All the Muslim countries. Indonesia was like, yo, fuck Israel, bro. We got to get in there right now. In 1948, when Indonesia declared war on Israel. In 1948, when Turkey declared war on Israel. This is why I always say, most of this shit in Bosnia invaded Israel. Just so much of this is just pure Islamophobia and anti-Arab hatred. Average Islamophobic tendency. Anyway. Are they making stuff up to try to regalvanize those who have come to realize the genocide and what's actually happening, or what I don't get so blatantly lying when the smallest amount of research can disprove what he's saying? It doesn't matter. The media narratives are so set. That's it. They're just going along with whatever the fuck the media is like churning up on a daily basis to continue along with the idea that Israel is small being and defenders of Israel are also small being, including the greatest defender of Israel, the United States of America. We are all small beings trying to do our very best.
And with our survivors before us, if you close your eyes and in the quietness of your own heart. You can almost hear the glass of Jewish storefronts shattered by stormtroopers. You could see fathers being executed at point blank in the ghettos. You can feel a brother's hand slipping out of his sister's as men in uniforms separate them into...
Yeah, bro, that's... Bro, keep talking about like Jewish pogroms like this, and your son's porn app is going to start going ding, 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 ding. We've noticed that your dad, Michael Penis, is exhibiting extreme levels of horniness thinking about Jewish people dying. He's literally fucking closed his eyes doing a Wattpad on the Holocaust thinking about how sick it is, dude. I swear. I can tell you. I'm telling you right now. He's fantasizing about it. Freak, dude.
The lines, and they can only mouth to one another, everything will be okay, hoping that it would be. You can hear screams coming from the gas chambers. And it's in these troubling times we must look to this audience, to the survivors of the Holocaust and their descendants, to help us remember and to bear witness. Several weeks ago, I am very proud to report to you that the United States Congress overwhelmingly passed security assistance to Israel to help protect its borders. That's right. And we kept our promise that we made decades ago. Never again.
Surprised Fartlaw came out with this before the D-Freaks. Champagne jihadists. Violent Colombia protester is heir to the ad empire, has mansion, model baby mama, and a long rap sheet. Champagne jihadists, I say, Fartlaw. My name is Fartlaw. Right? A couple of months ago, I toured the Budapest ghetto, and I saw the wall that penned in Hungarian Jews from the rest of the city. When I was there, it was very clear how similar the ghetto was to Bethlehem when I visited. Yeah. Yeah, it's also insult to injury, I guess, that one of the dudes who is a direct descendant of the people that fucking captured Hungarian Jews literally wore the fucking banner of the Vitesse Rend to the Trump the Trump inauguration. Sebastian Gorka, a prominent figure in the Republican Party, which is ironic because he also literally currently spends almost all of his time interviewing Zionist counter-protesters, talking about how scary the pro-Palestinian camps are on fucking school grounds, when he literally wore a Vitesse Rend pin, dude. If you want to understand the handshake that Zionists and other fascists have, including anti-Semitic ones, that's all you need to fucking know, dude. These guys are just fascism dick riders. They love that shit. Sebastian Gorka. What average Reddit post now? Why did I click on this? What does that have to do with anything right now that we're talking about? U.S. politicians spent Holocaust Remembrance Day talking more about defending Israel than the Holocaust because that's what they like using it for. All right, now let's get to UC San Diego and the student protests that are happening. And of course, we are going to start off with the student protests, and then we're going to move on to John Oliver's video, which apparently is very similar to the stuff that you hear from me. I have not reacted to the Macklemore song, and I will not react to it, is what I would say. If I wanted to trigger that chatter who keeps asking if I reacted to the Macklemore song, I did yesterday. We already literally have an AI version of it that that Ostenox made where I'm singing it. We've done it all. Okay. But let's start off with the UCSD, University of California, San Diego protest that led to 64 arrests. Students clash with the police.
This is what it looked like on the campus of UC San Diego today as pro-Palestinian protesters chanted for the release of the more than 60 people arrested by police. The university sent out a statement today saying 64 protesters were arrested, 40 of them students. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Marcella Lee. The mostly peaceful protest turned more tense today. Police cleared out the encampments early this morning, but some students refused to leave. Our Brian White has been on the campus of UC San Diego for hours and tells us what's happening right now. Brian?
This is where the encampment was set up before law enforcement broke it up and cleared everyone out this morning. The area now blocked off by barricades with security guards posted. Now, let me show you what the situation looked like earlier.
What is happening is wrong. We need you to hold the school accountable.
Tension on campus this morning as police dismantled the Gaza Solidarity encampment that had been there since Wednesday. At about 6 a.m., UCSD campus police, CHP officers, and sheriff's deputies broke up the encampment, arresting 64 people. Of those, 40 were students.
What they're doing is wrong. And what we have been doing, and we have our First Amendment right to freedom. Let's tell them, let them go, let them go, let them go.
Shortly after students were cleared from the area, our CBS 8 cameras were there when cleanup crews came in, taking apart tents and clearing items left behind, like chairs, backpacks, protest signs, and megaphones. The whole cleanup taking about 30 minutes. The arrested students were detained inside the Price Center before being loaded into vans and buses.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Protesters gathering and chanting in the road, preventing sheriff's department buses from pulling out and leaving campus. Sheriff's deputies eventually pushing the crowd back out of the roadway, making more arrests in the process. The buses finally...
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Columbia students, hold on, that were fucking attacked by a terrorist.
Able to leave.
Hasan, did you see the Sky News reporter on live saying the protesters were chanting anti-Semitic things, or the protesters were chanting, please go home? What? Yeah, this happened yesterday. It's so fun to see once peaceful places I sat and studied be turned into fascist holding rooms. Oh, yeah. As is the case with almost all of the college campuses, the students once again demonstrated messaging discipline. The students were actually very well organized. The students actually did not do anything that was even remotely anti-Semitic, and yet, which is, by the way, expected in these situations. Like, even if there was someone who says some anti-Semitic shit, like, that doesn't take away from the actual movement itself. You will always have agitators. You will always have opportunists that try to invade these spaces, right? And yet, it is shocking. It is shocking that these movements have been virtually, like, clean from any kind of marker like that, and it still has not stopped motherfuckers from lying about it. It still has not stopped people from demanding that security come in, that police come in and beat the shit out of these students. Okay? That's how you fucking know that these guys do not have a leg to stand on. They pepper sprayed a Jewish community leader. Of course. Of course. Of course.
UCSD told CBS 8 the arrested students have been or will be placed under immediate interim suspension.
One bad apple argument only works for the police, though. I'm confused as to what you're trying to say. Are these not war criminals? You mean the cops? Be careful clicking these random ass links, by the way.
In a statement, they said, quote, the decision to vacate the site was based on danger arising from a prolonged event in terms of health, fire, safety, and security, end quote.
Right now, we need the UC system to have a dialogue with us. We need them to let our students go because these are our students.
At UCSD, Brian White, CBS 8.
Brian, thanks for a look at that. And as we mentioned, 64 protesters were arrested on campus. And just about 3 hours ago, the Muslim Leadership Council of San Diego, along with more than 100 protesters, gathered outside of the San Diego Central Jail, calling for the release of those arrested. The organization says students...
Yeah. This shout is great. It's so funny that libs say we have to vote for Biden to save our country from fascism. I mean, you could just flip the channel over to show them this and say fascism's already here. Yeah. Anyway, the reason why the one bad apple argument is a silly one for cops and is not the same for students is because an organized student protest that is against genocide is ultimately a good thing. It's a good thing. It's expected. It's moral. It's right. Whereas policing as an institution is fundamentally broken. Okay? That's why I always say you can be a good person and maybe even be duped by like Hollywood propaganda into thinking that like police are actually there to save us and protect us, and then put the badge on. But from the moment that you put that badge on, all the way to the moment that you take the badge off, you are tasked with upholding unjustifiable laws. Laws that are simply there to oppress. What you are watching right here is a phenomenal demonstration of that, right? You could be a good person overall. You could probably have a student, you could have a child that is in college right now that is protesting such things. And yet, when you put the badge on, you're a fucking machine. You're a part of the machine, and your job is to brutalize people just like your children. And you can't say no, because your job is specifically to do that.
Students were unfairly targeted by UC Police and the Sheriff's Department. The director of the Islamic Center of San Diego said today he joined the protest to support students, and then he shared his own experience.
They pulled up their guns, and this is not acceptable. They pulled up their guns in front of peaceful, unarmed, innocent students. And when I challenged them why they did so, when I asked them to put their guns away, they pepper sprayed me in my eyes and in my face.
Right now, the protesters who were arrested this morning remain inside the Central Jail.
There's also fake protesters trying to degrade the purpose of these peaceful protests. Not really. That's why I'm saying that like these guys are pretty fucking good at organizing, because I haven't seen much of that at all, and I expect it. I expect that. Like in all of my years of covering student-led movements and movements in general like this, progressive movements, I'm shocked at how clean this has been. Genuinely. Because normally there always are bad faith people. There always are opportunists. Polls say otherwise. What do you mean? Like plenty of Black Lives Matter protests grew to a size where it was impossible to control, obviously, right? And that didn't shake my confidence in the overarching message from these demonstrators and what they were trying to portray, what they were trying to show the world. Because I understand what this movement was about. And yet, especially on these college campuses, you rarely ever see opportunists, right? You rarely ever see them because these students are so careful in who they let into the encampment. And it doesn't even matter, right? It doesn't even fucking matter because when you can't find evidence, even though if you could find evidence, it would still be bullshit, by the way. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Oh, this guy said fuck pigs, like kill pigs or whatever at the BLM protest. So now I don't believe in BLM anymore. It's like, fuck you. You're an asshole, right? You were just looking for any out that you could grab onto. In this circumstance, they don't even have that. They can't even find that. And yet they're still lying about it. I've never seen it. I've never seen a movement this fucking airtight overall. It is shocking how clean this mass protest mobilization has been so far. And yet the media still lies about it. The media still lies about it and demands violent retaliation. Huh.
The protest at UC San Diego is just one of many taking place around the country, all calling for their universities to divest from Israel. This is what it looked like at UCLA, where the university has just announced classes will be remote for the rest of the spring semester. At MIT in Boston, hundreds of community members have come out to rally. And at George Washington University in D.C., they are marking day 11 of protests there. Meanwhile, in New York City, Columbia University announced it is canceling its main spring graduation. The decision comes after weeks of protests there.
Trump gonna sit Israel down, don't worry. No, the fuck he's not. If you think Trump is going to be in any way, shape, or form better than Biden on Israel, you are delusional. You have not been paying attention to what Trump did in his last 4 years that led to the current situation in Israel. It is absolutely Biden's fault for continuing the Trump agenda and not reversing some of these decisions, but they're both fucking psychopathic, rabid Zionists, dude. Trump obviously is more narcissistic and self-interested, whereas like Joe Biden is BB turned his back on him. Yeah, dude, you're right. That's why Donald Trump is one of the most consistently popular figures in Israeli politics. You know, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, permanently recognizing the annexation of Golan Heights, which is literally illegal under international law, the Abraham Accords. Get the fuck out of assassinating Qasem Soleimani. You're out of your fucking mind, dog. You don't know anything about foreign policy if you think that Donald Trump is not almost directly responsible for October 7th. Like, personally. Come on. Come on, guys.
Instead, Columbia will hold school-level ceremonies over the next 2 weeks.
The only difference is if Donald Trump was right now the president and October 7 happened, because it would have happened even under Trump's presidency, okay, he would be more rabid in his politics or more rabid in his way of communicating about how, like, we must defend Israel. He would just call, like, the Palestinians dogs and shit, right? Because Joe Biden still will be like, Islamophobia is a problem, but we will overlook it. You know, he'll be like, oh, it's a big problem. Can't have that. But if you do it, then whatever. Okay, it happens. Trump would be like, kill every Muslim. Okay, fine. But ultimately, for the Palestinians, the situation would be the same. The difference, however, would be that a shit ton of liberals, in my opinion, a shit ton of liberals would probably be fucking more anti-Trump than they ever have been. And therefore, more pro-Israel more pro-Palestinian than they ever have. There would be mass mobilization. It wouldn't lead to anything. It wouldn't amount to anything. Don't be, let's not assume that this outcome would be different. You would have probably more allies, though, amongst the liberals, because liberals do not have any firmly held moral convictions. They do not have a moral compass. Their moral compass is basically geared in the most reactionary ways to whatever the fuck the Republicans are advocating for. They just advocate against whatever the Republicans are advocating for. That's it. Liberals are also anti-materialist. They only care about whatever the fuck the Republicans think is good. They're just spite-driven for the most part.
For many of these students, this will be their second missed graduation. In 2020, most high school ceremonies were...
Don't you think Trump is more pro-U.S. isolation, anti-money wars, anti-OTAN, NATO? No, I don't. Because, that's not what happened. Here, you know how anti-NATO Donald Trump is? The only time where he literally wanted to fucking stop weapon shipments into Ukraine was because Zelensky and the Ukrainian leadership would not give him dirt on Joe Biden. That's it. Something that he got impeached for as well, by the way. Like, it's not like he was like, yeah, we got to stop the fuck's this Ukraine bullshit. He literally only cared about it because he was like, if you don't give me some dirt on Joe Brandon and Hunter Biden, quid pro quo, I'm not sending these fucking congressionally approved weapons to you. Trump is just as anti-NATO as Erdogan? Yeah, exactly. You cannot be an American president and be anti-NATO. America is NATO. What the fuck are we talking about?
Canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, right now it looks like.
Anyway, speaking of pro-Palestinian encampments and pro-Palestinian demonstrations, friend of the show, Talia Jane, is out there at Columbia University as of this morning, where students at Columbia University picketed outside of the homes of 3 trustees. At 2 of the 3 locations, random harassers sucker punched student picketers. At 1, a car drove into a student. The NYPD arrested the student. The NYPD arrested the student that was driven over with a car. Okay? The photo of the attacker was released. We found out that the attacker is Reuven Kahan. He circled on foot multiple times before getting in his Volvo and driving into them on purpose. Turns out this was Reuven Kahan, whose last name might be familiar to you because he is apparently the cousin of Mayor Kahan, a fucking JDL terrorist, a straight up Jewish supremacist Nazi. Okay? If the last name sounds familiar, it's because of Kahanism, a racist, extremist, supremacist ideology. Unclear if this Kahan is related, says Talia. Turns out he is. Student picketer who was struck by Kahan this morning was detained and is in the hospital, handcuffed to a bed, awaiting x-rays. Reuven Kahan, who intentionally drove his Volvo into student picketers this morning, is indeed related to the fascist extremist founder of the Kahanist movement. Here it is. This morning, Reuven Kahan, a cousin of the late fascist founder of the JDL and murderous Kahanist movement in occupied Palestine, Mayor Kahan, struck a pro-Palestine student with his car in Manhattan. Okay? This is in no way, shape, or form any different than the Charlottesville car attack. Okay? Exactly. Like, what's his face? James Alex Fields Jr. It's not from today. Read the comments on Twitter. What do you mean? The article is not from today. Yeah, no shit, dude. I'm not talking about Mayor Kahan. I know that's not what I'm referencing. What happened today? Reuven Kahan. Guys, Reuven Kahan, the article that he is linking here is just simply showing that Reuven Kahan, the person who is apprehended by the NYPD for doing an act of domestic terror, okay, is simply, the article that he linked there is simply to show that Reuven Kahan is related to Mayor Kahan. That's it. That's his cousin. It's providing context. Well, you didn't make it clear to us? Wait, what are you talking about? Yes, Okay. Context a big ass for chatters? Yes. I know. Talia is in the chat. Here, more fun facts about Mayor Kahan. Kahan was put on the CIA's payroll to spread anti-communist propaganda during the Vietnam War. He was able to operate in the U.S. with relative impunity because he later worked as a paid confidential informant for the FBI. Fun fact, Mayor Kahan started the JDL more or less explicitly as a goon squad to intimidate black residents integrating Jewish neighborhoods in Boston and Brooklyn. A reporter from the Jewish Advocate even went on a goddamn ride-along with a JDL patrol car in December 1970. Replace Jewish with Zionist? No. The reason why I'm not is because it is a Jewish supremacist group. It's not a Zionist supremacist group. It is explicitly a Jewish supremacist group. It is not anti-Semitic to say that Kahanism, like the Kahanist movement, is a Jewish supremacist extremist group, because that's precisely what it is. They are fucking rabid freaks. A lot of people think that like when a group is marginalized across the board with anti-Semitism, for example, that they cannot have like an actual supremacist movement. The JDL did not operate in the same way that like black nationalists even in certain instances operate. Like Pan-African nationalism, black nationalism as a movement is not the same as the JDL. Although there are extremists in that front as well, certainly, the dynamics are entirely different. Anyway, where the fuck's my tweet that I was tweeting out? This rabid terrorist dog should be treated exactly like James Alex Fields Jr. and prosecuted for domestic terror. Kahanas are Jewish Nazis, even considered a terror organization by the U.S. State Department and Israel. Kahan held the view that most Arabs living in Israel are enemies of Jews in Israel itself and believed that a Jewish theocratic state where non-Jews have no voting rights should be created. Nope. Solvable. Hey. About to go to town on some motherfucking. Ooh, look at this. Wait. What the fuck? That's insane. I did not know that. That's crazy that 2022 until Biden took them. Oh. Kaya. Place. Talia is in the chat. I know. Can someone tell Hasan I'm in the chat? Yeah. Brandon's going to have his own version of there were both sides. There were very fine people on both sides, except he's not because he agrees with the fucking Kahanas dude, most likely. So instead of saying Google Jewish fascism, y'all, it's nuts. Y'all learning some dark history today. Yeah. He's not even gonna hit up both sides are very fine shit like in the way that Trump did. He's just gonna be like, there's only one bad side here, and that's the pro-Palestinian student who stood in the way of this bold, beautiful, brave man with unique ideas related to another bold, beautiful man with also the same unique ideas. He stood in the way. This student stood in the way of the car. And of course, has to be properly dealt with by the organs of the state. Of course, the libtard had a Volvo. Brother, that dude is not a libtard, okay? No. There is no fucking way that a Kahanas dude, or a dude directly related to Mayor Kahan, is voting for the Democratic Party. I mean, when I tell you these guys are like straight up rabid, sociopathic, fascist terrorists, I mean it. In 1973, with the founding of the Likud, Menahem Begin actually proposed running Kahan as a candidate on the party list for the Knesset, though he was eventually rejected. Shocking revelation, I know. Oh, man. Yeah. You know, every now and... Okay, let me tell you something. You know, every now and then where you'll see those, like, fucking weirdo anti-Semites will, like, post a video about, like, one of the most inbred dudes you've ever seen being like, that's right. And as Jews, we're the chosen sons of God, and we will enslave the whites. You know, we'll enslave the Goyim or whatever. It's those fucking dipshits that they're posting about. They're like unironically so fucking rabid. Like every now and then you'll see like grainy ass footage of some dude whose like eyes are looking in opposite fucking directions, being like, yeah, that's right. We're gonna fucking enslave the whites. These are the guys that they are actually posting, that they say all Jews are like. That's where a lot of this shit comes from. Which is ironic. Because the fucking Nazi that's posting that anti-Semitic bullshit is also just as inbred and also just as supremacist, just in the opposite direction. They're two sides of the same fucking dumbass coin. The coin is, of course, fascism. Anyway. Now let's watch John Oliver pop the fuck off about this student protest.
Crackdown on.
Pretty fire. Pretty fire coverage from John Oliver right there. Vox doing a little bit of anti-Semitism here. Shockingly, by talking about Israel's AI targeting. Israel's AI targeting processes, the gospel, and also Daddy's Home. And the other one. What's the other one? It's the gospel, which is for targeting buildings, civilian buildings. Lavender, which is for creating priority targets. And the other one is Daddy. Where's Daddy? Which is timing it specifically so that they kill the person that the AI has decided is a Palestinian militant with their family members inside of their houses. No, I already mentioned gospel. That's the first one I mentioned. Gospel is the targeting. Gospel is the target prioritization AI for civilian, like for power targets, civilian targets, that sort of thing.
I miss like how my family used to gather, like at the end of the day, how we used to talk. My home was like a normal home, the simple daily details that everyone has.
Hiba lived here in northern Gaza. Her family evacuated on October 11th, 2023. By February, she learned her home was no longer there. She talked to me from a friend's home in Rafah in southern Gaza.
We received a picture of our house and we weren't shocked. We had down there like a place where we have trees, we have flowers planted.
Hiba didn't know exactly why her home had been destroyed. But over the past few months, Israeli journalists have found that much of the destruction in Gaza since the attacks of October 7th has been enabled and often directed by an artificial intelligence system.
The promise of AI generally is a promise in two respects. One is swiftness and the second is accuracy.
The whole dream of AI is that it would offer these precision strikes.
But after over 34,000 Palestinians killed, compared to just over 1,400 in Israel's 2014 war in Gaza, it's clear something different is happening. So what does AI have to do with it? To get some answers, we called a couple of AI experts, reporters, and investigative journalists.
I've mentioned this before. The AI in this situation, no matter what Vox says, is to offer moral culpability or any kind of culpability. Like, is to take away the culpability from the hands of like those who are doing the bombings. It's another way to streamline the process, certainly. But it also is to say like, oh, well, we did our best, but like, what can we do? The machine actually told us to blow it up. It also works in the other direction where you can be infinitely more violent. It is exculpatory.
The Israeli Defense Forces' use of AI is not new.
I think that the most famous use of AI by the IDF is, of course, the Iron Dome, which is a defensive system that aims to disrupt the threat of missile attacks.
This system is partly what defended Israel against Iran's drone and missile attacks in April 2024.
The other one is another homegrown weapon that they have called the Smash from Smart Shooter, which is an AI precision assault rifle sight that you add on to handheld weapons. And what it does is it uses advanced image processing algorithms to hone in on a target.
Damn, bro, they can fucking catch you looking Palestinian from a mile away, dude. That's insane. It has auto aim trained exclusively for Muslims. Auto aim working exclusively for Muslim children, okay? It's like listen, you guys don't understand. This is aimbot 360, our latest version of this AR platform targeting capabilities are phenomenal. As you can see, there's a terror baby. This terror baby is 14 years old. As you can see, the terror baby is probably walking, thinking about Adolf Hitler. Now notice how fast we can target the terror baby in a crowd.
Sort of like an auto aim in Call of Duty.
Another way Israel uses AI is through surveillance of Palestinians in the occupied territories.
Every time they pass through one of the hundreds of checkpoints, their movements are being registered. Their facial images and other biometrics are being matched against a database.
You sound like Frenchie from The Boys. Isn't Frenchie literally Israeli too? Or is he Algerian? Yes, he was in the IDF. There you go. So, turns out, maybe my accent isn't as bad as you think it is.
But we're now learning more about the AI systems that choose bombing targets in Gaza from two reports in the Israeli publications 972 and Local Call. Gospel is a system that produces bombing targets for specific buildings and structures in Gaza.
You mean the actor or the character? No, the character he's playing is an Algerian French character, but the actor himself is actually an Israeli actor who apparently served in the IDF and is like a rabid Zionist, is what people were saying.
Gaza. It does this by working in conjunction with other AI tools. And like any AI system, the first step is the large-scale collection of data. In this case, surveillance and historical data on Palestinians and militant locations in Gaza.
The most famous application will be the Alchemist, which is a platform that collects data and allows the transfer of data between different departments, later being transferred to another platform, which is called the Fire Factory. The Fire Factory observes the data and categorizes it.
The generated targets are generally put into one of four categories. First, tactical targets, which usually include armed militant cells, weapons warehouses, launchers, and militant headquarters. Then there are underground targets, primarily tunnels under civilian homes. The third category includes the family homes of Hamas or Islamic Jihad operatives. And the last category includes targets that are not obviously military in nature, particularly residential and high-rise buildings with dozens of civilians. The IDF calls these power targets. Once the data is organized, it goes through a third layer called the gospel.
The gospel creates an output which suggests specific possible targets, possible munitions, warnings of possible collateral damage, and etc.
This system produces targets in Gaza faster than a human can. And within the first 5 days of the war, half of all the targets identified were from the power targets category. Multiple sources who spoke to 972 reported that the idea behind power targets is to exert civil pressure on Hamas. Hiba's home was most likely one of the power targets picked up by the gospel system. Months after the gospel investigation, 972 also surfaced a more opaque and secretive AI system built for targeting specific people, known as Lavender. As the Israel-Hamas war began, Lavender used historic data and surveillance to generate as many as 37,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad targets. Sources told 972 that about 10% of those targets are often wrong. But even when determining the 90% of supposedly correct targets, Israel also expanded the definition of a Hamas operative for the first time.
The thing is, Hamas ultimately runs the Gaza Strip, so you have a lot of civil society that interacts with Hamas. Police force, doctors, civil society in general.
It's worse than that, too. It's worse than that. I hope they mentioned this part, because the targeting, the way that they populate this list of likely Hamas members or likely militants, basically, is by looking at a couple different factors. The 90% accuracy is actually people that hit the certain factors that they have. Like, for example, if you change your phone numbers frequently, if you actually change your address frequently, if you live in different areas, things that Palestinians absolutely have to do on a regular fucking basis. Melon Raid? Wait, what do you mean? What, Melon was streaming today? So even the 90% accuracy number actually is like, the 90% accuracy number is also already biased. Wait, did he actually review the Macklemore song? Oh, God. What did he think about it? He covered the Macklemore song? Here, I'll do it after this. He liked it? Oh, God. He said it was fire. Okay, well, I'm uncompromising as a new music listener. I'm uncompromising in my values. I think the message is great. I like Macklemore. I think he's phenomenal for doing such a wonderful thing. But if you like ask me if this is like a banger, I will never tell you that this is a banger. Okay, it's cringe. It's for a good cause, but it's cringe. He gave it an 8 out of 10. No, he didn't.
And so these are the targets that we know that they're looking at.
After Lavender used its data to generate these targets, AI would then link the target to a specific family home, and then recommend a weapon for the IDF to use on the target, mostly depending on the ranking of the operative.
What we were told is that for low-ranking Hamas militants, the army preferred to use dumb bombs, meaning bombs that are not guided, because they are cheaper. So in a strange way, the less of a danger you pose, then they used a less sophisticated bombs, and therefore maybe creating more collateral damage.
Sources told reporters that for every junior Hamas operative that Lavender marked, it was permissible to kill up to 15 or 20 civilians. But also that for some targets, the number of permissible civilian casualties was as high as 300.
في موجود في العمارة كل يوم بيبقوا هنا يمكن فوق 20 طفل.
AI systems do not produce facts. They only produce prediction, just like a weather forecast or the stock market.
The intelligence that's there is completely dependent on the quality, the validity, the understanding of the humans who created the system.
In a statement to The Guardian, the IDF outright rejected that they had any policy to kill tens of thousands of people in their homes, and stressed that human analysts must conduct independent examinations before a target is selected. Which brings us to the last step of both of these processes, human approval. Sources told 972 that the only human supervision protocol in place before bombing the houses of suspected junior militants marked by Lavender was to conduct a single check, ensuring that the AI selected target is male rather than female.
Experts have been telling us that essentially what's happening in Gaza is an unwilling test site for future AI technologies.
Did they not even mention Where's Daddy? Which is another part of the, it's not a part of the AI targeting specifically, but Where's Daddy is the second part of the Lavender targeting protocol that like, oh, they mentioned it? Okay, I missed it. Where's Daddy, for those of you who don't know, is the second part of the targeting protocol that literally will time the strikes deliberately when the suspected militant actually arrives home. When the suspected militant actually arrives home, it will automatically alert the drone operatives to bomb the entire fucking building. Where is Daddy is what it's called. You know, so you can definitely ensure that you killed the militant and the entire family of the militant, the daddy, and the daughter and the sons.
In November 2023, the US released an international framework for the responsible use of AI in war.
More than 50 signatures from 50 different countries. Israel has not signed on to this treaty.
So we're in sort of this space where we lack sufficient oversight and accountability for drone warfare, let alone new systems being introduced like Gospel and Lavender. And we're looking at a future really where there is going to be more imprecise and biased automation of targets that make these civilian casualties much worse.
The fallacy of, the premise that faster warfighting is somehow going to lead to global security and peace. I mean, this is just not the path that's going to get us there. And on the contrary, I think a lot of these, the momentum of these technological initiatives needs to be interrupted in whatever ways we can.
It really aches my heart that these women are never going to be back. It's not like I left home and like, for example, I traveled and like, I know it's there. No, it's not. It's not there anymore.
I guess Where's Waldo was copyrighted. It's not about that, chatter. It's about killing children. That's the whole point. That's what the fuck Where's Daddy is about. All right, everybody, give it to me, okay? Give it to me. Let's fucking cover the goddamn... Let's cover the goddamn fucking Macklemore song. Real music. Okay, no. Let's do it. Gritting teeth. Thank you, Macklemore. Very based. That's how I feel too. Apparently it has a TOS moment in it too. I can't remember exactly what moment it is. Can you guys tell me? Guys, okay, here. I'm gonna do my audience captured YouTube voice. Are you ready? Guys, Macklemore just released the song of the summer, and he's got a lot of bold claims that he's making, and I'm gonna listen to it right now, and I'm gonna probably say Free Palestine by the end of this song. All right, let's take a look.
Yeah. The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protests, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7...
What does he mean, block the barricade? Anyway, that's besides the point. I think the TOS
I learned
is
a
coming.
lesson from Cuban Easy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means. APAC, Kufi, and
I will say one thing. It's very well produced. The beat is actually great. The beat is actually great. The message, I'm a fan of. You can't see the video because there's dead babies in it, okay? He's referring to Hins Hall. Wait, no way. Oh, you started Layula? No, man. Why is Hasan afraid of being cringe? This is why chat keeps chirping about this. Yes. This is why whenever we talked about the fucking rap beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, half a chat was like, why don't you cover MGK versus Eminem? Why don't you cover Eminem versus Benzino? Eminem, 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 greatest rapper of all time, white guy, Eminem. That's why. Anyway, the point is, it's a good song. Okay, it's great. It's just not for me. That's it. It's like very Lin-Manuel Miranda-esque. That's all I'm saying. And I have no issue with you guys loving the shit out of this song. Okay? The song is phenomenal. I love it. Okay? He's talking about Kufi, bro. He's talking about Christian United for Israel. That's crazy. If he said, Blammo, baby, it's about time. Blammo, baby, let's free Palestine, you'd actually give it a chance? Tom Morello, honestly, Macklemore's Hins Hall is the most Rage Against the Machine song since Rage Against the Machine. You listen to 10 songs a year. Now the Kendrick Drake beef got you acting like a guru. I feel like chat is just not gonna stop until I say I fucking love it. This is unimaginably based. I love how based the song is. So to all of you, I say this song is unimaginably based, dude. This is the song of the summer. I've never listened to a better song ever in my entire life. I will forever be listening to this song. Pass me the aux, okay? None of the hoes are scared. You know why? Because the hoes love a free Palestine, okay? We are not scaring the hoes tonight, folks. When we play this song, the song of the summer, the hoes are actually excited, elated, because they also are not afraid of a free Palestine.
All the companies, you see we sell beer around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the strings. You can ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rubble, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance has always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold and occupying violent history. Been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. It's students' intents posted on the lawn. Occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition, huh? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united.
The only thing is that this song will absolutely piss off liberals because it says he's not voting for Biden in the fall. And every liberal is going to be like, I guess Macklemore loves Donald Trump. So it'll piss off a lot of liberals. And honestly, it's always fun to piss off liberals. So, you know, fuck Joe Brandon, you know, let's go Brandon.
Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give?
I think it is wild that a dude who like unironically portrayed himself as like an anti-Semitic cartoon has the balls to come out and like openly and aggressively be in solidarity with the Palestinians. It is wild. By the way, I'm not saying that he's like anti-Semitic at all, especially now for this song, but it is kind of ballsy that he's just like, yeah, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Okay. Respect. What is this? Macklemore apologizes for anti-Semitic Jew costume as Seth Rogen hits out on Twitter.
If you were in Gaza, what if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up and the students.
Look. I am unconditionally in support of Macklemore. That part is 100% true. I'm not joking. I'm not joking at all. when I say this, okay? 100% in support of Macklemore.
It's finally dead. Let's get it.
That's not it. That's like seriously. I think it's told you it wasn't the full version. Wait, there's more of this beautiful song. I would like to hear more about it. Where is the full song? I would love to hear the rest of the song. No, it's good. It's very good. I would like to hear more of it. I completely agree with you, but I enjoy the slander against you too much, so fuck you. Say this is the best song ever, you bitch. I am. It's the best. It's the song of the summer. Where the fuck? Oh, this is it? No.
What?
Okay.
Police in their the neck but never ended, the colonizer lied. If students intense, posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law.
God, it's such a great sample. Straight up. The beat is really fucking good. The beat is really fucking good. Great sample.
And a reason to call in the police and their squad where the genocide land in your definition, huh? Destroying every college and
the song is by Fairuz Ana La Habibi. This is the song he sampled. JD Pond Macklemore.
حبيبي وحبيبي إلي يا عصفورة بيضة لبقى تسألي.
Respond to these allegations. Hasan, did you hear the new Macklemore song? I'm scared to say I like new Macklemore song because people will think I'm a nerd, but it's so good, bro. I can't stop bumping it. I love that shit. You know this is fake because I am not Hasan in his phone. Okay? I am. The real ones know he fucking named my ass Augustus Glump or whatever the fuck that kid is. What is it? Gloomp?
Gaza in every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the...
Bro, this is the full song. You just sent me the song again. So the full song is just this. Is there more to the song? I know you love reading annotations. Bro, what do you mean? What annotations do I need for this? It's pretty clear cut. There is not a single fucking double entendre in the song, brother. It's just saying like free Palestine, you know, which is cool. I am with it. I'm with the fucking message. I've never seen a better analysis of the self-defense myth. Very well put in the context. Yeah, I mean, listen. Double Down News is incredible. If you keep going, Macklemore's going to write a diss track on you. Guys, I like Macklemore. I like Macklemore, okay? I am a fan of this song. I like that he made this song. I do think it's kind of cringe, but it doesn't matter.
What if you were in Gaza? What if those...
Wait, where is the fucking end of the song? That's it? That was the end of the song? You guys fucking suck for making me literally... Oh my God. It's cringe, but it's a net good because white people love this kind of shit. Oh no, for sure. For sure. With your breakdown on it? Okay, chatters, what breakdown is necessary? It's literally like a HasanAbi stream reduced into 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Like, what fucking breakdown do you want from me on this? It's pretty obvious what he is saying. What did Fantano say about it? I want to know. I'm going to text him right now. I'm going to text him. Hold on. What did you say about the Macklemore song? You must dissect it. This is one of those moments where the content is not fun for us. Dude, yeah, this is the thing I don't understand. This is like literally one of those instances where like all of the chat is literally like playing into this meme. And I feel like the meme is like making the content worse overall, but they don't care. They're just like aggressively leaning into it. You know what I mean? Like, is this fun for you guys? Like, what's happening? I'm not going to play the Fairuz song, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. Like, what do you think? Dude, let's look at the lyrics, okay? Let's look at the annotations. Intro. The main sample of the song is Anallah Habibi by Lebanese icon Fairuz. These people won't leave. We will not be moved by these intimidation tactics. As Sueda Polat said, the Turkish student activist in Columbia University, one of the mobilizers, one of the organizers of the what is threatening about divesting and wanting peace. The problem isn't protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Hey, block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. When I was in 3rd grade, I thought I was gay. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. Hello? What's happening here? Are we leaving? Are we bored of the bed? Okay, go get water. Go. 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 Hasan, we're your customers. We pay you to express our will. We will demand that when you say Macklemore is your favorite artist and he defeated both opponents in the Drake v. K-Dot beef. You can pay off Meta. You can't pay off me. Politicians to serve by any means. APAC and Kufi and all the companies. Some we're losing the black audience. I mean, what do you want me to do? Anyway, all right, we're done with that. We're done with that. We're done with all of this. Okay. I'm glad that Macklemore did this. Fuck anybody who talks shit about him and says he's like anti-Semitic for this or whatever. Anyone and everyone can suck me. Okay. We're done with that proportion. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here, this is what I wanted to watch. Our boy Mehdi Hasan, the better Hasan, absolutely annihilating Jonathan Concuncurius.
For defense of democracies, and the former IDF spokesperson, retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, also with us, the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zateo, Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi, I know you have an exclusive report about a letter that Republican senators sent to the International Criminal Court. We will get to that in just a few minutes, but I want to ask you about this reporting about Hamas saying publicly they've agreed to a ceasefire deal, but it's really kind of a counterproposal that they have that includes elements that they know Israel never agreed to. So was this some kind of propaganda effort by Hamas to say we're at the table, we're agreeing?
I like that they got him. They got Frankenstein's monster fucking doing this for fun now. He's like, yes, I retired, but I still love defending Israel, killing terror babies.
Into something?
Well, look, the reporting we have says that, yes, it was an Egyptian Qatari proposal that the Americans were involved in too, Abi. The CIA director Bill Burns has been involved in this. The Israelis apparently were on board until, of course, Hamas agreed, and then the Israelis' bluff was called, and now they're saying, well, we don't agree to this proposal because we want to free the hostages, even though the...
Just wait until he starts talking, and then you will know I'm not exaggerating his accent.
Proposal would help free the hostages.
Can I just pause you there for a second?
The
Because
Israeli
I think
newspaper.
I just want to.
Oh, yeah. Shut the fuck up, Mehdi Hasan. Let me butt in here and fucking defend Israel. Do a little bit of Israel dick riding. I, Abby Phillips, am demanding you shut the fuck up real quick so I can, shove some pro-Israel sentiment here.
Add one bit of information I think is critical here. The part that Israel didn't agree to is the part that calls for a permanent end to the war. And I think this is really what is at issue here, that Israel has never agreed to that, and that...
Yeah, do you think that that's a decent fucking thing? Like, do you think that that's a decent idea? Do you think that that's a solid, responsible, moral counter here? That's awesome. Thank you, Abby Phillips.
Maybe this is a counter proposal, but that means essentially that everybody has to get back to the table and agree to what is on the table now.
Yeah, but let me just say, in what world is Hamas going to say, we're going to release all the hostages and you carry on killing us? Obviously, outside world, America, Western countries has been wanting a ceasefire for a while. We were told Hamas was the obstacle, and now they're calling Israel's bluff. The reality is, Abby, that the obstacle to a hostage deal has always been Benjamin Netanyahu, and those are not my words. Those are the words of Chaim Rubenstein, the former spokesperson for the hostages' family, who told the Israeli press last week that Netanyahu's been the obstacle. He says that they found out there was a deal on the table back on October 9th, 10th. To get hostages released, but Netanyahu hid it from them. Those are the words of the spokesperson for the Israeli families of the hostages. And he hid it from them because he knows that if he agrees to a hostage deal, his fascist colleagues in his coalition government will collapse his government. This is Israeli domestic politics.
Lieutenant Colonel, what about that? I mean, if the hostages are all released, shouldn't Israel seriously consider ending hostilities in Gaza and allowing for a political settlement that leads to the future?
Yeah, I'm listening to the second edition of Mehdi Hasan's monologue that I saw earlier, and it's not surprising.
And of course, he seems very Arab once again, even when he is on CNN.
That you're parroting Hamas talking points. Let's put things here in perspective. We have a terrorist organization that abducted civilians and soldiers. They're the ones for the last 4 months have been refusing any deal that Israel, the US, Qatar, Egypt, and others have.
Yeah, it turns out my fucking Israeli accent wasn't that off base here, huh? Chatters.
Put forward. And now, when push comes to shove, and when they see Israeli tanks lined up on their way to Rafah, all of a sudden they are agreeing. They're agreeing to something that wasn't on the table. And it's quite absurd that this is even how it's covered. And it's classic deception 101 by an organization that is very savvy in deception and unfortunately has figureheads and mouthpieces all over Western media doing their work, whether it's Al Jazeera or other places, and getting that message out that Israel is the problem when Israeli civilians and soldiers are the ones that have been abducted.
I'll let Mehdi respond to that.
So I think all of your viewers saw me quote the spokesperson for the Israeli hostages' families. And the colonel then said, I'm parroting Hamas talking points. He's referring to the hostages' families as Hamas, as parroting Hamas talking points. Because I quote,
You fucking own this fraudulent, freakish monster, Frankenstein's monster looking cop phenotype piece of shit. Mehdi Hasan, do it. Own his ass. Oh my God. Demolish his entire existence like it's a fucking Bedouin village inside of the 1967 Israel boundaries. Demolish it.
Quoted them. I didn't quote Hamas. In fact, tonight, the colonel knows that hundreds of people went to Netanyahu's house and screamed, you have blood on your hands, Israeli protesters. I guess they're all Hamas, right? The Israeli position now is anyone who disagrees with them is Hamas. I'm guessing that tomorrow they'll say CIA Director Bill Burns, who was involved in this hostage negotiation deal, he's Hamas too. Everyone's Hamas. And as for deception, I mean, come on. The colonel was a spokesperson for the IDF, which has spent the last 6 months lying. Abi, your network has debunked multiple lies that the Israeli military has told. CNN's Jeremy Diamond, I urge all your viewers to go and watch your colleague Jeremy Diamond's report on 10 kids killed in the Al-Maghazi refugee camp last month. The Israelis said we had nothing to do with it. And yet Jeremy interviewed 3 munitions experts who looked at the evidence and said, yeah.
Oh my God, I thought he cooked them so hard he turned off his camera, bro. That's so funny. Oh, damn. That would have been even better if he was like, I am leaving. Why did you put me against this terrorist?
Israel killed those 10 kids. So when we talk about deception, we're learning from the masters here.
Look, Lieutenant Colonel, the hostage families are urging the government at this point to come forward and release the hostages as part of some kind of deal. One of the things that the families have said is that they feel like they are being abandoned. How do you respond to that, given that there are...
They are Hamas. They are defending Hamas. The Israeli hostage families are defending Hamas. After all, the family members are with Hamas inside of Gaza. This means they are also Hamas. Everyone inside of Gaza is Hamas. Hamas. Hamas.
There are opportunities, it seems, to
Yeah. Uglier Thanos over
take
here.
a deal that would stop the fighting in exchange for getting their loved ones home.
Come here. Come here. Hi.
Lieutenant Colonel, I'm not sure you could hear me. Can you hear me now?
Oh, no.
I think we're going to try to get him back. But Mehdi, I do want to get back to one other aspect of this, which is from Israel's perspective, they want to make sure that Hamas is not in a position to ever attack them again. And I think you would agree that that's a reasonable position for them to have. So hostages all being returned, if they say that's not enough, I mean, Hamas, it seems like, shouldn't be in a position to be dictating the terms of their own surrender in a war that they started.
So it's a good question, Abby, and it's a reasonable goal. Of course it is. But if you don't want Hamas to be in a position to attack you again, maybe you shouldn't energize and embolden Hamas. This entire conflict has turned Palestinians in the entire region against Israel. It's made Israelis less safe, not more safe. It's obviously killed tens of thousands of Palestinians. And Israel has a right to say, okay, we don't want to be attacked again, but at what cost? 34,000 Palestinians dead, tens of thousands more under the rubble, 14,500 children dead, 1.2 million people hiding out in Rafah and now being told to move, to be relocated, 600,000 children. Abby, UNICEF say you cannot move 600,000 children, many of whom are sick, wounded, malnourished. They say it'll be a catastrophe. There is no safe zone to go to. It's the most Orwellian phrase that Israeli spokespersons use. There is nowhere safe in Gaza. So, of course, Israel wants to reasonably not be attacked again. But doing this doesn't work, and it's morally unsustainable.
Looks like we have Jonathan Conricus back. Lieutenant Colonel, I do want to talk about this Rafah invasion that seems to be on the horizon here. Our colleague Barak Ravid is reporting that sources tell him that Israeli forces are going to take over the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza. We're already seeing what seems...
Dude, this is so phenomenal. Mehdi Hasan cooked them so fucking hard, he calls them the disconnect. And then spent the rest of the time still continuing to you know, talk about the Palestinian emancipation and how fucking ridiculous of an idea is that Israel's suggesting that, like, yeah, we get the, here's a deal for you guys. We get the hostages back and then we keep killing the Palestinians. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, we kill them even harder now because there's no, there are no Israeli hostages there. So we just go even harder than we have, which I don't even know if it's physically possible to go harder than they have since October 7th.
Like,
I guess they could just like nuke the entire fucking strip, but then they would hurt the Gaza envelope, which is a part of the Israel boundaries. But, you know, as we have seen time and time again since October 7th, Israel doesn't really give a shit about even Israeli citizens, even Israeli Jews. They do not care to protect as much as they want to massacre Palestinians. So,
bombs falling there tonight. Why is Israel doing this when they know that there is no safe place, as Mehdi was saying, for civilians to go? And Rafah is the place that initially the Israeli government told them to go.
Hi.
Yeah, I would take everything that my respected colleague to the panel here says with a lot of pinches of salt. Lots of untruths were said when I was on air and off air, and I won't give them credibility by repeating them. What I'll say is this. Rafah is a place where Hamas...
I don't know if you know this, Abi. He is an Arab. If you haven't noticed, he is looking very much like Hamas himself.
And
he is Muslim after all. He cannot be trusted.
Thing that my respected colleague to the panel here says with a lot of pinches of salt. Lots of untruths were said when I was on air and off air, and I won't give them credibility by repeating them. What I'll say is this. Rafah is a place where Hamas and UNRWA has told people to go. The sad reality in Gaza is that Hamas uses these civilians as human shields and doesn't leave Israel with any other option but to ask people to leave. Now, Israel is doing that out of concern for human life and their safety.
Lieutenant Colonel, I have to stop you there because the IDF told Gazan civilians to move to the south. Rafah was the only safe place, supposedly safe place for them to go. So this is not about UNRWA. This is actually where they are going because the rest of the country is in rubble. So where are they supposed to go now?
Right. So there are various locations in Gaza, a few miles northeast of Rafah and northwest of Rafah, close to
Rafah,
Khan Yunis, where they can go, and hopefully they will go. And I agree. I take the point.
Abi, you do not understand. There are plenty of places that they can go to. That's not Rafah, which we previously said was actually a safe zone. Turns out it is a safe zone for Hamas. Safe for terror.
That it is a harsh environment and not an ideal environment for anybody to live in. I wouldn't want to be there, to be frank. But the sad reality is that the responsibility for this situation lies on Hamas's shoulders. And I think that if we detach ourselves from agendas and ideas and Israel hatred, and if we look at the situation from a, let's say, a more clean perspective, what choice does Israel have? What choice does Israel have in order to defend its civilians in their homes? If Hamas is allowed to continue to exist, to store weapons, and to prepare for the next attack, then it is only a matter of time before these attacks will come. And those are not my words, Mehdi. Those are the words of Hamas leaders who say that we will do October 7 again and again until we reach Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And I don't think that Israel should allow that to happen. And if it means, sadly, moving people around before combat starts and making sure that they are...
Listen, the civilians will keep getting slaughtered until morale improves. I'm sorry, Abi. But we have to kill the terror babies. It makes us feel very good. We have to move them and we have to kill them.
Safer, not safe, but safer, away from harm's way by telegraphing.
I like that he says, he also openly admits it's not safe. It's not safe. Khan Yunis is not safe. We are also bombing Khan Yunis because as you know, Abi, Khan Yunis also is the epicenter of Hamas. Hamas terror is very much happening in Khan Yunis as well, which is why we will move the terrorists, the Palestinians to Khan Yunis, and we will bomb them while they're on their way to Khan Yunis and also when they're at Khan Yunis.
Israeli intentions, then I think that is a very humane thing to do. Hamas sadly must be defeated.
I do need to move on, but I just want to say one thing. I mean, this is not a question of hating Israel. It's a question of the reality on the ground, which is that there is already a humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza, and there's no question that trying to move over 1 million people in short period of times is...
I'm just trying to understand because I genuinely don't understand what the boundary is. When is it okay to mock a foreign English accent? Would you be doing the same if this was a Chinese speaker spewing Israeli propaganda? I have a very clear representation. A very clear rule for this, okay? You can always make fun of white variant accents, okay? Always. And do a bad job at it as well. But the moment that you start doing accents about people that are historically colonized, for example, okay, people who are historically marginalized and colonized and not the colonizer in this circumstance, you can still do it. You just have to be really good at it, okay? If you're really good at it, then, it's probably fine. If you're not good at it, then it's racist. So that's why, for example, I don't do the Chinese accent. I do the Japanese accent because I'm good at it. But also, I don't do like the Indian accent, for example, because I'm not good at it. Do an Arab one. You must not have been here because I do the Arab one all the time. But then again, I'm also Turkish and Muslim myself, so that's a little bit different. It's a third category. It's like if a Nigerian dude was making fun of like a West African accent or some shit. You know what I mean? As a Turkish person, I don't have issues making fun of and doing a Persian accent or doing an Arab accent. I don't think that's like shitty. Is a Turkish accent fair game? Yes, of course. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. The Turkish accent, on the other hand, is not very like decipherable, is not very distinguished. It more so sounds like this, and it is not very good. It's not very sexy. It's not very different or unique, in my opinion. That's not Persian. That also is Turkish as well. Sounds Armenian. That makes sense. If it sounds Armenian to you, that is because Armenians and Turkish people are neighbors. So it makes a lot of sense that it sounds Armenian. It also sounds a little bit like Persian too. What a fucking loser coming in here to chirp. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that person is just trying to be careful. Maybe they want to know what my rules are. Those are my rules. You can always make fun of, even if they are historically colonized, like the Irish, for example. You can always try to attempt the English-speaking language of different people from different backgrounds, right? As long as they're personally overall white. Like, for example, at the top of the hour, right? Back in the day, we used to always play this one song called Come Out Ye Black and Tans. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Look at the Irish, as they say. Back in the day, this is how we used to run every ad break at the top of the hour. What a wonderful, phenomenal song about a bunch of Republicans that were doing their very best to rid their lands of the colonizers, the British colonies. I will see a united Ireland in my time. I will see a united Ireland in my time. From the green and lovely lanes of come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears, a bow and arrows. Oh, bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them, damn natives to the marrow. Come out, your black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down the Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kerishandra. The time is coming fast, and I think this day is near. Perhaps when you listen to songs such as this one, songs made by terror cells, those who were declared terror organizations, members of those who are looking for righteous emancipation, you develop a better recognition as to why the Irish have a particular distaste for the English in general. And also, I've always seen the Palestinian struggle as a united, dual struggle. One of the only countries in the West that's been unconditionally pro-Palestine from the jump. From the green and lovely lanes of Kerishandra. Anyway, what is this? Israeli apartheid poll by Amnesty? This website is bricked. Is this a fucking keylogger? What are you sending me? Anyway, what's the accent that always starts with a bro? I don't know. But I love Hasan, but hate the accents. Really? I feel like my accents aren't that bad. It's just a fun little way to just goof a little bit. I think you would be wrong. I mean, I think you're in the minority. I think most chatters like my accents because, like, they probably don't like their accent if I'm imitating it. But, like, I suspect that they enjoy me doing the accents of everybody else. They probably enjoy that a lot.
not going to be something that is feasible. But Mehdi, I have to get to your reporting, and I do want to talk.
Been proven wrong.
I do want to talk.
I don't agree, and that has been proven wrong.
You don't agree that there's a
those were the same
humanitarian
words.
catastrophe occurring right
No,
now
I
in
don't
Gaza?
agree. No, I don't agree.
That's insane, dude. Do a Nick Mullen accent of Adam Friedland. Good one, dude. Good one, chatter. Nick Mullen is technically pretty fucking goated with the accents too. Like, I mean, he is one of the few people that, as a white boy, does like, I would say, pretty fairly solid Nigerian accent.
That it cannot be done because
I didn't
these
say that
were the same lines that were told. These were the same things that were told to Israel before Israel started its invasion of Gaza City. And believe me, I answered that question hundreds, if not thousands of times. And it was alleged that this was tantamount to war crime, that we were asking people to move, when in fact it was possible. 900,000 out of 1.1 million people did eventually move, and it saved a lot of people's lives. And I think that should be acknowledged. And the same talking
I mean, he's right. It's
points are being
devastating.
repeated now by the same Hamas mouthpieces.
Mehdi, you could
Please
respond.
go ahead.
One move, bro. One move. His skull is so goddamn thick and so goddamn dense. It's so funny that they got a cop to do the PR for the Israeli genocide, you know? Like, oh, Hamas mouthpieces. It's like, dude, you have nothing. You literally have nothing. He just only says, Hamas, 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 over and over again. You have to be a real fucking dumbass to literally listen to these dickheads for the past 7.5 months consistently cry that anyone and everyone that stands in their way, that calls out what they're doing as genocidal, which it is objectively, Hamas, 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 over and over again, all the way from the actual Hamas members, okay, down to the UN, and even now, the fucking Columbia University and UCLA and American college campus protesters. Everyone has been called Hamas. The International Criminal Court is Hamas. The International Court of Justice is Hamas. UN is Hamas. UNRWA is Hamas. Hostage families that are demanding that their family members return. Hamas. So of course, dude, you know, if you, at this point, if you think that any of this is valid, you are probably fucking hallucinating. Everyone, anyone, and everyone. Yeah, Hamas doesn't know about Bryce from UCLA protesting. Hamas doesn't even know about Bryce. Spain, Ireland, believe it or not, Hamas. If you think Palestinian children deserve cookies, you are Hamas.
So NBC News reported last month, Abby, that 7 different airstrikes from Israel took place in what were designated as safe zones by Israel. Palestinians were told to go to safe zones by Israel and then killed in those safe zones by Israel. That's reporting from NBC News, but I'm sure the colonel would say they're Hamas as well. Everyone who disagrees with the colonel is Hamas. And by the way, he's quoting a Hamas spokesman. None of us like Hamas, but let's quote someone on his side, the Likud Party International Vice Chairman, Netanyahu's party. He said a couple of days ago, the Likud Party Vice Chair, Colonel, you can respond to this quote. The Likud Party Vice Chair, International Vice Chair, said on Israeli TV a couple of days ago, there are no uninvolved civilians in Rafah. No, there are no innocent people in Rafah, 1.2 million. No innocent people, and we should go in, these are his words, and kill and kill and kill. Sounds pretty genocidal.
That sounds like he's also Hamas.
To me, Colonel. Do you agree with that?
I agree that those are comments that are horrible and shouldn't be thought and shouldn't be said. And I'm happy that I don't have to explain the Likud party or whoever that is that you're sourcing, and I haven't heard the quote. But I can tell you what the chief of staff, the guy that is responsible for the use of force in Gaza, and he speaks relentlessly about not killing civilians, and he gives orders not to kill.
It's just nobody listens to him, I guess.
civilians, and he
You're not
gives
doing a
orders
very
and
good
directives
job
to
of
the
it, are
troops
you?
on the ground
14,000 dead kids.
to apply distinction and to apply proportionality. And speaking about safe zones, yesterday 4 soldiers were killed when mortars were fired from Rafah, from a safe zone, at Israeli soldiers. And I'm sure that wouldn't bother you too much that 4 soldiers are killed, but they were killed, fired from a safe zone in Rafah. Happened yesterday. I don't have an MSNBC report to quote it, but it happened nevertheless.
All right, guys, I have to leave it there. Mehdi, you have some really important reporting about a letter from Republican lawmakers to the ICC about the possibility of arrest warrants for Israelis as it relates to war crimes. You can go onto Zateo's website to find that reporting, but unfortunately we are out of time here. Mehdi Hasan, Jonathan Conricus, thank you both for an important conversation.
Cooked. Mehdi Hamas. Mehdi HasanAbi. It's ironic that the most notorious targets of global media narrative control group accusations are wielding that same tactic against their opponents, Hamas. They're doing the group control the media thing, but for Hamas. Yeah. That is actually interesting. And now that I think about it. Everyone says Jews control the media. It's actually Hamas. Everyone knows it is Hamas that control the media. And the ICC. And the ICJ. And Twitch.tv. HasanAbi. College campuses also Hamas. Oh, I wanted to watch it. Is what is this? POV Drake versus Kendrick Lamar. Fans reacted not like us diss track.
Hey, mustard on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga, he a free throw, man down, call her Amber Lamb.
Stop, I'm sorry. I'm not gang affiliated, I'm so sorry.
How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton.
Oh my gosh.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walk him down whole time, I know he got some hoe in him. Pole on him, extort shit, bully the floor.
Kick streamers don't know that they're not allowed to bop their head at this, dude. That's fucked up. Aiden is over here going, damn, this shit's hard. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's bad.
Drake, I hear you like I'm young.
See, I can't nod my head to that, bro.
That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line.
It's like the beat just made me wanna.
Certified lover boy, certified pals. Wop, 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 wop. That come up. Wop, wop.
Hey, Chaz, so you think this hard?
Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us.
Hey,
like
okay,
us.
on God, talk.
Like us.
It's so hard on God.
Bro, it's funny that he had to like look at his audience. So classic. He wants to say it's bad so bad because obviously he like loves dick riding. Physically, I mean, dick riding Drake, even though he's a little bit too old for Drake at this point. But like he had to look to his audience to be like, do they like it? Oh, fuck, they like it. Yeah, on God, it's hard, actually.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. I can go further, I promise. Ain't there some B-rest that's for bitching? You Malibu most wanted. Ain't no love boy, you ball boy. Fish Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I
like this beat. That's Drake house.
Get a wedgie, be flipped over your boxes, or over your foe. The other vaginal option.
It's hard without the lyrics. Like, the beat is so good, bro. Oh my God, I want to crip walk so bad.
Bro, they not like us.
You gotta understand, like,
they not like us.
It's the beat and like
us. They not like us.
I want to crip walk.
The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar.
All right, can I take the song off now?
He a fan, he a fan, he a fan. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Let me hear you say OV-ho.
No.
Say OV-ho.
I'm not saying that.
Step this way, step that way.
I'm not saying that.
This way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way.
hate to see it, folks. Also, here's another glaringly obvious example that Drake has lost. Tom McDonald, who taught Mike Johnson hits how to use TikTok. Zionist Christianity video. When mom find the poop sock. Why do you enjoy this so much? You can't catch me at the top of the hour, so you have to try to debate me in different ways like this. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's weak. Adonis after Drake tells him he's grounded.
Dear Adonis, I'm sorry that man is your father. Let me be honest.
We watched this already. Oh, what was this?
Jews and the state of Israel. I'm not just saying it. Take a look at this book, for example, Anatomy and Physiology. So what would you expect to read about in this book? Stuff about anatomy and physiology. So you open the first page, it's cover page, and look at the second page right here. Dedication. We dedicate this work to the souls of the Palestinian martyrs who sacrificed their blood for Palestine and Al-Aqsa. So this book is dedicated to the terrorists and to the martyrs who committed terror attacks in Israel against innocent Jewish people.
My genocidal brother in Christ, which book allows the page to be folded in 6 while being attached to the binder? I just want to know, are you like an origami specialist? I need to know how you managed to do this.
Dude, why do they, like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this? It's so fucking...
Without it not actually belonging in the book. If they're going to dedicate a book to martyrs, I think that they...
Yeah, also, why would they write it in English, dude? Why would they write it in English, dude? We dedicate this work to the martyrs? It's so fucking bad, bro. It's so bad. Dude, if you fall for this, you are literally the biggest dumbass on the planet, okay? If you fall for this, you're routinely walking in the walls, okay? You routinely forget how to breathe, and you have to manually repeat it to yourself so that you can breathe again. Remind yourself how to breathe. It's so bad. Martyrs who scarify? Martyrs who scarify?
They would know how to spell sacrifice.
Ah. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't care about this Helldiver shit no more. This one I still want to watch, but get your boy. He's falling for goofy shit. Pretty wild. Good thing they don't want to force everyone to get one of these. Oh, wait a sec. The AstraZeneca coronavirus vaccine is being withdrawn worldwide after the pharmaceutical giant admitted it can cause a rare and dangerous side effect, according to the Telegraph. What? Why is everybody acting like they were forced to get the AstraZeneca coronavirus vaccine? 222 cases out of 34 million. How are you still doing vaccine conspiracies? This in and of itself should it's been fucking 4 years, man. It's been 3 years. Almost 4. Okay? It's been 3 years, almost 4. Bradley, I love you. You do a shit ton of steroids. Come on, big dog. You literally are the last person to talk about vaccines. You do you take a ape vaccine, okay, to look like a fucking gorilla, and I respect you for it. But like that shit's got a million worse side effects than the motherfucking COVID vaccine, man. And if the argument is like, well, I take it voluntarily, knowing full well what the risks are, meanwhile, these people are forced to take the vaccine, the counter to that is, yeah, it's infinitely more safe. And not only is it so safe that 200 people or however many fucking people got a side effect from the vaccine out of millions, tens of millions, and they fucking said, all right, we're done. We're not doing this no more. Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy. All right, let's watch. Is the U.S. headed towards fascism by a second thought?
Viewer-funded operation. If you'd like to help support the channel and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. So it was Easter recently. At time of writing, at least. These videos take a while to make. Cut me some slack. Anyway, what do you think of when you hear the word Easter? Springtime, Easter bunny, candy, resurrection of Jesus for our Christian comrades, and of course, these little guys. I have great memories of Easter egg hunts with my family, and now that I have a young daughter of my own, I'm excited to give her the same experience. So imagine my surprise when we go to the neighborhood playground on Easter, and there are a handful of adults.
What are your thoughts on this guy being a tanky? He literally looks more and more like Vladimir Ilyich Lenin every day, and I love him for it.
Trying to keep kids from picking up a bunch of eggs. Seemed a little weird. So I asked one of them what was going on, and they said, better not to look inside. So naturally, I had to look inside. Here's what I found. Even for someone who keeps tabs on these freaks for a living, this was a little shocking. We live in a quiet suburb, there's never any trouble. And yet here we were, standing somewhere designed for children to play, picking up Easter eggs with fascist rhetoric inside. And if you think about it, this one little Easter egg is indicative of the whole fascist undercurrent in the US. Let's unpack what's going on here. I think we should start with a quick rundown of the Proud Boys and the other fascist groups in the US, because the state of official fascist organizations has changed over the last few years. The Proud Boys are an exclusively male hate group operating in the US and Canada. Besides their deeply funny no girls allowed rule, these losers are big proponents of the white genocide myth, the idea that white people, a designation that seems to fluctuate whenever convenient, are being replaced by encroaching hordes of nebulously ethnic babies. The group has been described as an alt-right fight club, conservative extremists, alt-light, overtly Islamophobic and misogynistic, and all too willing to embrace racists, anti-Semites, and bigots of all kinds. They've engaged in political violence, attended the January 6th insurrection, and have been banned from pretty much every social media platform. Officially, the Canadian arm of the organization shut down after being rightly labeled a terrorist group. The Proud Boys were established in 2016, spearheaded by Gavin McInnes, one of the co-founders of Vice. Over the next few years, they went through a handful of leaders. The most recent being this guy, Enrique Tarrio, who in 2023 was sentenced to 22 years in prison for his role in the insurrection. Tarrio is a Miami Cuban, which tells you pretty much all you need to know as far as his politics goes. But it came out during his trial that he was also an informant for the feds, which led to a schism in the Proud Boys, who just couldn't believe that one of their own would work for the evil government. Gotta love how naive these people are. When the judge delivered the sentence, Tarrio begged the court, "Please show me mercy. I ask that you not take my 40s from me." That's how quickly the tough guy act crumbles. As of right now, the Proud Boys seem to be in disarray. They get kicked from every platform they try to organize on, a bunch of their members got locked up after January 6th, and they seem more than a little spooked that they got infiltrated by the feds. A handful of state branches have said they won't acknowledge any national leadership, and they're just kinda doing their own thing. So with any luck, the organization will die out. That doesn't mean their remaining members aren't dangerous though, so keep that in mind. Besides the Proud Boys, we've got the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, Patriot Front, and Patriot Prayer. The 3%ers are the oldest group on the list. The organization was founded in 2008. If you live in Texas like I do, you've probably seen 3%er bumper stickers. The name comes from the assumption that 3% of a given country's population is enough to overthrow the government. The group was officially dissolved in 2021 after January 6th, and you'll start to notice a trend there. A bunch of its members were thrown in jail, and once again, Canada labeled them a terrorist group. Like the Proud Boys, local branches of the Three Percenters still remain active. The Oath Keepers are the next oldest, founded just 1 year after the Three Percenters. This is another anti-government but pro-constitution group. And tellingly, its membership is 2/3 former military and police, and 10% active duty. Best guesses as to their numbers hover around 5,000 people, but the org itself claims to have a membership of 38,000. These thugs are known for showing up at protests, political rallies, and whatever events they determine to be woke, armed with guns and with their faces covered. Once again, a number of their higher-ups are serving over a decade in prison for seditious conspiracy, though this group seems to have been more resilient than their cowardly counterparts.
You really want me to run it back, dude? What is the Easter egg? That's the Easter egg? You aren't impressed? Yeah, I got it, man. Yeah, they're racist pieces of shit that are trying to put this in like children's Easter eggs on an Easter egg hunt. I feel like, dude, every day I see this kind of shit, I'm like, the Patriot Front is a fed up. There's no way. They're so comical in the way that they operate. It feels like it's like out of the imaginations of a federal agent.
Claims to have a membership of 38,000. These thugs are known for showing up at protests, political rallies, and whatever events they determine to be woke, armed with guns and with their faces covered. Once again, a number of their higher-ups are serving over a decade in prison for seditious conspiracy, though this group seems to have been more resilient than their cowardly counterparts, choosing not to shutter their operation. In fact, according to a data breach, as of 2021, 48 state and local officials and 10 sitting state lawmakers were listed among the group's members. This would suggest a different approach from the other fascist cells, choosing to pursue electoral infiltration as opposed to strictly acts of terror. The final two organizations significant enough to mention are Patriot Front and Patriot Prayer. They all love this patriot stuff, and we'll get to that in a bit. Patriot Prayer was founded in 2016 in the suburbs of Washington State. Suburbs, that's another thing we'll talk about. Their whole shtick is to harass liberal and left-wing groups in the Pacific Northwest and get in street fights with anti-fascists, which have often been filmed and uploaded to inspire other budding fascists to get involved more physically. According to an informant, there are only about 15 of these guys. They've just been really good at making a name for themselves because typically, fascists are cowards who will scatter when it looks like a fight.
To be honest, I take issue with the people thinking the organized radical right are feds. It implies that there aren't actually people that are that insane. Ironically, most of the people on the right who claim they're feds simultaneously 100% share their views. No, absolutely. There's definitely a lot of organizing happening on the right-wing front, for sure. But I do think that ultimately, the group is like probably half fucking federal agents and half actual fascists. The irony is, of course, that the federal agents also share the fascist opinions half the time.
Fight is coming. Finally, the youngest org on the list, Patriot Front. This is another small organization, but I bet you've heard more about them than some of the others. Where the rest play coy and beat around the bush, these guys are explicit in their fascism. They've even got the fascies as part of their logo. If I had to guess which group would end up being the most influential in the fascist movement, it would be Patriot Front. For a bunch of reactionaries, they're pretty good at branding, combining traditional Americana with fascist symbolism. In every successful past fascist movement, that's been a key element. It takes on the flavor of whatever culture it boils up in. You've probably heard the quote, "When fascism comes to America, it'll be wrapped in the flag and carrying a cross." Case in point. Patriot Front is another group that punches above its weight in terms of membership. Best estimates put the number at just 200. But they accounted for 82% of all incidents in 2021 that involved the distribution of fascist, racist, or otherwise bigoted propaganda in the US. If you zoom out a bit, this is all kind of interesting. You've got your fraternity, your militias, your street thugs, and your propagandists. That's a pretty well-developed fascist undercurrent, even if, for now, they seem to be licking their wounds. What happens when they start organizing across the different groups? Speculation aside, the important thing to realize about American fascism is that it's not confined to this handful of explicitly fascist groups.
Yes.
It's become mainstream among the American right.
That's what's more important to me than anything else. The fact that like these guys are almost in agreement with like, these guys are in agreement with like 98% of the values of the average fucking Republican at this point. And they've become more and more mainstream. Like, sure, there's some who are not as rabid in their, you know, offensive and outward hatred of all minorities and whatnot. But at the end of the day, there's so many. There are so many motherfuckers. Like the average Republican, the reason why Trump gained so much prominence is because he spoke like the average Republican. He took the suppressor off, basically, and let it ride. He didn't say immigration and demographics are becoming a real problem for America. He said Mexicans are rapists and drug dealers, and some of them are very fine people. That's exactly what the fuck the average Republican thinks. That's exactly what the average Mexican Republican thinks, by the way, in Texas, okay? He just straight up was like, yeah, dude, these rapists are coming over the borders, man. And it's like, bro, your name is literally Juan Gonzalez. You're like a fucking 8th generation Texas Mexican. What the fuck are you saying? It's crazy. But it's true.
Right. Let me give
Not
you
Democracy Now! Shut up. It's just the first name that came in my mind. Okay? Chill. I would never.
Example. Here's an ex-military business owner back during peak COVID.
But it's not going to be peaceful much longer. Okay? And this isn't a threat. I'm not a criminal. I've never been a criminal. But I'm telling you that good citizens are going to turn into real concerned and revolutionary citizens real soon. And nobody else is going to say that. I'm probably the only person that has the balls to say what I'm saying right now. That we're building, we're organizing, and we'll work with law enforcement or without law enforcement. But you won't stop us when time comes because our families are starving. And if you don't hear the seriousness of my voice, I hope you open your ears and you absolutely listen to what I'm saying. Because this is a warning for what's coming. It's not going to be peaceful much longer. It's not going to be rah-rah. It's not going to be speeches. It's not going to be gathered outside saying a Pledge of Allegiance. It's not going to be waving flags. It's going to be real. When you've seen the things that I've seen, I went to war for this country. I've seen the ugliest, dirtiest part of humanity. I've been in combat, and I never want to go back again. But I'm telling you what, I will to save this country. If it has to be against our own citizens, it will happen. And there's a million people like me, and you won't stop us.
Sounds pretty bad. But this is exactly the type of person we saw at the Capitol riot.
I mean, dude, you guys are fucking complaining, but he probably already fucking ended it. You know what I mean? Like, let's be for real. That dude needs healthcare more than anything else, okay?
The fascist groups were there. At least 700 members of their organizations got arrested. But they were a drop in the bucket compared to what most people would call average conservatives. Only around 13% of those charged in the Capitol riots were formal members of militant groups like the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters, and the Oath Keepers. The remaining 87% were a mix of garden-variety Trump supporters and conservatives LARPing as revolutionaries. The overwhelming majority of people who stormed the Capitol were just average Republicans. And you can tell. They didn't look like the typical far-right extremists. They were typically older, with around 2/3 being over 35. They were much less likely to be unemployed. A full 14% of the attendees charged were business owners, and 30% were white-collar workers. These aren't normal far-right extremist demographics. These are just Republican constituency demographics. That's why fascists target the suburbs, as we mentioned earlier. The aggrieved white middle class is ripe for radicalization. The average American conservative...
Yeah. Dude. The fucking countryside surrounds the cities. Never forget. This revolution, this Maoist revolution in the United States of America will be a glorious struggle, okay, of HVAC business owners. Instead of a peasants' revolution, we're going to have a fucking HVAC business owner Maoist revolution, okay? Petty bourgeois, dumb fuck, reactionary business owners.
Conservative wants to overthrow the government to establish some weird anti-woke theocracy based on a mythologized version of the past. And don't take my word for it, they're literally advocating for it in their magnum opus, Project 2025, which we made a video about a while back. Okay, why is this happening? Conservatives have always been reactionary, but what's changed in the last decade or so? Well, there are a few factors. We'll start with a culture war issue, the white genocide myth. The Great Replacement theory is a classic among fascists. It asserts that there is a plot, which really means they think it's a Jewish thing, that the white race and white culture, whatever that means, are disappearing because of immigration from majority non-white countries. Fascists believe this will cause some general persecution of white people, because of course they can't imagine the world being run without one race subjugating another. This is the theory that motivated the Christchurch shooter Brenton Tarrant and the El Paso shooter Patrick Crusius, and it's both unfounded and blatantly fascist. You won't be surprised to learn that this theory has a historical trajectory that starts in World War II, runs through the European fascist movements, the American Nazi Party, and has now found a home among the majority of the Republican electorate.
Oh yeah.
Here's a clip of Tucker Carlson endorsing the theory on Fox, calling it by name, and likening it to eugenics.
Joe Biden just said it, to change the racial mix of the country. That's the reason, to reduce
Oh,
the
yeah.
political power of people whose ancestors lived here and dramatically increase the proportion of Americans newly arrived from the third world. And then Biden went further. He said that non-white DNA is the, quote, source of our strength. Imagine saying that. This is the language of eugenics. It's horrifying. But there's a reason Biden said it. In political terms, this policy is called the Great Replacement, the replacement of legacy Americans with more obedient people from faraway countries. They brag about it all the time, but if you dare to say it's happening, they will scream at you with maximum hysteria.
Notice that little trick that Tucker Carlson pulled right there when he said legacy Americans. It's one of my favorite Tucker Carlson tropes. He can't say Native Americans because obviously we all know what the fuck that means. So he has to find a different word for it. Legacy Americans. He can't say white Americans, right? He can't say WASPs. So he means legacy Americans. Those who deserve to be here.
And here you have Joe Biden confirming his motive on tape with a smile on his face.
This type of racist xenophobia isn't new. Every fascist project in history has needed to create a chosen people and a barbaric enemy to justify their anti-human politics. Even a cursory glance at any history book will make it clear where this trend comes from. But why does it start in the first place? Human beings can be awful, distrustful people, but just randomly deciding to build an exterminatory worldview out of their bigotry doesn't make much sense. We need to dig a little deeper and look beyond the culture war rhetoric to really understand the appeal of fascism. Socialism and fascism are both on the rise, and it's pretty easy to see why. Beneath every movement is an economic catalyst. Fascism is seen as a solution to an economic problem, just as socialism is. But the difference is that fascism does not threaten the primacy of capital, or the comfortable position of the white liberal, a critical ally of fascist movements throughout history. Economic hardship creates conditions where bitterness, distrust, and desperation can thrive, making the masses an easy target for charismatic and bombastic fascists. Think back to that town hall video. What did the guy say was the spark for their aggression? Not being...
Did you cover Macklemore yet? No, I haven't. I forgot.
Being able to feed their families.
You guys should keep sending me
And
the
you know what?
Macklemore video.
That's a perfectly valid reason to be upset. The problem is the solution he and other fascists land on is to exterminate or deport anyone deemed to be detrimental to white people making money and keeping their privileged position. Or, in their eyes, prevent hardworking patriots from losing economic ground because their opportunities are being stolen by foreigners. The economic base of fascism has always been the petit bourgeois, or as I like to call them, the roofing class, small business owners, the guys who have a handful of contractors and patrons.
I like that. I say HVAC, but roofing works too.
$1,200 a month on an F-150 Raptor that's never been used for any kind of manual labor. But I digress. I really try my best to understand fascists because it's an interesting phenomenon. Socialism offers, in my opinion, a common-sense solution to the ills of capitalism. Economic democracy. The people who do the work have a say in how the work is done, and profits can't be siphoned off by unelected corporate tyrants. Fascism, on the other hand, has to create this elaborate fantasy to justify why one particular group of people is destined to inherit the earth. And conveniently, it's the people in your country and the group you happen to fall into. It's the same gripe I have with Calvinists. They believe that all humans are predestined to go to either heaven or hell, and nothing we do can influence that destiny. I've never met a Calvinist who believes they're going to hell. If I try really hard to check my basic human decency at the door, I can see why fascist mythology could be appealing. It lets you off the hook. It justifies the worst cruelties because you are defending what is good and righteous from human animals who want to tear down a beautiful civilization. The problem is, the civilization fascists claim to be defending has never existed. It's a myth. There is no single white race. Just ask the Irish, or the Italians, or the Russians, or the Ukrainians, or the Jews, who have all had their white card revoked or granted at some point. There is no period in American history where everything was great for the white working class. Every worker in this country has always been at the mercy of the elite, but not the elite fascists assume are pulling the strings. It's not a shadowy cabal of woke Jews. It's just the people who own the means of production. They're not shy about it. People like Warren Buffett routinely admit there's a class war being waged, and that the capitalists want to make sure that they win it. The glorious fascist revolution that these self-proclaimed patriots want, it's not revolutionary at all. It's just turning back the clock to a time where these class antagonisms were less apparent, where the capitalist class still had complete control over society, but maybe black people had fewer rights. If that's your vision of utopia, you're a moron. You are risking decades in prison because you want to make sure the boot stays on your neck because you like the lies the boot spouts while it's stepping on you. The Republicans love fascists because it's an ideology that maintains the economic status quo. They don't like it when their useful idiots try to lynch them, so people have to go to jail for that. But on the whole, there's a reason the ruling class tolerates fascism and not socialism. Socialism is genuinely revolutionary, whereas fascism is just a cancerous offshoot of capitalism that can, in their mind, be used as a tool when needed.
And also uses a tool against your perceived enemies, of course, and never you. Nobody ever thinks about how fucking fascist concepts or racist concepts ever impact you. This is why, I forget what the name of the book was, but there's a book specifically detailing how white supremacy kills white people. But I guess the most reductive, easiest way to explain the concept is basically the age-old adage now that has always found its way in American politics. The famous concept best illustrated by Ronald Reagan's spokesperson at the time, who was instrumental in the Southern strategy. I think it might be Dying of Whiteness. Thank you, Tube Sock. Which is the idea Lee Atwater, who talked about how Republicans and right-wing reactionaries mask the white supremacist agenda with increasingly more mystified ways. Like, it's not direct in the same way as saying the N-word over and over again like you could in the 60s, but instead talking about welfare queens. Now, of course, the inevitable consequence of the welfare queen idea is that those who desperately need social safety nets, which, by the way, of course, are white people as well, no longer get it. Why don't they get it? Why is it cut off? Well, because at least black people have their social safety nets cut off, and we want to harm them. That's precisely the reason why everybody loves talking about fucking South Side of Chicago, South Side of Chicago. Everybody loves talking about Detroit. Everybody loves talking about purposely underfunded black neighborhoods, black communities that have been victim to redlining and a damn near century of segregation and other forms of white supremacist structural violence. And yet nobody understands that there are many fucking suburbs and many parts of Pennsylvania that are predominantly white that are also victim to the same dire circumstances. The example I love using for that very same reason is West Virginia, an entire state full of white people that live in horrifyingly destitute conditions. And those motherfuckers love voting Republican over and over again. Okay? The entirety of the Appalachian region. Yep. For every black, urban, underserved, underfinanced, and victimized community, there's a white equivalent, there's a white counterpart that also is not getting mentioned, that is also not getting seen. And a lot of those white people in those neighborhoods and in those communities are actually so motivated by the white supremacist attitudes that they channel and champion, and those attitudes that are reflected by their politicians that they want to elect, that they don't recognize that, in the words of Lyndon Big Dick Johnson, the white man is taking money directly out of their own pockets. Okay? That's right.
And this isn't the first time the ruling class has taken advantage of economic precarity. Once upon a time, a group of super wealthy capitalists hatched a scheme to try to convince a group of vulnerable Americans to launch an insurrection and overthrow the government, at which point the group of oligarchs would establish what amounted to a fascist dictatorship in the service of capital.
A business plot.
Sounds a bit like January 6th, doesn't it? This attempted coup was called the business plot, and it actually happened way back in 1933. The short version is that a retired general, one Smedley Butler, was approached by a would-be financier who offered him funding and 500,000 men to lead an insurrection to depose then-President FDR. Roosevelt's election and subsequent economic reforms had horrified conservative businessmen, who saw him as a socialist. So, naturally, when given the choice between socialism and fascism, they overwhelmingly sided with fascism, telling Butler they hoped to install him as an all-powerful Secretary of General Affairs, while Roosevelt would assume a figurehead role. Unfortunately for the plotters, Butler ratted them out. In his later years, General Butler had come to support FDR and was a fairly outspoken critic of capitalism, referring to his past self as a high-class muscle man for Wall Street. The business plot failed, and it gives us a great example of how economic precarity can be weaponized to fascist ends. The capitalists understood that thousands of First World War veterans were disenchanted with the US, having not received their promised benefits, and they figured if they could just get a popular, willing leader to stoke the discontent into a fascist—
Damn, bro. Sounds familiar, huh?
—fervor, they'd have free reign of the country's economy, creating an unholy merger of capital and the state, a cornerstone of fascism. What we are seeing—
Yeah. Well, you have another place that you can look to under dire financial circumstances, comprised almost entirely of disillusioned and angry World War I veterans that did actually end up taking control over the government. That country now is the #1 dick rider of Israel. Germany.
Today has the same hallmarks of every other period where fascism has grown in popularity. Economic insecurity, the formation of fascist paramilitaries, and a series of charismatic figures trying to tap into the rising tide of far-right populism for personal gain. While it's important to have empathy for people who are struggling economically and looking for answers, once someone chooses to become a fascist, they are a threat. But it's also important to realize that these people are by and large losers and cowards. They talk a big game, but they run away when faced with anti-fascist resistance. Instead of getting up on a soapbox like their idols, they target children with hate speech and lurk online. They wear ridiculous outfits complete with cardboard shields. And if we're being honest, most of these people don't really match the Ubermensch archetype. At the end of the day, they're pathetic reactionaries who whine about wokeness and weaponize culture and religion to spread a hateful message with no basis in reality. But that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. Never underestimate your enemy, especially when they've convinced themselves that they are the chosen ones and everybody else is subhuman.
So mentally ill.
So,
awesome.
Is the US headed for fascism? Yes and no. The US is a settler colonial imperialist project. It's primed for fascism by default. Any nation dependent on the exploitation of others is one bad quarter away from going full Mussolini. That being said, the economic conditions that allow for the growth of fascism also result in the growth of class consciousness, which gives socialism a chance to fight back. Under every single fascist regime in history, the socialists were the first to be targeted, because fascists know that socialism is a threat to capital, and that any truly egalitarian system has to get rid of the exploitative system that is capitalism. Fascists don't want revolutionary change. They want violent maintenance of the status quo, and they want to turn the violence of the empire usually reserved for foreigners inward, suppressing whatever groups they don't like. So yes, fascism is on the rise. So is socialism. And it's our job to make sure this time, fascists don't get their way, and that instead, we forge a path towards a brighter, more humane future. I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this channel is entirely grassroots funded. Since sponsors don't want to touch videos like these, we have to rely on the generous support of viewers like you. If you'd like to help keep this channel afloat and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron on Patreon. All patrons, regardless of pledge amount, get early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord server. We just did a major update to the Discord, with a revamped leveling system and monthly Discord Nitro giveaways to active members. We've also got a bunch of other cool stuff like a book club, live Q&As with me every month, and a dedicated educator role for users ready to answer any questions you have about socialism. We've built a thriving community, and we'd love for you to be part of it. So if you'd like to join the Discord, get early access to every video, and help support genuinely principled socialist content, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Is Hasan on Discord? Yes, of course. I am, yes. Liberals are such a trip, man. They really believe this crap. Can't wait to become a handmaid before I am deported because Macklemore convinced some people to let Trump win in order to protest Israel ignoring Biden's multiple calls for ceasefires. That'll show them. Team Trump isn't exactly shy about it. Team Trump isn't in power right now. Your team is. And perhaps you should demand that your team leader listen to the demands of his voters instead of constantly berating those voters. Just a thought. If you want to win, play the goddamn game at least. Yeah, liberals are so brain broken into thinking that like everyone has to vote for them that they've forgotten that many people don't vote. My God, he read history and learned nothing. The reason fascists got support from the establishment was the socialists screaming about revolution, scaring the liberals into supporting the fascists. Thank you for your accurate read on how this worked. It's just liberals keep consistently siding with the fascists and becoming fascists. Why? Because the socialists scared them. Please tell me this is a top of the hour ad break debate and not something that you legitimately believe, because you are basically saying, oh no, I am going to be convinced into joining fascism. Okay? Please tell me you are joking, because please tell me this is simply a bait, because I cannot comprehend how someone could turn around and be like, no, you don't understand. I got too scared that people were saying that the means of production should have a democratic organization surrounding it, and that was too terrifying for me. Oh my God, he's not actually responding. Oh my God, he's not responding. Oh my God, it wasn't a fucking ad break debate. Yeah. The dire economic conditions. The socialists actually attempted revolution in Germany, man. Don't forget that if you tell the liberals you were taking their shit, they are not just going to capitulate. Brother, I don't know how to have this conversation with you because it is 2024. You are basically running cover for those who literally aligned with the National Socialist Party. Okay? You are unironically doing Nazi apologia after the Holocaust. Okay? How am I supposed to look at you and think of you as anything but just a fucking regular old fascist when what you are saying, even though you are utilizing liberal language to basically massage the narrative a little bit, is what amounts to someone who is defending the Nazi party. This is unimaginable. Okay? You are trying to say that the revolutionary momentum, which was objectively correct at the time and objectively better than the Nazi party's reign, okay, in 2024, This isn't 1935. It's not 1938. It's 2024. What the fuck are you saying? You have the benefit of hindsight. Use it. Please. What the fuck? Bro put the social fascist and the social democrat. Yeah, I mean, listen. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. I mean, when you show the Enabling Act in 1933, they're going to say it was because the liberals capitulated to the fascists because they didn't think they were going to be as scary as they actually were as a consequence of how scary the socialists were. Because for liberals, and this, by the way, basically reconfirms exactly what JT was talking about before, which is that liberals will always prefer the fake order demonstrated by fascism because fascism is just a mechanism when capitalism decays. It is a way to reinstate order under capitalism while still maintaining the same fucking structure, the same hierarchies that capitalism demands. When capitalism is failing, you have two ways out of it. Obviously, in that utter chaos, in that total chaos, in that barbarism, you can turn to order. Order in that circumstance, Mike. Wait, what? You are ignoring history. You forget that the Nazis didn't had killed Jews yet. So it's the other way around. Wait, what? Dude, why do chatters actually fucking respond to retorts that I knew they were going to give and have addressed already 5 minutes after the fact? I knew that he was going to say something along these lines, which is why I said, you're not making this argument in 1935. You're not making this argument in 1933. You're not making this argument in 1938. You're making this argument in 2024, demonstrating that you did not learn from the lessons that you should have learned from in the rise to power for the Nazi Party. How the fuck is the lesson here that it was the socialist fucking fault? The only argument you have here, by the way, which is not surprisingly at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, which I'm running now. It just doesn't make sense. It basically, once again, reconfirms a lot of people's suspicions, including Stalin, who, wasn't the best guy, but he definitely nailed this part, that liberals, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Like, liberals are way more comfortable with fascism than they are with socialism. Like actual socialism, not the fake populism demonstrated by the Nazi Party, which, of course, in its first act of violence, basically fucking cut out all the socialists and trade unionists. Those were the people that were put in the concentration camps first. Many of them were Jews themselves, but they were put in those concentration camps on the boundaries of being socialist and trade unionists until they moved on directly to anyone and everyone suspected of being Jewish. I know that wasn't a good quote, but wasn't Stalin a fascist? What? A fascist? No, Stalin was not a fascist. He was authoritarian. He was brutal. Many miscalculations overall, but he was not a fucking fascist. What the fuck? No, Stalin was the #1 fascist killer at the time, as a matter of fact. What the fuck? Guys, fascism is an ideology. Dictatorships or authoritarian governance does not automatically make one a fascist. It doesn't make it good. But I think a lot of people personally think that any and every despot, any and every thin-skinned power-hungry leader automatically is fascist. Ne oldu? Okay. Kaya, come here. Öyle mi? Anneme mi gönderiyorsun? Eyvallah, kıskansın. The liberals reacted supporting the Nazis before they started killing the Jews. Yes, that is fair, but if you push people by trying to take their stuff, they're going to resort to what they can find, and what they can find are always fascists. Brother, I don't think you have understood anything from the lessons you were supposed to learn from history. What good is reading about history if you look to the mistakes that people made, okay, in 1933, and then go, and we have to repeat it. We have to repeat those mistakes. I didn't learn anything from that, actually. Which is odd, because you are personally also saying that the fascists were bad and killed a shit ton of Jews. They killed a shit ton of other people too, right? Why are you trying to explain the reasoning behind making horrifyingly bad moves that inevitably make you a fascist? Splitting Poland with the Nazis is one hell of a miscalculation. Oh my God, Polish chatters. We get it, bro. Yes, socialism. Yes, double genocide theory. Yes, okay. Yes, it is the worst thing. The USSR was really bad. If only the Nazis if only the Nazis took control over Poland and everyone everywhere else, I'm sure that things would be much better. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah. It is odd to think that an attempt at a revolution was the big mistake of the 20th century for the Germans, you know, and not like what came after. He claims that an attempt at revolution is actually what gave righteous cause to the liberals to align with the fucking fascists and become fascists themselves, as a matter of fact, which is so stupid. Why did you read history if you were just looking at it and going, I can't wait to repeat exactly what's going on here? What's this? I wonder. Yo, I made this for stream. What? Okay, we're not going to do this right now. We're going to save that for Friday, chatter. People say that the liberals had no choice but to side with fascists because communists were more dangerous. Meanwhile, the Chinese literally put a whole ass civil war on pause between fascists and communists to fight the Japanese fascists. Yeah. Stalin tried to form a pact with the West against the Nazis first, was rebuffed by the West, who also had pacts with the Nazis, appeasement, and instead bought time to turn an agrarian society into an industrial war machine that defeated the Nazis. Fucking liberals. I know. Liberals always love talking about Molotov. I always fuck this name up. Ribbentrop. Did I say it right? Or is it? I think I said it right. And yet don't realize that appeasement is the identical thing. It is the same exact principle behind dumbass Republicans turning around and fucking saying that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. It's like, okay, then why are you wearing the Confederate garb while you're saying that to me? Why are you currently wearing the Confederate garb while saying that to me right now, while defending the Confederacy, while saying that the Confederacy must exist and will thrive? Why are you telling me that Abraham Lincoln was the Republican? Why? It's so fucking stupid. Motherfuckers wearing the stars and bars being like, well, you know, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. We freed the slaves ourselves, which was bad and wrong. And I hate it. And the racial pecking order must continue. That's why I represent the stars and bars here, which Abraham Lincoln also defeated, which I will conveniently remind you was a Republican. Okay. Liberals who are like fucking 3 seconds removed from being fascist themselves, who are basically like, fascism is fine as long as we can still, you know, be legally gay, okay? Are fucking turning around and being like, you know, well, the USSR actually fucking aligned with the Nazis. It's like, okay, well, so did the liberals. So what the fuck are we talking about? So did the Western world. What the fuck do you mean? It's like, I think something that happened afterwards, after that alignment, is probably a little bit more significant. Okay? There are a fucking metric ton of people who think the USSR is fascist. Yes, they're dumb Amerifat morons. I don't know how else to describe it other than that. Okay? Especially in the period of World War II, both the USSR and the United States of America, at least for that duration, when aligned with one another, were demonstrably not fascist and were actually, as a matter of fact, anti-fascist. It's ridiculous. A shit ton of Americans also think Nancy Pelosi is a socialist. Maybe a smaller number, but still a significant number of Americans think Jeff Bezos is a socialist. You can't reason with some of these dumb fucks. In fact, the USSR was the biggest opponent to fascism. Look at the Spanish Civil War. The West did nothing. Exactly. I can't deal with people's lack of interest in history and their false understanding of history over and over and over again every single fucking day. People also believe, as a chatter correctly pointed out, that Biden is a communist. Liberals don't know that the center party voted for giving Hitler absolute power, where the socialists and communists opposed to actual basic historical fact failure. It is deliberate. It is deliberate. Why is everyone against liberalism now when the US and UK liberals that were also pivotal in winning the war? Didn't we just talk about didn't we just describe, just now, before I started reading your comment about the instrumental role liberals played in Nazis winning power? If FDR was like 3% more reactionary, we'd be in different times right now, okay? We just talked about the business plot. It's ridiculous. Don't show liberals this clip. What is this? Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds.
Vietnam.
I don't want to watch this fucking 6-minute video, dude. Were the USSR not totalitarians? Stalin definitely had a lot of authoritarian tendencies that he did not use for good. I would say that the Chinese government is authoritarian. And in many instances, in many aspects of Chinese governance, that's definitely bad. Like not allowing people to have certain civil liberties, But in other aspects, the authoritarian nature of the Chinese governance is good, like massive development projects, infrastructural support. I'm not always anti-authority. I would love to be authoritarian if it meant authoritatively building housing, socialized housing. Okay? In an authoritarian manner, I would love to personally give healthcare to every fucking American, including the Nazis, no matter what they say. They could be fucking complaining and crying. Speaking of authoritarianism, Disco Elysium, everybody. Disco Elysium, for those of you who don't know, is probably the most socialist video game of all time. A lot of inside baseball, a lot of jokes. And I have personally strayed away from playing this on stream. Okay, I've personally have not played this on stream, but I did play it off stream. It's one of my favorite games. It is one of the most political games of all time. It is one of the most socialist games of all time. A lot of inside baseball, a lot of memes, a lot of socialist memes. And also, in a very socialist way, it is incredibly dark. I haven't decided what build to play, but I also must admit, this game also does have... Wait, what the fuck? This game also does have the option to actually play with Twitch integration, in which streamers can create polls so their viewers can influence gameplay. Viewers can vote for their favorite dialogue options and give temporary bonuses and penalties to the streamer's main attributes. They can also view the streamer's character sheet and journal at any time. And I think we should do it. You will be able to democratically vote on certain decisions that occur throughout the gameplay and dramatically change the outcome of the game. Considering that I have already played this masterpiece personally on my own when I was banned for saying the word cracker, when I was banned for anti-white racism from this platform, Twitch, I do not fear the democratic decisions that this community will make, considering that many in this community have probably also played the game. This game is very similar to Telltale Games, The Walking Dead, but imagine instead of The Walking Dead, we are personally walking in the ashes of a communist revolutionary dystopian future. Some of the best music too. How the fuck do I enter the Twitch token? Hold on. I need to figure out how to do the Twitch integration real quick. And also, give me a meme for this. God, I love this music so much. I'm gonna do a blast off as well. I noticed there's an option for Twitch integrations with the chat can interact with the game. Is there a kind of explainer? Edit solved. There's a Twitch extension called Disco Elysium Companion. Okay, let's go find the Disco Elysium Companion. This music brings a tear to my eye, dude. All right, I have now added the Disco Elysium Companion. You must configure this third-party extension before you go live to provide the best experience once active. Can you guys see it? To use the Twitch integration, you need the secret key. Wait, I can't do it. Add it to the Twitch integration section in the settings menu in game. I don't have a key though. I actually don't personally have a key. It's not giving me a key. It just says request new secret, and it says do not show this key on stream and don't share it with anyone else. But it doesn't show me a key. I wonder if it's because I'm live streaming currently. Do you guys see a key? No, I'm not going to put it in streamer mode. I don't know what streamer mode does. Copyrighted pieces? Yeah, no, I don't care about that. You needed a key to set up OBS? It may be in your OBS settings. No. The key states you must configure the extension before going live. Okay, I might have to table this for tomorrow. If that's the case. God, this music is so beautiful. I might have to table this for tomorrow. And if I were to do it, the game, I mean, I don't know how I will be able to begin the game without Twitch integration and then turn around and do the Twitch integration. Twitch stream key? Dude, chatters. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Chatters? Chat literally sent me a fucking FAQ. Chat sent me an FAQ for how to get my Twitch stream key. I love you guys, but sometimes when you're trying to be helpful, you are just so oblivious to so much. Okay? Do you think that I, HasanAbi Piker, a man who has been a prominent socialist content creator on the platform Twitch since May 6th, 2016, okay? I think this is now officially, I don't remember exactly when I started, but it was around this time in 2018, not 2016, 2018 that I started Twitch streaming. Do you really think I did the fucking extension, dumbass? I did it. It doesn't matter. It's not giving me a fucking actual key. The reason why I suspect it's not giving me an actual key so that I can integrate it into the game is specifically because it's integrated, but it doesn't matter. The reason why it is not... The reason why it's not giving me a key so I can integrate it on the game side is because I think I'm live right now. Oh my God, this guy sent me a link to install Steam. Is Hades 2 on Steam? Let's try Hades too. This guy literally sent me a fucking... It's definitely dead as far as I can see. Oh, I wonder if they're not... I'm afraid something is wrong with the integration since I can't even get the key to integrate it. Anyone else get the same issue or and maybe even solution? Oh, they might actually have busted it. Oh. Shit. Considering that the company went under, I'm afraid something is wrong with the integration since I can't even get the key to integrate it. I also try, but I don't get a key even if I write on the email address stated on the Twitch integration. I don't get an answer. On their own Discord channel, I try it, but nobody seems to care. Friend, I can't get this to work either. 2023. It's definitely dead as far as I can see. Okay, I'll play with chat integration without actually doing the chat integration. That makes me sad, though. It makes me sad that the integration is busted completely. That's sad. Which side should I put the camera on? Maybe top right? I don't know. Okay, we're going to do it anyway. Fuck it. We ball. Let's be honest. No chat is probably for the best. Left side because of the text. Okay. We can do a thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas, sensitive, very psychological. I think I went physical on my first run. Create your own? I don't want to create my own, dude. Y'all are fucking crazy, dude. Do int psi combo. I already blasted off. Chatter with your blast off, as a matter of fact. Check the meme. Okay, now I'm beginning to realize that it was a good thing that there's no chat integration, because chat immediately is making the wrong decisions here and saying that we should do a custom build. I don't want to do a fascist run, but here it is. Finally happening. Communist Democracy Twitch plays Disco Elysium edition starting now. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable, might begin to lose his mind. Physical, extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock. Thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. You're doing a poll? Okay, let's see. Which archetype should I go with other than custom? Because that's dumb. Thinker, sensitive, or physical? First poll of the fucking day, boys. Don't ruin it now. Okay. Seems to me like sensitive wins. It's the Inland Empire trait that is probably why people want it. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown in.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me.
Really?
Don't be naive, of course not. I want to sail the inky blackness until forever ends. I do, let me off. Is my second playthrough, but what am I going for? I'm basically fucking going for madness and chaos. Let me
You
off.
wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself, got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
I played physical
Fear
last time.
and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Succeeded. Easy. Wait, I did this to myself. Tell me, what's waiting for me?
Yes, your one disco mother.
Tell me, what's waiting for me?
There's this giant ball there. And evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
How small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
How big is the ball?
Make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
And this duking it out I keep hearing about, what's that?
Dying for resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
For those of you who don't understand what's going on so far, I'm having a conversation with my limbic system. Inside of me are different wolves. Both of them are gay. All 4 or 5 different wolves I have inside of me are gay. My limbic system is basically describing how the earth works. You will find out soon enough exactly what's going on in this internal conversation that I'm having with myself. I am drunk. Once again. That's sad.
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean, drowned?
You lost.
God, I love this game so much. What a beautiful man he is. What a beaut. I've never played this on the computer, so I have no idea how it's gonna work, but this magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Savoir faire, medium 10. Grab the tie.
You reach out to grab the tie, but what's this? Diffuse, radiating chest pain. Doom.
I failed. We took our first L, chat.
This is bad.
Ah!
Feels like sharp stones grinding in your chest and keeping you for quite a long time. Still ongoing. Now is a good time to start worrying. Finally, the pressure recedes. You find yourself covered in cold sweat and trying not to move, hoping it will keep you from dying.
I'm gonna pull on the
come
fan.
Squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning, the necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel that it's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity. Don't overreact. The lights are off. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium key ring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Is this socialist D&D? Kind of. Why can't I run?
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. What do you mean? Assess the damage. How would you do that?
God
what
damn
are
it!
you even trying to do? The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
There is more I must venture onto here beyond. Take the shirt. You see bottles in a bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liqueurs. Oh, dude, wait, hold on. Before I do that, let me take this as well. White satin shirt, jacket, esprit de corps, white satin shirt, pants. I have keys and a necktie, a horrific one. Now this is the important part.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of it. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Should I do it? Really? Nothing.
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
I'm wiping it.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror, Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first. Make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
There is definitely something wrong with it.
What?
Where
What
to
could it
even
be?
begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin. Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
At least my tongue is okay.
Not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Wipe the mirror now.
Behold.
Ah! The face.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
It's Jay Schlatt. Of course I do. It's some kind of superstar. I think I'm a superstar.
It appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I think it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No, this is what superstars do.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
God, I think I don't know. It's indescribable. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies.
Please promise yourself you are not going to try it on any of the ladies, whatever happens.
I promise, but I'm lying.
You liar. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead. Try something.
Encyclopedia 1, Formidable 13. Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression. Electrochemistry, Impossible 18. Attempt to stop the expression from happening.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
I don't think I can run for this part of the process because I'm too... Wait, I found one shoe. Are you dead? I am somewhere in between being dead and alive. But pretty much, I might as well be dead. Oh, this music is so sick. Okay, I can run now. The calendar says it's March. The year is 51.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Turn your bloated face away from her beauty and just keep on walking.
No.
Officer, am I military personnel?
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Wait, I know. I'm a businessman. Chief Executive Officer,
The young
right?
woman shakes her head slowly.
Okay, Chief Technical Officer
No.
then.
You're a police officer, sir.
Goddamn right I'm a policeman,
Okay,
and don't you
cool.
forget it.
She means it. She wouldn't defy authority, however sweaty and bloated it may look.
Good. Now, how did you know I was a police officer?
First, I have to ask, are you okay, sir? You look like you're about to throw up. Can I bring you something?
She's right. Something wants to come out through your mouth, but you can keep it down because your body does not control you.
I'm fine. Answer the question.
Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, as you put it.
What kind
Couldn't
of business?
say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
I don't really remember being a cop or anything else for that matter. Why would anyone let me be an officer of the law? Suggestion, challenging 12. Try the expression on her. Let her know you want her physically.
The words have already left your mouth.
I want to have a fuck with you.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on, say it again.
I said I wanted to have sex with you.
No, you see, that's not what you said. You said... Come on, man. Pretty, please.
Don't back down now. Say what you said again, proudly.
I said, I want to have fuck with you.
Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you. What kind of cop are you?
I'm a cop of the apocalypse, superstar cop. It's been established. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. You're pretty, I'm sorry. I'm the sorry cop. I'm not sure I'm a cop at all. I sure don't remember being one. I think I might have lied. I'm gonna go with number 2.
Okay, that's cool. Or if I can just maybe ask you to elaborate on that superstardom a tiny bit.
It means I'm a bloated old drug with sideburns and disco pants. If I don't have a joke up my sleeve, it's on me. I sincerely think I'm a superstar. It's a theory I'm developing. I'm gonna go with 1.
I have certainly been entertained. Thank you. Whatever you are, you should stick to it. Otherwise, it's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me.
Baddie. That's a baddie right there. That's a baddie right there.
And for the
Motherfucker, this is
record,
not democracy.
No, I didn't do it.
Didn't do what? Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. All right, let's go investigate. Let's use our investigative reporting skills to figure out where my fucking shoe is. Oh my God, the loading is still... The smell of the sea makes you dizzy.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet. It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
By the way, the soundtrack is called Horns of Surrender, meaning this played when Kami Revachol failed.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes.
Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that, a carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
Chat, what do we think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should enthusiastically do that.
They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now. But find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Side mission, find smokes and smoke them.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
I'm so alone. Why are you doing this? Don't do this to me. Beauty, don't abandon me in all of this ugliness.
The door is indifferent to your loneliness. The world does not care. Still no answer. Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Fucking hole. Punch the door. Suppress the
murmur
urge.
in your ears recedes slowly. Your breathing normalizes. That's one lucky door.
This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe de le Monde. Dude, when I was playing this on the Switch, it was goddamn unimaginably long. The loading screens were so bad. I could not comprehend how bad this situation was, and I still played it all the way through. This is where the lyrics would be. A big old karaoke mic just waiting for someone to sing into it. Speakers connected to the radio. The music is seasoned
You
with
should totally
static.
sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by my hangover. My soul is immense.
And it needs to be heard through a PA system by other people, whether they like it or not. Ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express yourself.
This goes well with the theory I'm developing that I'm a down on my luck superstar person.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What
You
should
have
I
not
sing?
yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds
Serves
good.
them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad,
Who's talking, a
tragic
demon or
song.
something? Yes.
Who's laughing now?
And no.
No one.
You are the demon. This is talking to you. The entire game is you having a conversation with your inner demons.
You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop. Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
I'm guessing I didn't do any of those things.
You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to.
What have I been doing all that time? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
He looks down again and keeps plucking at the bird.
A
Looks
competent
at the
work of
stuffed
taxidermy.
bird.
The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs, one of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it. Most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
What happened to the bird?
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on...
I think we know who did that to the bird. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. This is where you will meet one of the most soft purr of electric juice that comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. We're about to meet one of the best characters of all time. My goat.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
One of the best cops,
Looks
perhaps
like
the only
he's
good
waiting
cop.
for someone. You.
Kim Kitsuragi.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hold on. Who is he to be?
He is your half-brother.
Shake his hand.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
I'm gonna fail again.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
It's so cool.
You instinctively run your hand over the multi-patterned silk of your tie. Its slickness gives you comfort and...
Don't worry! Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau is one classy name for one classy cop.
My name is Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
Yes, well...
He doesn't even process what you just said,
It
just
looks like
moves
we
on.
had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
You mean him? Not towards the cafeteria manager? Yeah, I just talked to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I haven't.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
How can you be so sure if I'm the police?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
You said insignia, these white rectangles, you mean?
Yes.
But they're just
They're
white
not
rectangles.
just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Rafah West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
But shouldn't I have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
It was not on me when I woke
Losing your
up.
identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
But I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
Much worse. Like one time I saw an officer at the top of the hour be forced to watch the 3-minute ad break. and it was terrible. But you no longer have to see the top of the hour ad break. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with Le Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort. The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that. So cigarettes will have to do.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with...
Yes, very nice.
Hello, sweetie.
Aw, Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Does that mean you like me?
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
So I guess the expression does work.
But
Fuck
dear,
you.
You're not for me. I'm too old and too married besides.
Damn it. Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you
In
can't
another
score.
time and place, she might have flirted back. But that ship sailed long ago.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
How'd you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in fighting crime, reading backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Kim, of course, but I forgot I had you.
Yes, and it seems to me that you do well to stick close to him. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law, someone you can lean on, and, sweetie, you are looking unsteady. And even if he weren't there, I don't think you'd have much use for me.
Why? 3 heads are better than 2.
Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down.
Aw.
Perhaps another time.
You seem to be in a chair.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
What is this? Royal pinball machine that's unplugged. A sign reads, Mess Hall is reserved for union members. Door open at 1600.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops...
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41... Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
How's the game so
What,
far?
of
This game is brilliant.
Martinez?
It's
No,
phenomenal.
I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
The Chapo Boys are not on the final cut. I didn't want to play the original VO where the Chapo Boys are voice acting because the original game, unfortunately, doesn't have any of this other stuff. There's no voice acting in any of this other stuff normally. This is the full game where there's full-blown voice acting.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Yes.
I have everything. You?
Oh, do you mean, do I have questions?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Where exactly
Behind
is the body?
this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there, then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you
What are
kill him?
Crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard. The prey drive says.
Did you kill him, God?
I didn't.
You can tell me, God. You killed him, right?
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Why did you have to kill him?
Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless. His expression unreadable.
Did he hurt you? Is that why? Did you get some kind of sick kick out of killing him?
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Anyone? Have you killed someone else then?
He ignores you.
Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
Fine.
Extra fine.
Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This is clearly a touchy subject for him.
You look like a bartender.
That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay?
What's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias I manage. 3.
Let's go.
That's all.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Bratan!
no, don't listen to him. It's madness. Just talk.
Slip away unnoticed.
One moment you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands. Why?
Fuck you, asshole!
Watch out!
Critical failure.
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon.
I had an accident.
It was no accident. Those were disco moves from your spinal cord. The spinal cord has yet to reveal itself to you. Its mysteries are unholy mysteries.
Wow, there's more of you hidden? I'm so cool. I don't know, that just comes off as a lazy effort at reconceptualizing the antics of a shambling drum.
If it comes off like that, it's because it is. And you are.
How's it going out there? Are the tiny apes screaming about money yet?
I think the tiny apes have started screaming yes.
Did one of these tiny apes have a pale green face?
Yes.
It's a joke, sweetie. I didn't actually think you saw the kind green ape of South Safra in a hostel in Martinez. That would be ridiculous. Are you
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
I'm not very okay.
Ma'am, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. He just tripped over my chair. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place.
Nice.
The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
Thank you for your cooperation. See, we turn our L's into W's here.
Don't thank me yet. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I just can't let you up there.
Fuck.
And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Do I even have one?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know. Near south, maybe?
You don't really know, do you?
I don't. Does this mean I'm homeless?
South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
But I traced the way back somehow to extract the exact street, the exact number in a building. I'll live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything, hobo cop.
Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
I've never done a hobo cop run, but I guess maybe I will. This game probably sounds so weird to people who are uninitiated, like who have no idea what the fuck's going on here. Like, it just probably looks and sounds so fucking insane. Sleeping dock worker.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see there is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Wake up! This is an order! I am the law!
Why the yelling, man?
You're alive. You looked out for the count. You looked out for the count. Right
Wait,
there.
what? I was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police more than they usually do, at least.
Tell me about the Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's that going?
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
I've almost never been outside of this building.
Good. We're in the middle of a strike down at the harbour, trying to force some sense into the executive board of Wild Pines. For one, I get you some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work, right to sleep, I say.
Why are you sleeping here while the others are out striking?
They got it. Measurehead's got it. He's guarding the gate.
Measurehead.
I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
Chat, you're gonna lose your fucking mind when
The
you meet
way he
Measurehead.
says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival. You should slay him.
Who's behind the organizing the strike?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
You mean there's no leader?
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
What about the dead body in the yard?
Yeah, what about it?
You seem cool with it. Do you have many of those hanging from the trees here?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Someone has to look into it. Looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod. Then, so Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even Sleepy Hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective. The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Oops. What do I... Oh, it's Shift Tab.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away.
God, it's so beautiful.
The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you.
What's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond that?
Coal City, end of all lines.
Run your fingers through your dampened hair.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth to stop shuddering.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
And beyond that?
La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
What's across the distributary?
Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
What is beyond the Couronne?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide.
What's in the
Capeside
north?
apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play.
And close to the here.
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks.
What's in the
traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
What is Jamrock?
Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? Why am I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
Wow. What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the
I
hood,
have a
where the hood
brother
at?
in the cut. Where the hood at?
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Satellite officer Jean Vichmer rushes down the precinct stairs, umbrella in hand. It's unopened. He doesn't seem pleased about the spring rain. On the bridge, officers Torsen and McLean are standing guard. Torsen wears jeans and a fishnet wife-beater. Satellite officer Vichmer passes by, and the young man remarks to him,
"Where's your homo, homie?"
What?
It's not like that. They're what is called heterosexual life partners. They have a battle-tested relationship. A blood bond, if you will.
Huh? Yeah.
Heterosexual life partners.
Funny apery. Male-centric workplace humor. Have you seen him?
Is there something wrong?
No, nothing. It's just... Judith went to his place and found the Monday mail unopened. I think he's still there. You didn't drink with him over the weekend, did you?
That would be irresponsible.
With that animal? Never again, man. What is he, still down there? In, south of the interchange? What was it?
In Martinez. He's in Martinez.
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
The rain stopped while I was in deep contemplation. I asked my inner thoughts, what's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
Okay, so we're going to look at our thought cabinet. Okay. So these are the many different, the 100 million different, this game is basically like a playable novel. Okay, for those of you who don't know. With a million different things that you can be, that you can internalize. Hobo cop is a cop and a hobo. A hobo cop. Upsides can be disheveled, doesn't have to wash, carries himself with lurch gusto. Hobo cop doesn't need anyone or anything. And there's literally a million of these fucking things that you can unlock, like Revacholian nationhood, Gillam Le Million, inexplicable feminist, agenda, ace is high, ace is low, lonesome long way home. And throughout the story, you will be able to go into many different versions of this. Obviously, Revacholian Nationalist is the one that everyone wants me to do because it's like the most insane one. How many of these stories have you played so far? No, I just played it one time. The street sign reads, "Fuck the police. Pigs go home." The street name is illegible. All right, let's go to the fucking, let's go to the, actually, maybe I should go get a fucking, maybe I can go and get a, I don't want to do Kuno time yet. Hold on. I'm going to go grab my shit. Wait, where is the store? He said there was a store. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. Oh, there's the store.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announced the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What's happening? You sound angry, Kim.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Limbo? What's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Well, I think we all learned something here. Smile at the lorry man. Now that that's settled, we have a couple questions. Fucking A, Kim. I've got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
To be honest, I can't really remember what that means. Please explain. Oh, so you're just a racist. Makes sense. I want to say number 3.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Okay, what else have you thought up?
Lately, we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources.
Yeah, and what's the problem with that, then?
The problem? The damn Kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Wait, what's this cultural victory?
It's what the kids of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any mojitos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves.
Uh-huh.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
Least racist French man is right. There's a lot of this, by the way, in this game. So much more. So much. You think this guy is racist? Just wait till you meet Measurehead, who has the encyclopedic knowledge of all of the different cranial circumference measurements. Okay? Just wait. He is also aptly named Measurehead for that reason. Okay, sure, whatever. I'd really rather talk. Yeah, I think I could get down with racism. Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Don't push your luck, runt. Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Got the smoke?
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
You're smoking one right now.
It's my last one.
You hiding smokes from me?
Why would I do that? I'm an honest man.
Fuck, I oughta.
What, officer? Sorry, I couldn't be of any help.
What are you
not
hauling?
Much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long has this been going on
The
then?
strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Most able-bodied men. This issue hosts a top 10 list. You shouldn't feel threatened by handsome men. Don't be silly.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Before we go on, what is this Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
And what is Frit?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I approve of this. Very futuristic. Tap on the girls kissing.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Let's proceed. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Did you know the man who died?
Not really.
Not really. Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Uh-huh.
I thought I could buy a jacket here. What happened?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Frit tag.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
I can't buy it yet though, because I have no money, because I don't know where my fucking wallet is.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
Fuck!
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there.
Okay, here it is. It's time. We're gonna meet fucking Kuno. Kuno is coming. Is coming. Hold a moment while I go pee before I go talk to Kuno. Right? As someone who's never played Disco Elysium, I'm very lost. Yeah, you'll be found quickly. Don't worry, you'll figure it out. Just let it ride.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expect. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Uh-oh, it's coming. Kim is such a Chad. It's not even phasing him.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
God.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
You think ammonia would help?
If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
But not you.
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
Okay, where do we get the ammonia from?
There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have There's a greenhouse here. and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you...
Alright, it's time to talk to this little shite.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno.
Hey kid, a word. Police business.
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Hold on, what does that mean?
The kid is obviously high.
Stop getting high at my crime scene.
Fuck that, Kuno. Yeah, right in the mouthhole.
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Kim, what should we do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
Are you kids siblings?
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Kid, you want to hang out? I'm not a narc.
Fuck no. Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Look, I have questions for you.
Alright. Entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
The body. What do you know about it?
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
You know who he was.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic.
You know how it got up there.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening?
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Okay, where did you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Where is Night City?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
More on this later. Right now, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost,
I gotta ask, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
So you refer to yourself in the third person?
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the...
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard.
He's got the Kuno help! Everybody, please! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in air, Kuno! Somebody, please!
It's full blast now. The wind carries the message far and across Martinez. What is this sick charade? Who are you? Who put you up to this? Are you high right now? Physical instrument. Challenging. Shut him down. Oh! It fucking worked!
Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling.
I know chat wanted me to do that.
Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
The disoriented 12-year-old is trying to get his bearings. You made me do this. You did this to yourself.
No, officer. You did this. Get yourself together.
For heaven's sake, he thinks. This has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just get back to questioning the kid.
Okay, pig.
If this act was about him trying to establish dominance over you, it's safe to say things didn't go as he'd planned.
Success.
Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want?
Figure out what's wrong with this kid.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Do rolls last, dialogues give bonuses. True, I fucked up. Legendary failure. Hey, Kuno. You think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Let's talk like normal people. Oh, Kuno, listen. I know this boundary pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us grown-ups.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
You okay, Kuno?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
So you respect me now?
You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little. But don't expect anything.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
I want to discuss the body with you again,
fuck about it?
Kuno. Wait,
You're
never mind.
testing.
Get lost.
About the crime scene. You kids often play in this yard.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
That ladder yours?
No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's ancient. Look at it.
He thinks you're fucking fool, Kuno. He says you climb the ladder up to your magic tree house.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Kuno doesn't have a magic tree house.
I might have questions later, but for now, let's talk about something else.
Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah, the kingdom of... Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Kuno, I threw up and I can't investigate the body now.
Yeah, like a fucking volcano. Yeah. Fucking pathetic.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Maybe you've got some advice for me.
Yeah.
I'm letting him dom me.
Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of a fucking kid.
Fucking owned me, dude.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yes?
Go find your gun and shoot him. I agree.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real.
I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You there, behind the fence.
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the... This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Yes, I feel like there's something in there.
What do you mean, feel?
It's an extrasensory perception. Whatever in there holds special significance.
I agree. We should get someone from the remote viewers division here.
What is the remote viewers
all
division?
All the detectives from all the precincts who experience extrasensory perception go to the remote viewers division. Their work is invaluable to the force.
Wow. Could we get them here?
No, because they don't exist.
I'm so disappointed right now. I thought there was a remote viewers division.
There isn't. But we should still access this container.
How do we get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or
Lieutenant?
we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags.
I think I already have the key right in my pocket.
This trash container.
Actually, let's get the fucking crowbar. Let's rip it. Let's grip it and rip it, baby.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle.
So sick.
It hasn't had time to cool off yet. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Run your fingers over one of the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Tap on the fuel preheater gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
Pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Lieutenant?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 44th Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you connect me to the 41st Precinct? I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard.
Hi, this is me here. I work at your station.
10-4, what's your status? Over.
My status,
10-18, 10-20, over.
Can you repeat that?
10-18, 10-20, over.
Please just talk human to me. These numbers mean nothing to me.
State your message, sir. Over.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, repeat message. Over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
10-22, the captain. This sounds bad. bad and scary.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Hey, who is this?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over.
No, the other one.
You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Vitmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Ha ha, officer has lost his badge. Ha ha. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vitmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Come on, operator. Tell him to stop. This is serious.
He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Vitmar concurs. Losing your badge is serious. Over.
Can't we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment?
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet.
You don't have a comeback.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
Enough of this now. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
I don't have my gun.
It's gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
10-9, coming officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. 10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please. Over. 10-9, coming officer. Over. Coming officer. 10-9, repeat message please. Did you misplace your firearm? Over.
Oh, it's gotten worse. Try it. It's 3%.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
No, of course I didn't lose my gun. Fuck it. I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description.
The fuck do you need a gun for? Look at the pythons on your arms. You are a gun. The biggest one in the world. Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
Kim, what are you packing?
It's a single-shot kill A9. An armistice, to be precise.
It's a single-shot armistice kill 9. Over.
Says it's a kill 9mm armistice.
Armistice? What, is he a fucking... Clearly he doesn't have his Villiers anymore.
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he's still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia.
Now is a good time to say fuck and ass and so on. That'll make this all right.
Yes, I lost my winner too. Just lay off, okay? I left it at his mama's after I fucked her ass all night. Tell him that.
That's a negative.
What's he saying?
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
I'm winning them over.
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims you made about his mother. Over.
Hey, if you don't like the fallout, maybe don't fuck with the Firewalker.
Like he says you shouldn't have antagonized the Firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters.
Satellite Officer V.
No, I think I'm good. I think I'm good without my gun. Thanks.
I'm going to report that you are in pursuit of your service weapon. Over.
In pursuit of his...
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss.
Okay, then.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
I need information, not fear.
Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
I wanted to know if you got my badge description right in your report. Could you read it to me? Name, rank, and date of birth.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify the info.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
Please refer to me with my full name in the future.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
Say my name.
Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
Please, just say my name, Jules.
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Any news about my, family?
10.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
I just thought you might have heard of them, that's all.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over.
Have I ever told you about my life before the RCM?
10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vickman.
So, was there anything else?
Yes, there's that. What's up?
Understood, sir. Over.
I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
It's paramount to the investigation that you grant me money.
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent.
Request denied, sir.
Nothing is working.
Please, I'm begging you here. I don't even have a place to sleep tonight.
He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said...
Who cares what this Vickmare said? Enough, officer. This begging is below your dignity.
Okay, I heard you. No
Anything
problem.
else, sir? Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops.
They're discussing the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Here it is now.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. You wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain, or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to put his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
That's so sad.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
This is funny, but I can hardly keep up with what's needed for progress and what's just done for unlocking more shit. The reason why I'm choosing a lot of the dialogue options is because dialogue options have the capacity to open up new dialogue options or to specifically make it easier for you to like get a better skill check. Most of this game is dialogue. It's basically a novel. The game is literally like a playable novel. Everything is done through the dialogue, where you will slowly but surely learn more about what Revachol is, what happened here, what the political forces are inside of Revachol, while you are simultaneously trying to uncover the mysteries around how this one particular person found themselves to be hanged on this tree. But it's also, you know, kind of confusing because it's like deep lore. It's deliberately confusing because you're drunk. You're in a drunken stupor, failing to comprehend who you are. You don't know where the fuck you are. You have amnesia. You're so drunk and you're trying to find out about yourself. And obviously there's hunches and things that, yes, I punched Kuno. There's obviously hunches and shit that helps you kind of understand who's what. Feelings from the past. Martinez, Revachol, Insulin. However, having said that, the game is also incredibly political, and you've already seen a crumb of that with the conversation that we had with the racist lorry driver. This is literally like if a bunch of HasanAbi heads got together and made a fucking video game. That's why the original video game had voice actors like the Red Scare Girls. That's why there's a Dick Mullen reference to Nick Mullen. That's why there's also like, I mean, all the Chapo, the entire Chapo cast is in the original version. Calm Like a Tom, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. When they won an award, they literally, I think, gave a shout out to Lenin. Or no, not Lenin, Marx and Engels, maybe? I thought they did. I thought they gave a shout out. All right, anyway.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work? The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy. Like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its... The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you...
I need to find a fucking bag, and I need to find one fast, chat. Oh, there it is. Look at that, a bag.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
There are ruins of some kind of building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Hang in there, little one.
The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Hobocop, 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 Hobocop. I'm gonna make so much money, dude. You don't even know, son.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there, Post Laventurier mail collection box. Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow, and then suddenly you see it. Over all the other graffitos, someone has, using the tip of a very sharp knife, cut the words, Reverchon forever.
Fuck you, mail delivery box!
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It's your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
You think so? You think it was cool?
I don't. Let's go.
He must see the box as the weaker of the two, and you as a bully. Something he doesn't stand for.
I'm going to be rich. Rich, I tell you. Unimaginable wealths stand before me. Look at all of these.
The tear machine stands in the... Your bottles clunk into the machine.
$1.60.
And the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Fuck. Still not enough to get the...
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals...
1 bottle equals 10 cents. That's not enough. Maybe the gardener will give me ammonia.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound
We
surprised.
don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I have some questions for
Of
you.
course. What can I help you with?
My partner told me you may have some ammonia. Can I have some?
Sure. I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
What is this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
The street sign says fuck the police.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
What about the other sign? Pigs go home. Who are these pigs?
I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Even if she didn't write it, she should clean it.
You could clean it up if you get a chance. Be a citizen. Be a winner.
Okay.
She's probably not gonna do it.
We need direction.
Since the street sign's messed up?
Thanks, that's
no
all
problem.
we care for now.
Of
I have to
course.
run.
I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
One more thing. Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
There you go. You are a good citizen after all.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says,
Fuck, that's gonna fail. I guess I should go back inside and try to get the key from God. Oh, fucking unbearable.
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back
Mine?
yours?
No, it belongs...
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
What if I told you I am a hobo, or soon to be one, rummaging throughout that trash? Will you keep me out too? Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The whirling in rags is not special in that regard.
What about me if I was a hobo?
Yes.
But I need those leftovers to survive.
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem.
We need those keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Goodbye. How far are we into the game, gamers? Is super. We just started.
This trash container is locked. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content.
Didn't Hyatt just have a premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open the lid.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Look under the boxes of carton.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Pick up the rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
I'll grab them.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Seems they
I
used the belt to strangle him, no?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Is Kim a good cop? He is the only good cop.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
That's all I think.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
You think someone from the whirling might have been involved, maybe?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Yeah, we need to ask the kids who put them there.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Okay.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified. Nothing. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something.
Pick it out.
Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away. It must have been cramping my style.
Officer, this is an official piece of paperwork. It probably contains notes on numerous ongoing investigations, and could even list undercover operatives, informants. I suggest integrating it into your style, for all our sakes.
Okay, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable.
Wow. An Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon. Half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny.
What's a knock cannon?
It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is.
What a
That
beautiful...
catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy.
What a
Unless you're into
beauty.
hi-fi yourself.
I am into hi-fi.
That's too bad, because none of those things are actually in there. There's just food waste and crisp wrappings.
A cruel jest. There must be something.
All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
An antique?
Only in its social sensibility.
I'll take the mug anyway.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item first.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Let's take a look at that racist mug.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Action!
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's...
Now let's take a look at the interactable items.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
It's quite a lot to read into here, actually. Look at all that content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you
mug
dug
club.
out of the garbage?
It's a mug club. It's Steven Crowder's racist mug. It's important to me, and I will look into it. This mug is an example of prejudice. I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I'm going to push this in the face of every merchant I find and tell them, this is your inane ideology. The mug will be useful. By denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, i.e. fraud and embezzlement. The mug didn't belong in the trash, it was just a funny mug. Can't anyone laugh anymore?
If you want to earn some change by guilting people, go for it. But if you want to earn real dough, finish the case and start getting paid again. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart.
Okay, we're gonna quick save it here, or fuck, wait, hold on. I'm gonna put the ledger away, and I'm gonna hit a quick save here, or save the game here, and I'm gonna end the stream because I have to go to a dinner. But this was fun while it lasted. Okay, and I will make a return to it. It feels like you guys enjoy it so far. So far, so good. But I must bid you adieu for the time being. This is like this is not as like piffy or as like fast paced, which is why I didn't want to play it on stream for the longest time, but I feel like people are enjoying it, so we'll continue along with this adventure. It definitely gets a lot more political the more you get into it. It's a very interesting game. It's like I said, it's like a visual novel. And very entertaining. It's one of my favorite games for sure. And it features Kuno. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow as always. All right, everybody? I think Kendrick might drop tonight. We don't know. But if he does, then tomorrow we'll do more Kendrick. Peace. Kuno doesn't care.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.